I broke my goddamn phone. I didn't want to break it. I did not want to break my phone. I hate breaking my phone. Between the lips, down to our liver, and our hips. And our hips. Between the lips, down to our liver, and our hips. Fucking hips. God damn. Between the lips, down to our liver, and our hips. And our hips. But baby. Between the lips, down to our liver, and our hips. Fucking hips. Baby, I want to lift up my fucking shirt and be like, hey, liberal gentleman, like no other. I want to be like, baby, I got chest hair for days. I got gentleman chest hair fucking up in here, man. Chest hair mixed with a Jack Daniel's Southern Peach cocktail. Then we're gonna add some mango sun-kissed orange. Oh, that smells perfect. Perfect. Fucking between the lips, down to our liver, and our hips. And our hips. Between the lips, down to our liver, and our hips. Fucking hips. God damn. Between the lips, down to our liver, and our hips. And our hips. But baby. Between the lips, down to our liver, and our hips. Fucking hips.
That's Walnut Grove with another banger. Welcome back, ladies and skeletons. We are back again. It is a... Wait, is it a Friday? No, it's not a Friday. It's a Saturday. Why did I say go fudge yourself Friday? Okay, let me fix that. Anyways, I guess I don't remember yesterday. I was playing Dustborn. I tried to have fun with it, but man, that game is worse than I could have imagined. I'm seething so hard. Like, when the crew kidnapped a child, that was when I was like, I don't think I can pretend having fun with this anymore. This game is just way too bad. Oh jeez. I'm gonna try and get all my memories of that game out of my head. Meerkat's gonna be streaming at 9. Let's see. What is a good alliteration for today? Saturday, something. You never rage quit a game. Hey, I never denied that I rage quit games, especially if they're really, really bad. Like Dustborn. There it is over on the archive channel if you want to watch it. Did you pay for it? No, I didn't. I did. Okay. The VTuber has a hard time winking, doesn't? I did the smart thing, okay? I'll leave it at that. I did the thing that was smart. I'll leave it at that. But yeah, the game was really bad. Rev, help me out here. Bail me out. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys? We're
Hey, what's up?
So it must be a day that ends in Y because we have another member of the gaming industry having a meltdown over gamers. You can read this headline here. It says, after Alan Wake 2 failed to turn a profit, Game's senior community manager calls for bigots to be removed from gaming communities.
Yeah.
Now, like a lot of...
Yeah, I acquired it using the base ideology of the developers of the game. There we go. I followed the passionate strategy of the characters that are in the game.
Recent meltdowns from people in the gaming industry, this situation had to start with Concord and its failure, of course. You guys know about Concord, its story, and its very quick and brief existence. And I believe today is the day it's supposed to officially shut down. But this is the tweet that kind of got her involved, this community manager here. I actually read this tweet in a video from 2 days ago. Basically, this person is talking about the failure of Concord, blaming it on a bunch of bigoted right-wing gamers who are thriving off of conspiracy theories and self-deception and all this stuff. And then they close this thing by saying, I guess this is the dystopian world we have to live in right now, where I said, if you are literally that upset about this bad game failing, I think you should just log off of Twitter for a bit. But it appears they heard my message and went with a different route to protect the echo chamber. But that tweet would get a response from Khalif here saying that you need to give your community and social teams autonomy and resources to battle against toxicity. How that looks in actual practice, well, your guess is as good as mine. But this is where we would get Vita. So she would finally come in here and agree with what he is saying and talk about good eggs in the community, serving as role models. But down here is the important part. She says, getting bigots out of your communities is a band-aid and not a permanent solution. So it's not the issue that she's trying to call out bigots. The problem is, to people like Vita, everyone who is not one-on-one ideologically linked with them, if you're not exactly on the same wavelength, you are probably a bigot in their minds. We've seen people called bigots for simply not liking Concord or not wanting to play it. So when people say stuff like this, and they want to do this as a form of control, they want to also control the narrative and say, okay, all these people I don't like are bigots, and let's get them out of the community. It's definitely a power play for them. But going forward, who is this woman? Well, they are, like I said, a senior community manager at Remedy Games, and they worked on Alan Wake 2, which is very convenient because this brings us once again back to Sweet Baby Inc. because of course it does, right? Sweet Baby Inc., publicly listed projects, of course, features Alan Wake 2. It's always prominently displayed across their personal website and also all of their social media accounts. And a lot of people look at Alan Wake 2 as the success story of Sweet Baby, a time where they really pumped out and were a part of a big successful project. Well, recently we learned that Alan Wake 2 hasn't even turned a profit yet. Ooh. They haven't even earned enough money to recoup the investment that Epic Games gave them. Only when they fulfill that investment can they start making a profit. So they have made literally $0 as a studio currently on Alan Wake 2, despite the fact it has sold over 1 million copies. So I guess maybe being a little upset about that and maybe getting some PTSD flashbacks watching Concord fail so quickly, maybe she just wasn't in the greatest mood when she made those tweets. But as this article points out, there's a lot of other very interesting tweets that she's made over the years where it really shows the kind of mindset and what she prioritizes when she is working on a game. So let's begin with this right here. Why she got hired by this company in the first place. She openly says that she joined Remedy Games because she wanted to work on Control, because during her on-site interview, she saw a game with a female protagonist that looked like exactly the kind of game that she wanted to champion and build a community around. So someone would actually ask, well, okay, if that protagonist was male, you wouldn't have worked there. Well, she says directly, yes. So if it had a male protagonist, she wouldn't have taken the job. It seems almost like this is irony or like a joke, but it's not, trust me. As we look through these next tweets, you're going to understand exactly where she's at with her creative and professional decisions. So here we have this tweet saying, something that continues to surprise me about influencer management is while I repeatedly and vocally insist to agencies
I'm going through the Twitter
that they should
now.
pitch us diverse creators for paid initiatives, the initial desk proposal I get almost every single time is wall-to-wall white men. Do better. White men, do better. Just by existing, apparently. I guess that's an issue. But as you can see, she is no stranger to trying to inject studios with these DEI initiatives and things that look like it, but it gets even worse.
Stop it.
So she says this, I'm saying this with respect for all my fellow devs and hope they come to the space with only good intentions in their hearts. But to me, the what a game dev looks like hashtag might not need quite as many white men participating. We know that's what game devs look like.
Huh?
Yes. Once again, a person in the gaming industry who is a self-hating liberal white woman. Man, I've never seen those before. I mean, we pretty much cover someone like this every other video. I don't know why there's so many people like this in the gaming industry. It's very bizarre. But their tweets would also get more bizarre.
So insane. Like use this hashtag if you're a game dev. And so you use the hashtag because you're a game dev, and just because you're white, they're like, ooh, bad look. You shouldn't have done that. I mean, even though it is representative of what game devs are, we know that already. So just don't participate so we can pretend like game devs don't represent you and you don't represent game devs. Just stop it. I mean, even though you are a game dev, we're trying to like pretend like most game devs don't look like you. Okay, so just stop it. These people are legit insane.
Here, so this one says, the first Pride was a riot. Companies aren't your allies. capitalism isn't your friend, and no kind of consumption under it
Capitalism
can be
isn't
ethical.
your friend?
Ask what
Then-
brands who post rainbows in June are doing for their LGBTQ plus employees the other 335 days. Give gay people your effing money.
What?
Is that a threat? Like, whoa, simmer down. But she also talks
Give
a lot
gay
about
people your
capitalism
money.
here, right? And she's clearly very
That'll really get
anti-capitalism,
people on your
which is
side.
rich because she is in a position to make games for a living that likely only exists under capitalism. So her complaining about that is tone deaf and really just ridiculous. But on top of that, she says there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. Like what? You mean Alan Wake 2? Like, would it be unethical to buy Alan Wake 2, the game you're working on, because there's no such thing as ethical consumption under capitalism? That's insane. Like, imagine being the studio and hearing one of your employees saying something like this, literally spreading a rhetoric that would basically shame people for purchasing your video game. That's a crazy thing to say. But here's one last tweet we're going to look at. So she says this: all I do at work is befriend everyone on the writing team so I can then tell them to make every character gay every time it's feasible to bring up. More often than you think. If you think this isn't about you, affectionately, yes it is. It's called direct action. So yeah, I think it's pretty obvious the intentions she has when
So
she
it's
is
all just
participating
fake.
on any sort of a project in the gaming industry. And yeah, it's not
Not only is the representation fake, her friendships, quote unquote, with other people, those are fake too, because they're all done to promote her wackadoo ideology. Cool. Yeah, just tell people that. That'll totally turn out in your favor.
exactly surprising, and I guess you can understand why she was so
Absolute
upset
lunatic.
when a woke game like Concord crashed and burned in a week and a half. But also in her original thread, she would include this quote right here, where she says, hit tweet, which first of all had 200 likes. I don't know what you're talking about. But they say, take this your money if you have some to spare. They do great work. If you're strapped for cash, yeah. So she mentions Take This. Now, you might recognize Take This. We've talked about them before on this channel. They are a DEI initiative with government funding who wants to basically use the guise of mental health to police various gaming communities and various things like that. People don't like it, okay? If you look at the quotes, half the people are gamers who are saying, good riddance, we didn't ask for your help here. And the other half are members of the gaming industry trying to support this initiative. And you can see they need $80,000 by the end of the month. That's a lot of doubloons, okay? It's kind of embarrassing to be a government-backed initiative and somehow be short on cash. Like, I don't know how that happens, but it's very strange. But if you look into their website,
God.
you see like on the face a noble action they're trying to do with mental health here. But as you look deeper, you realize they are a nonprofit funded by the government. And I don't know about you, I don't really feel comfortable with the government policing things going on in the gaming communities, because I don't think they have my best interests at heart, and also the experience of whatever you're doing in the gaming community. They don't know what's best for you, and you just don't want them involved. And on top of that, look at some of the companies they work with. You see Ubisoft right here. Like, yeah, it starts to make a lot of sense, doesn't it? On top of that, I found a very interesting article, a blog on their website, where they talked about Gamergate 2. And the narrative they try to spin here is hilarious. You understand who their allies are, and that's the games journalists and the woke developers. It's very clear. They start off by framing Sweet Baby Inc. as an innocent victim in all of this. They don't mention anything their employees were doing. They're talking about harassment and bullying. They don't talk about any of the bad stuff Sweet Baby Inc. employees were doing, and they immediately frame Sweet Baby as the victim of a just pointless and out of left field harassment campaign from evil gamers. And on top of that, they try to say that this whole recent wave of what they believe is a harassment campaign is the results of political events, in particular the US presidential election that is taking place this year. So they are trying to use the US presidential election as a way to basically frame all of this that's happening right now. And also that kind of goes with their entire initiative, and the fact also that conveniently they are getting government funding at the moment. So it's very suspicious, weird look, but again, I'm glad we could see this Take This initiative once again brought to light, but not in the way they probably intended. But But also, when we're speaking about success stories here, Black Myth Wukong has just sold 18 million copies in 2 weeks. So we talked about the failure of Concord and the issues with Alan Wake 2. Look at Black Myth Wukong and Game Science, a development team that says no politics, no nonsense, no woke stuff, and look what happens. 18 million copies in 2 weeks and $700 million in revenue, and I believe their budget was under $100 million. So
yeah,
they are raking it in, and also they're working
allegedly
on a DLC. That's great news for them, and really great news for gamers in this regard.
70 million budget, made 700 million in, you know, the time span since it came out, and probably way more, all said and done.
But for now, that's going to do it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below, and I'll see you guys next time.
Cool. Yeah, Sony learned nothing if they really think this is going to save the business. It's gonna save the house. Fair game $sign. I love that. I love that ratio there. All the comments are negative. Eat the rich. Welcome to Fair Game, your chance to rob the rich and rebalance the scales as it's funded by rich people. Okay, let's officially start where it all ends. Over on the Twitter.
Never.
Let's see. It's important to start down here. I would like to publicly apologize for all the drama lately. He was to apologize for the drama, but continue the drama at the same time. Oh my god, made it too big. Let's see. I want to apologize. I want to apologize while also having more drama. Okay, there it is. Let's make this right size. There we go. I want to apologize for the drama. Next week we'll get back to what it is we do. Gaming and chill streams. Now that my doc is done with, I'm leaving all the negativity behind me and it's time for a positive future. This was yesterday. Well, technically, because he did it really, really late at night. So he's putting the drama behind him, sure. Someone linked to the Incel manifesto that he posted on SRK, which is pretty funny. If this is even me, it's from over 20 years ago, you moron. So, it wasn't me, and if it was a long time ago. And if it wasn't a long time ago, then you're a moron. The narcissist prayer is pretty funny. I like how he basically put this on his own timeline. This, I mean, this is him. This is absolutely 100% him. But he wants you to believe that it's not. And if you don't believe him, he'll just call you a moron and say it was a long time ago. Of course, that doesn't stop him from attacking other people for things that they did a long time ago. Also, 20 years ago, he was still an adult. He was still literally an adult in his 20s. It's pretty crazy. He's saying all this applies to all women, including his own mother, which is the real kicker. Where is that part? Is it near the top? Let's see. There are, yeah, the crazy part is he posted this in a thread just for women, and he just went there just insulting all women, literally all women. Hashtag all women. A total slut. Too full of herself, just plain fucking crazy, a total liar, a total tease. Women always want a nice guy, but there are none of them left. Give me a fucking break. Women walk all over nice guys, use them, abuse them, play with their hearts, but in the end they always fuck them over. Cheat on them, break up with them, tell them let's just be friends, or you need a Tim EA part, but then run off with some other guy, blah blah blah. This is exactly how he writes. The fact of the matter is the women of America have become so fucking selfish, dishonest, and full of themselves they have no fucking idea what it is they really want from a man. This is why so many guys have become the same overconfident asshole. I'm not saying the mention of his own mother. I guess this this post is longer than what was posted here. Yeah, there's more to this. Anyways. It wasn't me, and if it was a long time ago. And if you don't think it was a long time ago, you're a moron. Stop saying felt it. You have never played poker in your entire life, and you have no idea what the word even means. You literally stole it from another show. Have some originality for once, you insane dinosaur. Since you posted it, I will say it at least 10 times in tomorrow's broadcast. Okay, so this guy's 42 years old, and he makes his decisions based on spite. I guess if you tell him he'll never get a job, then he'll get a job. Got him. Retarded, lol-cal orbiter. Using Suno to make a cringy song that's Hail DSP. Kino Casino fans always on their knees spreading it like Ashton. Garbage AI slop, perfect for the Kino sisters. AI garbage. Okay. You're still saying felted LMAO. It's so sad at this point. Saying it 10 more times tomorrow now. That makes it 20. Making yourself cringe to own the A-logs. That's pretty funny. Pretty cool, dude. You're awesome. 42 years old. Apologize to your fans for lying to them for 7 years about needing funds for groceries, dishwasher, shower, taxes, all while you have been spending thousands upon thousands on WWE champions. I already did. You must have missed it. Proving yet again he doesn't understand what an apology is. Just like John Rambo tried to tell him, but he just doesn't get it. He said in the June the King reaction that it's everyone else's fault that he was begging. So he'll say sorry, but then he'll just go right back to saying he's not sorry. Pretty cool, huh? Being proven a liar, and so he just injects some cringe, lame humor, I guess. Just completely ignoring the fact that he's exposed as a liar. That's pretty cool. After seeing how you reacted to the doc, you don't really deserve to speak to June. You're a jester. June is speaking with me because I reacted to the doc. Kings recognize kings. This is 11:30 at night his time, so more midnight Jin tweeting. I think he's talking to you because you're accusing him of being a liar, and he wants to go on to defend himself from you slandering him. But okay. The king returns gloriously. Join me for a podcast featuring your upcoming June the King appearance, unboxing a controller, fun discussion, and the premiere of Astrobot. I thought, how is a podcast a premiere of a video game? That's after the podcast, retard. Okay, hey Medicare, I want to formally extend the olive branch. This last month I've been crazy, and I feel I will be making a grave error. Oh my god. Blugga. If I did not have a conversation with you before it's too late, I hope you're feeling better, and I learned how to use Discord. Let's do it. Oh, and if you hate Discord, I'll learn whatever, man. Let's just do it. Come on, this is fuck. I wanna fuck, man. God, I'm so angry. I just want to hate fuck everyone who's ever made fun of me. Grr. If Medicare just responded like, dude, calm down, you're not that important, it would just pop his overinflated ego. Give me fan art when I talk to Jubal. He is out of control. It's out of his fucking mind. He is desperate to talk with LTG. Does he think LTG is a king too? Like, yeah, like you were desperate to talk to Craig. Is Craig a king too? It's so out of control. This can only end up well. Yeah, is he gonna tweet it? It's a Gundam. I don't know. Probably not. Do you think that he wanted to do what he did to Craig with LTG and then say the joke is because LTG rage quits? Yeah, this is why he wants people on his own platform so he can just tell them to go fuck themselves and then hang up on them. That's literally the only reason he wants to do it, so he can control the microphone. He can just mute them when he wants to. All kinds of dumb shit. Sent Jim a message 8 hours ago. You better answer back before Monday. You have 24 hours to respond, or else you're mistreating me, and I'm gonna say that you've been systematically harassing me even though you haven't. That'll get him. So, yeah, DSP being a massive, stupid cunt on Twitter. Pretty cool. Did you see Jersh thought Phil wasn't wrong, but his chat thought Phil owned Craig? No, I haven't seen that. Let's take a look. Let's see. I'm sure Dingus has shared that clip. What is that one like? Meerkat's gonna restream at 9, so we'll have him as a lovely filter for today's shenanigans. That'd be nice. Oh no, it's not Alyssa clips?
DSP has finally declared, for reals this time, that he was the WWE Champions user called They Call Me Dark Side Phil. He claims, however, to mitigate the damage of this reveal, that A, he only spent tens of thousands of dollars playing WWE Champions, and he claims that when the name of this account changed, it was because he got kicked out of his guild and could no longer play effectively, because you basically have to be in a guild full of whales to get the best rewards. So he could no longer really play effectively. So since the game was basically taken for him by the guild kicking him out, he changed his name from They Call Me DSP to Down from the Raptor. Sorry, he sold his account. And the person who acquired it and paid him money for the really high-ranking account with all the valuable pulls, paid him money for it. And then they changed the username for his sake because he...
No, it's wrong again. Wrong again.
He had acquired the account.
How do you own Kiwi Farms but you're wrong about everything? That's some weird pathology. Every time he talks about DSP, his IQ just drops 30, 50 points.
And then just so happened to rejoin the same guild on WWE Champions. So this is his way of handling the accusations and the totality of the evidence that he was playing this game under this account, because it just doesn't make sense that this guy called They Call Me DSP, who's playing the same exact fucking game that DSP plays, also just so happens to be a mega whale spending 5 figures at least into this game, and then they have no relationship with each other. So Big-Headed from Kino Casino, he comes out and says this. Sorry, we're having tech issues today on the forum because of a service outage. How you gonna do me like this? I made you, you piece of shit. Oh, was the site as a whole down again? Cool.
Okay. Maybe you spend more time working on the website than
so we'll come back to that,
sucking off Phil.
If at all. The consequence of this was that he had announced this directly before his stream with Stuttering Craig, who I have made fun of in the past because he appears to wear makeup and also do Instagram filters that are designed for women to like make his eyes shinier and his skin sparkly. I do not know why he does this, but it's very weird and very obvious to me. He had prior talked to Stuttering Craig on the Side Scrollers podcast in March 2023. And this interview went very poorly for Darkside Phil because Craig was supposed to be like a neutral party. But in the days leading up to the interview, the detractors sent tons of information to Craig, and he did his own research.
Because they asked for it. Let's not forget that.
And as they start off kind of cordial, and then over time they turn up the heat. And Craig does a pretty good job of like wrangling DSP. But as he starts like pounding him on his bankruptcy filings and the financial stuff and the bank leaks, Darkside Phil just kind of collapsed on this and then leaves eventually. And his opinion was after the fact that Craig had it had been a decent interview, but in the following day, Craig made fun of him on in responding to super chats, and Darkside Phil has always been kind of angsty about that. Well, they have this follow-up conversation, and the contention is that Phil was angry that Craig had brought up the bank leaks and the bankruptcy and the WWE shit, and he said that he was like trying to defame him and injure his reputation. And then at the end of it, DSP announces that he lied, basically. And
I
think this is it. Is it still not going to fucking load? Are you fucking kidding me?
I mean, basically.
Chat, I honestly can't even believe.
Yeah, he
shit.
just basically lied. I mean, literally, but okay.
So the issue was, if he had lied during about being They Call Me DSP on the game, how do you have any right to be upset that that he as an interviewer asked him questions about it? Because he was lying, and he just showed evidence that he was lying. So how can he be angry?
Because he's insane.
After arguing about this and having like a little back and forth, Darkside Phil eventually just kicks him off. Is it my VPN that's wrong? I think it is. 1 second, chat. Boston, Massachusetts, you have failed me yet again. Fuck Massachusetts. That's what I gotta say. Massachusetts, more like massive. Go fuck yourself. Not even. It's still fucked. Today's just not my day, chat. It happens. Happens, and it happens every day. This is how it feels sometimes.
Stuff like that. He basically went down on the same route as many other.
Okay, he already kicked him off at this point. Okay, so this is the part.
That we can eventually work together in the future in some way, shape, or form. Maybe you come on Side Scrollers and we do a regular show. If you don't want to deal with a politics-driven show that isn't whatever you said, right?
Right.
You were extremely nice with your words, and by nice I'm being sarcastic right now. And when you told us to go fuck ourselves and all that stuff, so I would like to give you a fair shake someday on Side Scrollers if you're open to it. Like I said, I want to make sure that you and everybody else knows that I am open to working with you in some way, shape, or form. But I hope more than anything, I hope you're honest, not just with your audience, but with yourself about the situation. I appreciate your time today, Phil. I got some dad duties I got to get done. Thank you guys very much for your time.
All right. Now, hold on. Before you go, let me say my piece too. All right.
Sure.
Well, it'll be quick. I promise.
Yeah.
This is it. This is the end. There's no more feud between you and me. Do you agree? That's it. We're done. We can stop going at each other's throats.
Phil, I haven't had a feud with you for 18 months, man.
That's fine. Okay, whatever you say, monetize the haters, but you don't have a feud with me. You want me to
was
play Street
18
Fighter
months
with you.
ago.
You don't have a feud with me. You want me back as a guest on your anniversary show because you know it's going to bring you hype and attention from my detractors, but you don't have a feud with me. Okay? But okay, fair enough. You don't have a feud, but we're agreeing to this now. It's over, right? We're done. We're good.
It's over. Yeah.
Okay. So, and you were asking me now, a year and a half later, will I be a guest on your show, which was what originally was agreed to, correct? Like, that's what you're saying. It was originally, that was the agreement. We were going to do the interview. And then after that, I was going to have the opportunity to be a regular guest on your show like everyone else had been, correct?
Right.
That was the agreement.
And after the interview, I sent you that email saying, like, we were just disappointed, right? And the offer wasn't there anymore after the interview because we felt lied to.
Okay, so now,
with that said, I hope we
justifiably.
that's what I'm saying. Now that we've hashed it all out, right? We're all good. You're saying you're extending that olive branch, and you're saying that that opportunity is there again, possibly. Not a lock-in, but it's possible that I could be on your show.
Sure.
Bro, holy shit, dude. He's still in the YouTube comments of that video arguing with people. He told me to go F myself first. Did you miss that part? No, he didn't. You did. After you were on with the Kino cucks, you go, and let me just say this to the side scrollers. Go fuck yourself. Flush yourself down a toilet where you live. Go suck off Melody Mac. DSP was literally the first person to say that, but okay, let's just pretend that didn't happen. What a fucking lunatic.
Okay, I'm not interested. Go fuck yourself. Okay. All right, guys.
Cool,
So
beast.
That's how he chose.
Stuttering Craig? More like stuttering dick sucker. Am I right, Ashton? Yeah, you're right, Worski. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, King Phil, King DSP. Everyone else is just jealous. Yeah, ding, 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 ding. Good job, guys. Really created a monster here.
Just to end it. Like this long-winded, like trying to get him to this point just so that he can say, I'm not interested in go fuck yourself. Oh my god, Chad seems to like that. Chad thinks that's Chad and Alpha. Okay, hold up. Let's do a poll since we're in the mood. Was that Chad and Alpha? It will be vote yes for yes, but 1 for yes, but 2 for no. Let's check it out. Let's see what the chat has to say. Early and often, I ride base Kang DSP, Kang, Kino, PPP would be proud, Kang shit. Gondola says that's bitch made. Let's see, King, bow to the king, Kang, based, damn base, Lamau. Democracy is real. The votes are pouring in, chat. He's a bad man, but it's cool. Okay. The votes are actually coming in quite fast. DSP can take his cheap gotchas where he can, I suppose. It was funny, but it was a little bitch made. DSP is a cock, but it was a decent Meistrog. I just hate Stuttering Craig. One more. Okay, there we go. With 100 votes and 75% yes has taken it. 25% said that was not Chad and Alpha. Okay. I'm a little bit shocked at that, actually. I wonder how many of the people that voted yes are people who watch Kino Casino versus people who don't really know much about DSP. I thought it was a bit weird to try and like have this cordial conversation and then just say, go fuck yourself. Because I don't know. It just felt like an emotional outlast. But, I mean, I don't know if you guys saw the whole interview. It's about an hour long. But there was a point where Stuttering Craig in this conversation, and out of context, I think it actually looks worse for DSP than in context, because there's an earlier part in this where Craig is like, well, you lied to us about the WWE Champions thing, so fuck you. Like, that's literally what he says. So when he says go fuck yourself, actually, he might literally said go fuck yourself. And I think DSP was trying to call back to that moment when he said no. So in context, it actually does look a little bit better for DSP. I don't know.
No,
it
doesn't.
better to close out like that. Super immature, but then again, it's DSP. That's probably a fair way to put it. Okay.
Why is that the excuse?
If it's
super immature, but then again, it's DSP. So just because he's a giant, insufferable retard, he's able to get away with more than what other people are able to get away with? How does that make literally any sense?
DSP versus a literal I'm always for DSP. Is he actually gay, or does he just look gay? He has like that pretty boy gay face, and I think that he uses Instagram filters.
You know who else is a literal fig? Phil.
But I thought that
they're both figs, if you want to go with that logic.
It's just like insecurity. Is he actually homosexual? Yes, he is.
No, he has a
gay.
Wife and children.
I see. Okay.
Okay, I see.
Phil gave Moonpie a huge shout out. I mean, our conversation was pretty tame. I felt like I handled myself well. Tetrabax for 20 says, I liked your conversation with DSP. I think you came out the winner without tearing him down like the detractors. You seemed like a normal observer with an opinion instead of an unhinged retributive. A lot of people on the Kino Casino archive were like super, like saying like, oh, I didn't take accountability. Like, I don't know what the fuck they mean, but I was surprised to see any negative feedback. I think I did pretty well. Thank you.
Yeah. Base Phil. I hope he doubles down and reclaims the title of the King of Hate. Yeah, that's right, Ashton. You ding, 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 ding. King never submit to AIDS. Josh never knows what he's talking about. Watch a stream, bro. DSP kind of took the embrace it all advice a little bit too far. Yeah, they don't like anybody, buddy. All they like are crackheads who beat their families. That's the only person they like. Because I guess they hate their own families, probably. One can assume. Just a bunch of... I mean, they're all just a bunch of degenerate nihilist memesters. You can't really take what they say seriously. They're not real. Like, you know what I mean? They're not actual people. They're just playing characters that they play online because they can't be their real selves in real life for whatever reason. Probably because they work at jobs they hate and they have to be fake in front of their families. They're like actual. They just want to be bigots in real life. There's a huge separation between their online persona and their real life persona. Whereas actual real motherfuckers is like no difference between being online and offline, which is how I would prefer people to be. Because I hate disingenuousness and I'm a big fan of honesty. But none of these people are being honest. Being honest is apparently how you don't make the big bucks. But that's fine. I make more than enough. Anyways, anything else in the old sub box? I guess Kiwis do not like Craig and Adam. Whatever, because they don't say the N-word and get deplatformed and have to go to chucklefuck.clownfart.org and stream there. You know how it is. It's gonna load. Man, you deserve better. Yeah, I agree, Rev. Dustborn. Oh wow, 1 day ago already. Oh wow, that's doing really good views. I'm really happy about that. I kind of half-assed it near the end because I got an email from Gundam the day before being like, "Can you just like get this one out? Like I'm behind." I'm like, "Oh shit." Well, like kinda. Like I'm not gonna fucking poochie it up. I'm not gonna cut corners. I put in my usual level of effort. I just sort of like, I just didn't stop. I made a really cool PNG, I think. This is an actual custom PNG, the Carl one. You even put an ad sponsor on it. Like, what do you mean? You just wanted to get it out there. This one. This took like a little bit of work here. It's a bit more complex than you might think. I have a paid subscription to a website called runaway.ml. It's an AI generation website. I took this picture of Carl and I upscaled it. The upscaling works really, really well, especially for animated stills. So I made it bigger. That's why it's nice and sharp. I did it with 2 other images I could find of Carl. And actually, this image originally wasn't this wide. So I also expanded out the borders, made it wide. Like this part here, you can see my cursor wasn't in the original Aquatine frame. just little subtle things like this. For a fucking 3-second gag, this is the way I do. This is how I do. I put a lot of effort into just like 4 seconds of imagery. Like I took the box for MLB the show. I took the trailer. What really annoys me is whenever I try to download a YouTube video and I try to import it into Premiere and it's like, this is the wrong encoding to use. And I'm like, God damn it. So I have to open up OBS and just like record the screen as the video plays, because there's nothing they can do about that. Yeah, I saw the Nikocado stuff. That's weird. I don't get it. Like, how do you get that fat and then lose all that weight, but you don't have like the turkey neck waddle that people like Ethan Ralph has whenever they're really fat and then they lose a lot of weight. But I guess he did surgery for that too. He just got all that cut off, I guess. And he was basically lying to everyone by putting out scheduled videos to make people think he was still fat, and in the entire time he was losing weight. I don't know. It's a fetish, you know, like the whole like inflation deflation thing is just a fetish for him and his cracked out degenerate gay fan base. Yeah, that was duck porn. Our kind is newborn. Our kind is stillborn. Like my enthusiasm for even playing that game ironically just deflated whenever they're like literally kidnapping children and like even saying that out loud, like, we kidnapped a child. It's like, okay, you people deserve the fucking rope. 15 minutes until Meerkat. Let's see, what does Atlas the Beekeeper have to say? Oh, that's not a video, that's a stream. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think anyone wants me to go back and play Dustborn anyways. Let's see.
Go ahead, and I put my hands behind my back just like this. And I said, if you want to f me up, go for it. You have the right, I guess.
So as I'm sure many of you know by now, June the King released a 4-hour documentary, and DSP is going to be reacting nightly to the entire thing. A lot of you have been asking what I'm going to do to cover the documentary or cover DSP covering the documentary. The answer is this: I'm going to do videos where I cut up his reaction and I talk about the points that I want to talk about. So please come along with me and take a look at some of my favorite parts from this incredibly awful react that he insisted.
How's it going? Thank you. Thank you for the resub. I know I said it was I wasn't sure if I was going to stream today, but I texted Alfred asking for his ETA, and he's stuck on the highway. There was a massive semi-truck wreck, like huge, and so he was stuck in one spot for like 4 hours. So he's like, yeah, I'm not gonna be there anytime soon. So I'm like, oh, okay, I guess I'll stream then. I'll take tomorrow off, I guess, because that should be when he's here. We can hang out, we can get caught up, all that jazz, all that junk.
On doing.
That's not all. There are several search engines designed to search his over 70,000 videos that even have options to show the trend of word usage. And of course, a forum with over 280,000 posts discussing him. Now,
Just to start, I had no idea that those search engines existed. That's pretty insane, huh? So you
No.
can search all of my video content for 16 years and look for words that I've said?
Yeah, it's pretty useful for creating like songs and stuff, and also to call you out for being a liar, which is something you do literally all the time. So whenever you're a completely fucking dishonest piece of shit asshole garbage human, people go out of their way to be able to, correct the record. Hey, it's the Atomic Heart lady. The game is off of Game Pass now, I believe. So if you wanted to play it on Game Pass, you can't anymore. But definitely worth playing. I would recommend. Yeah. This is such a great boss fight with these two.
Who the hell has had that created, right?
A lot of people.
Like,
every locale.
we are
lot of
1 minute,
locales.
18 seconds into the documentary.
King Cobra is, Jack Scalfani, like a lot of different people have search engines covering their video content.
And already something has happened that I had absolutely no clue about whatsoever. And
Yeah,
I'm
because
like,
you don't know anything.
They made a fucking search engine to search every word I've ever said in any video. To what end would you do that?
To call you out on lying.
Anyway,
I'm so happy that Pig Go was not only new information to Phil, but also that he was made aware of it so early on in this documentary. Because Pig Go is one of my favorite aspects of the DSP vortex. It's so cool to me that somebody went out of their way to create it and allow it to be used as a tool by so many in the community. Its existence at all also points to one of the biggest issues that people have with DSP in the first place, and that's his constant flip-flopping and lies. Pig Go and any other search engine involved with DSP was created, I don't want to say out of necessity, but as a necessity, because without—
Yeah, and like DSP complains all the time about YouTube not having good programmers. If YouTube had really, really good programmers, that would be something that would be already built into YouTube. The ability to search people's words just from like a regular search function. Like just imagine that going to somebody's YouTube channel, you click on the search and there'd be like a drop down, like search words inside of videos. Like that should be something that YouTube has just natively. But let's bitch about how YouTube doesn't have good enough programming, I guess. As we sit here and just marvel and baffle at how somebody else did it for him. Did it for everyone.
It would be impossible to keep track of all of the lies DSP tells, big and small. And despite all of the dented things his chat had to say about it, don't look now, they've scrolled by.
This is so funny, dude. Concord servers are now offline. Thank you again who have joined us in the Concord galaxy. And I saw one petition, like a gag petition that were like, we were busy that week, bring it back. Like, bro, Sony, you need to re-examine yourselves. I guess they need to spend $1 million in order to put out market research just to realize that this shit doesn't sell.
Shouldn't be anything inherently wrong with making it easier for people to rummage through a catalog of content as big as DSP's. Unless, of course, he has something to hide. Because had it not been called Pig Pig Go, had it been developed by some denthead with the exact same functions as the site now, it wouldn't have been lambasted in his chat and scoffed at by the man himself. In fact, it probably would have been met with open arms.
The elitist nature and other unfavorable qualities that Phil was showing were more acceptable in these communities than they would be in others. And he did have that one thing that made him memorable, his aggression. Quote, I see it every day in my town. These little fucking wimps who call themselves quote-unquote thugs and pretend they're quote-unquote tough mofos. Well, if I ever get into a fight with one of them, hand to hand, I guarantee you I'll be the one standing afterwards.
This is, it's so dumb. It's 100% e-thuggery, as they call it. Back then, all right, my life was pretty boring.
But you know, if there was a segment of like this in the Rich Review Tech documentary, he would be laughing at Rich Review Tech.
Because I think he'll talk about it, that in school I was basically pushed to be the best I could be by my parents. So essentially I was like constantly studying, doing schoolwork and shit. My escape was to go online and to become this crazy e-thug persona, almost like the heel of wrestling, right? I'm the big man, I'm the tough guy.
Nobody wanted that.
Forums, and I'm gonna go on fucking chat rooms, like IRC chat rooms for fighting games. And I'm just going to talk monstrous shit to everyone as much as I possibly can to piss people off. And it worked. Man, people bit into this persona.
And then you complained about how you piss people off.
I'm curious how goes into it, because obviously I'd like to tell you.
It doesn't really work when you bitch and moan and cry and say that you're being bullied whenever people have the actual rational human response to you being a giant asshole dickhead. It kind of cuts into the whole bad boy mentality when you moan like a baby just because people call you an asshole when you act like an asshole.
Actually what happened when I went to a tournament and stuff.
I don't think he
and
gets
if they
it.
pull a gun on me, I hope they have pretty good aim, because if they don't hit me with the first shot, I'll have already punctured the windpipe and ended their life.
Because as you know, I had much practice with this. I wonder how old I was when I posted that. I was like 17 years old. I was just walking down the streets of Bridgeport.
What is this sarcastic response? Like, everyone knows you're full of shit and you're just a lying, like, keyboard warrior. You don't have to be like, well, obviously, people think I'm gonna do this in real life. It's like, no, the obvious implication is that you wouldn't do this in real life because you're a fucking pussy. But you talk all this shit online. And this is necessary setup for him actually fucking around and finding out later on.
Just shanking people's necks left and right like this. I was so fast they couldn't even see me move. They actually called me the Flash because I was just zoop, 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 zoop.
Zoop-ree!
I was an idiot. I was just so stupid.
You're so stupid. I was dumb.
It's cool that you have a sense of humor about it, I guess, but it doesn't seem like you're cringing enough. It doesn't seem like you regret these dumb mistakes as much as you always pretend that you do. I get it. Everybody posted dumb things when they were kids. I'm no exception to that, of course. But what I'm not going to do is laugh, mock, and revel in the dumb things that I posted back then. DSP was an obnoxious, fake poser as a kid. He had no hardships and got online and pretended to be hard. It's no wonder he was bullied and ostracized everywhere that he went. He made himself so unlikable by every rational human, ostracization was the only option. Flash forward to today and there is no embarrassment, there is no humility. In fact, he's laughing and reveling in the fact he was so obnoxious. And it's exactly these types of behaviors that make people think that he hasn't changed, that he is in fact the same guy that he was yesterday, despite all of his nonsense claims to the contrary.
Ivy League colleges were in his purview, but he wasn't in theirs.
Yale rejected me, Harvard rejected me. There were 3 of them. I can't even remember what the third one was, but every Ivy League school that I applied to said, no. When you want to know why they rejected me, it's this simple. Because I'm a white male.
Where there is Phil Burnell, there are bound to be inconsistencies.
Whoa. He ended the quote. He didn't finish the quote. I'm going to see if he finishes the quote. If he doesn't finish the quote, that's kind of messed up because that's not what I said at all.
And lies. Here he states that it was because he was not racially diverse enough as a reason for not getting in, then later flips the excuse.
Just off of that premise, it wasn't my extracurriculars, it wasn't my academics, it was based off the fact that I wasn't a rich white person. Okay, now he said it. I'm not a rich white person. I needed the assistance, the financial assistance, okay? If I was offering to just pay them the entire tuition, maybe I would have had a better chance, but I was a valedictorian who had tons of extracurriculars, all the qualifications you would think you get into Ivy League college. My advisor at my high school told me, yeah, you're exceeding everything. You absolutely have a great chance of getting into an Ivy League. My problem was I couldn't afford it. So I had to apply for financial aid, and the moment that you do that, here you go.
That doesn't make any sense.
Just so you guys know, I don't know if he continues with the story. There were kids from...
It's not like the school is paying for the financial aid. Like, this never made sense to me. How is getting financial aid disqualifying you from enrollment? It's not like it's coming out of the pocket of the school. That's retarded.
My high school, who were not valedictorian, who weren't even in the same level of classes as me, that got into Ivy League schools. They were athletes. So I bust my ass in high school to try to basically prepare for my future. I worked my ass off to get a good future. And then I'm told, sorry, you're white and you're not rich. We don't want you. You know, maybe if you qualify for one of these other check boxes that we're looking for, we would have had you here. But we're not looking for people who are smart. We're looking for all the check boxes. That's literally what happened. I even said, I went to my advisor after I got turned down, and the advisor told me that. I said, don't feel bad, because this happens all the time. This is not you. You worked your ass off. You're the top person at this school. There's nothing you can do about it. Go enjoy life and don't feel like you failed because you didn't. So there you go.
So it wasn't explicitly his race then. If other people from his school got in because they were athletes, then it wasn't because he wasn't rich and white. Maybe it was because he wasn't rich and athletic. Maybe it's because he didn't check a lot of different boxes that they were looking for. He even said that himself just as—
He doesn't look at race, by the way, but anytime you ask him why he didn't go to an Ivy League school, he blames race. Okay. Why even bring that up then? Why even bring up the fact that you were white? Also, you're Polish, but okay, whatever. Semantics.
second ago. If that's the case, though, why did he zero in on not being rich and white? And why on two separate occasions did he outright mention race when there were also confirmed to be a myriad of factors at play? I'm not going to sit here and pretend that race doesn't play a part. It does. That's factually accurate. But why hone in on it twice if you didn't think that that was one of, if not the main reason you didn't get in? He can think whatever he wants because there's no concrete proof and there never will be. But if he really feels that way, he should just say it with his chest like he did and stand on it. But that's not what he's doing right now. Now he wants to obfuscate it and try and blame his wealth or athleticism as well. Even June had to call him out on it and say that he flipped the excuse to include more factors as to not seem as racially charged. It's almost as if between the first time that he brought it up and the second time that he brought it up, he realized that getting online and complaining about being white isn't exactly the best look out there.
As much as Phil promoted his ability, when it came to EVO, the player base was at an entirely different level than he was used to. Losses here were common, and people did not take kindly to his hostility online where he would physically threaten his opposition.
I was the guy who always talked shit. I was the guy who always was like, man, don't get in my face at a tournament. I will fuck you up. I will throw you in a trash can. I will, I used to do that.
But in person, that was a different story.
I mean, online, he would freaking, run his flap and post a lot and respond to everything. But when you see him at the tournaments, he just sits there, he's not doing nothing.
Why would I? Again, I was being the...
Why would you? Because maybe, possibly, perhaps, you're not just a fucking asshole keyboard warrior shit talker. Like, if you can actually back up what you're saying, that's actually more respectable. You being a big pussy in real life isn't a flex.
The online heel. I was the one who I wanted everyone to hate. So when you go to the tournament, you always want to see Phil.
So when you go to the I wanted everyone online to hate me. So when you actually show up in your tournament, I go, I'm just joking. Don't hurt me. Who the fuck wants that? Who asked for that?
Go up against someone. And
literally nobody requested you to be that person.
And it got me a way to get spotlighted at the tournament. It also got hype because you have to understand something.
Should have got your fucking nose caved in.
I should go full screen for this. The way that fighting game tournaments worked back then, here's literally what it was, okay? You go into an arcade or you go into a ballroom, and it's a bunch of sweaty fucking stinky-ass dudes, all right? A couple hundred of them. And you're literally just...
including him.
...standing around waiting to play your match for hours on end. It's not fun. If you get to play the match and win, it's fun. But what's fun is to see...
This is just like another example of his inability to socialize and actually make friends. You know what a lot of those sweaty, stinky dudes did? They networked. They made friends. They built relationships. You were apparently incapable of doing that. So all you could do is just call people F slurs and just yell at people and just be an insufferable douche because you're fucking autistic.
Rivalries, to see big matchups, to see people who have been taught...
Not saying people who are autistic have to be that way, but they have to learn how to be that way.
Fucking shit all the time against each other to have a highlighted match focused on, and now you have something to do instead of waiting for your match all fucking day, right? So you would actually go and, okay, I want to watch this. Let's see Darkside Phil versus Shady.
Yes, it's more difficult to socialize when you're on the spectrum, but if you work at it, you try hard, you can do it too, just like everyone else.
Okay.
It just takes a little bit longer, takes a little bit more effort. But we all know about DSP. He's the king of not putting in effort. The king of putting in such little effort in order to create more problems for himself, which end up making him put more effort into dealing with the ramifications of not putting in effort.
Let's see Darkside Phil versus Mix-Up from Florida who wiped the floor with me, you know? That was why people wanted to see that. So let's see the shit talker either actually deliver or get his ass handed to him. And it actually added a new level of entertainment to these events.
But he never did get his ass handed to him. He should have gotten his ass handed to him. Instead, he bitched and moaned and cried and said he was being bullied by people who were just having the actual human response to someone who's a giant cunt.
People didn't get it and thought I was...
You didn't get it. You're too stupid. You didn't get the joke. Don't you realize I was just supposed to be a giant fucking asshole online? And you were just supposed to forget all that when you saw me in person? You just didn't get the joke, dude.
Actually like a fucking asshole who's going to cause problems. I literally never caused a single problem at any tournament I ever attended. I never fought anyone. I never threatened anyone. I never brought a weapon. People who knew me in real life said, we know it's an online persona. But the people from across the country who didn't know me in real life didn't understand that. You see, they took it very seriously. And then there was problems with certain people, which I'm sure he's probably going to cover. So let's get back to it.
But that behavior clearly wasn't appreciated. How successful and important was DSP in the scene due to these heel antics? Based on the SRK forum posts and the subsequent opinions of all of the people in the community, I would say that he wasn't very successful at all. And for someone who claims that they cared so much for the scene and that they loved Street Fighter so much, why was he constantly making a nuisance of himself everywhere that he went? People who really care about the hobbies that they're in don't do that. They don't go out of their way to actively make their own group look more degenerate and worse than they actually are. This is also, yet again, an example of DSP pretending to be somebody that he's just not, for nothing more than to just be grading. Why constantly put on a front and pretend to be something you aren't, just to get mad when people really expected you to be about it like you say that you are? I'm not including it, but that was his main issue with Jaha. He hated that Jaha was really about that action the way that Phil was pretending to be. And it's for that reason alone that he should have never have even pretended. It's insane to me that he can hate on everyone for not respecting him as a heel character while everyone else was just conducting themselves in a fairly normal way and not really interested in all of his nonsense. Maybe you can chalk it up to his age and being immature, but as someone who was a similar age not that long ago, there is no way I can excuse this. He knew better, and anyone saying otherwise is just as dented as him.
Quote, it's obvious that Impact is going to compete heavily with EVO, unquote.
Yeah, right.
On the threads created by Phil to promote Impact that included fundraising, brainstorming ideas, and other items meant to trigger discussion, on average would have at most a single other response.
Right.
It was also the only respondent to the majority of Phil's posts. Even threads discussing how much Phil sucked garnered more attention on his website than Impact. Top haters...
Yes, because, again, this wasn't serious. The entire site was a troll attempt, you understand? Like, the whole thing was a big troll op. And the whole idea that I was going to run a tournament to compete with EVO, how?
He begged for money in order to fund this tournament, though. So that was a giant troll. Getting money from people was a troll. That's how you treat your supposed fan base. You just take money from them and just squander the money. Just not even use it for what you say you're going to use it. Like, that alone should have gotten him his ass kicked. Would have set him down a different trajectory later on in life.
Cannon Brothers have tons of money. They were able, through their programming experience, to fund EVO, to make it happen. I was a kid working at Circuit City with no money. How was I going to start a competition tournament to EVO? It was a joke. The funny part is, from what I'm going to understand, it pissed people off. You know, the Cannon Brothers and the people who ran EVO, like Mr.
Yeah, you scamming people piss people off. I guess they didn't get the joke.
And everything were really angry with me that I would say I was going to run a tournament the same weekend as EVO. They're like, come on, man. No one does that. No one runs a tournament the same weekend as someone else's tournament. Why would you do that? Like, they actually got upset, even though it was a joke. It was totally never intended that it was going to be like a real thing. I didn't have...
Yes, I'm guessing nobody said that. I'm guessing one person said that, and he just pretended like they all said that. Meerkat is live. Let's see what Meerkat has to say. Guess I'll be editing
old
the background.
gimmicks that are back, such as the highlighting of the thing, of the comments. Look at this. Wow, it's so interactive. And the TTS is back. So I'm going to be giving shout outs to people through text-to-speech. Because last time it didn't work. I didn't have time to try and set it up, so I read everything manually. Anyways, welcome, guys. Hope you've been doing well.
Welcome.
If we have enough time, if I actually have enough time, I might watch the actual Swaycast today, the level 1 experience thing. Because last time on the level 1 podcast,
it's gonna be really bad.
He had Craig on, and then he told him to go fuck himself, and then hung up. It was positive. So he's gonna be talking about this today, 100%. And today he's gonna be talking about having June the King on as a guest, and also wanting.
Thanks for Davav's Bala.
Hey, no problem, man. Don't worry about it. Sorry for ignoring your message, but I told you I don't check my messages. Well, something I want to show you. X.cam. This guy has been wilding on Twitter. Actually going down from the rafters on Twitter. They call me DSP. Let's look at some very quality posts from the king. The king is back. So here we got DSP nagging a guy who is dying of cancer so he can be on his show and apologize to him. At Mr. Medicare, I want to formally extend the olive branch. This last month has been crazy, and I feel I would be making a grave error if I did not have a conversation with you before it's too late. I hope you're feeling better, and I learned how to use Discord. Let's do it. But DSP, like, you got no reason to be extending an olive branch. You never did anything to this guy. Legit. I know what he wants to do is just have him on as a guest so Mr. Medicare can apologize for talking trash all these years and calling him, quote unquote, a gout-ridden piece of shit, which is a fantastic quote, by the way. And also just have another popular person validate DSP's redemption arc. That's all he wants. He doesn't care that the guy is dying of cancer. He doesn't care about anything. He legitimately doesn't care about anything.
Jobs be damned on the weekend. Time to watch a man that believes less than 75 people giving him money is a renaissance and that he is Adrian Peterson in 2012 post-Cultier. It's fascinating in so many ways.
Hell yeah.
You love every second of it.
Well, professional jobs are damned on the weekend anyways, because I just work during the week. So the weekend is for chill and hanging out and meaningful interactions and reading super chats, I guess. So big ups Vikes for the $1. And shout out to Oink Oink Ack Ack for the 4 months and back to VHS for the 7 months. Anyways, he tagged Mr. Medicare here. Medicare didn't respond. Again, oh no, me and June the King.
You should just respond, dude, calm down. You're not that important.
On the Level 1 podcast, Friday the 13th.
Like, dude, chill.
This guy is the worst. The worst. He destroys everything. The 13th. Oh, and this is where it gets good, actually. I had forgot about this post. Shower this post with fan art to be used for this epic, unprecedented event. The king commands it. LOL.
What is he gonna put it on his stupid light bright behind him? That's what you get for sending him your fan art. Fart.
Well, and now we unleash the beast. So here we got, first of all, the Virgin Manifesto. If this is even me, it's from 20 years ago, you moron. Okay. That still is you, though. It actually is you. Then a guy tells him, stop saying felt it. You have never played poker in your entire life and have no idea what the word even means. You literally stole it from another show. Have some originality for once, you insane dinosaur. And DSP responds. This guy, by the way, this guy is fucking drunk off his ass. There's no way anything other than that happened. And then he says, since you posted this, I will say it at least 10 times in tomorrow's podcast.
Being cringe to own the haters.
What an actual insolent, infantile man-child. Then again, we seeing after seeing how you reacted to the doc, you don't really deserve to speak to June. You're a jester. And then DSP says, June is speaking to me because I reacted to the doc. Kings recognize kings. Absolutely based response. Then we got, oh, look, you did have your iPhone when you did the side-scroller interview. You really are a compulsive liar. That's a fact. And then we have literal screenshot. And then, of course, DSP responds with the greatest response ever, which is, I have 10 phones, all with unique geolocations, so I can fuck with morons like you at will. Which is, like, that's a weird way to admit that you lied and deflect, but...
What does geolocations have to do with literally anything he's saying? I guess he just throws in this dumb gay shit in order to throw you off. Really cool.
I guess we're doing that now. And my favorite. You guys ready?
Yeah, this is going to be a bad one. And he's unboxing a controller as if we need a fucking controller unboxing. Today's pre-stream is going to be really terrible.
This one. This absolutely phenomenal piece of art.
I like the edit with PPP's face over Cat's face. That one's more appropriate.
Glorious. And it speaks for itself. I have nothing to say to this. Then we got another set of memes. Very high quality stuff. We got some DSP clown. Notice how nothing is actually suitable for what he asked. Nothing is actual fan art. It's just people clowning on him. Legit just clowning on him.
He bought another controller. Why?
Because
he has money. And since he can't save money, he just spends it all. He just blows it all on dumb shit like a controller, even though at no point did he complain about his current controller. He just wants to waste money, I guess. Cool. Kino Dent's really investing wisely.
We have Jay doing things with his buddy Adlar in the role of DSP from the Toxic Video Game Guy parody. And it keeps going. This one is fantastic. This one is epic. Glorious fan art. I love it. Of course, we have to have the masturbation face, the jerkening, obviously. And then it keeps going. We got Fat Cat. We got Fat Cat, Jenna, and I don't even know what's going on here. We got Derek. We got Cat with the fucking Bender hat. We got Friendship Ended with Dent.
Here's their fan art,
Casino
Phil.
is my best friend. That's a great meme. We got DSP masturbating, roller coaster edition. We got Akeem. You are someone who. Very nice. They just keep going. I'm not gonna read all of them because there's legitimately dozens of them. This one is fantastic. From Kid Flim. DSP always fucking himself. And it's an image of him fucking himself, and he looks very happy. But DSP legit is the type of guy where if you told him to go fuck himself, he legitimately wishes he could. So yeah, we got a DSP beggar. Man. We got Dark Side Trump. Okay, we got Jake James Lugo. Oh man, we got all the classics. But anyways, is there anything more meaningful that he did? I don't think so. Oh yeah, we got an apology tweet, because of course we did. Because he noticed the diminishing returns of this whole saga and was like, wait, I need to actually appeal and pander to my core audience. So I guess I'm sorry for the drama, you guys. I also would like to publicly apologize for all of the drama lately. Next week, we get back to what it is you like the most from me. Gaming and chill streams. Now that my doc is done with, I'm leaving all that negativity behind. And it's time for a positive future.
Followed
Super
by
positive.
being
what
an
did I say?
asshole.
Oh yeah, this is me on the other account, because this one got banned. Thankfully, you're an honest guy, and I have no reason not to trust you, which I stand by. I'm standing on business. I don't take anything back. Well, anyways, and then we go back to the legitimately annoying usual spamming. So yeah, fantastic. Okay,
The drama
let
hasn't
us
slowed
begin,
down at all.
brother. But first, shout out.
Since Craig didn't bend the knee, I have faith Jim wouldn't. Jim will just laugh at Phil right into his face and wouldn't do the sneak diss BS.
I don't know. I guess I'm kind of struggling to see how that's gonna go, because I think Jim always saw DSP as just kind of a funny little sideshow, nothing too crazy, and he doesn't have any kind of strong opinions on him, I think. So I don't think it's gonna be too explosive, and I don't even know if it's gonna happen anyways. So I guess let's just see if it's going to happen, and then we can think about, speculate how it's going to go. Big ups Side Phil for the 5. Now, let's dive right into it. My early Street Fighter days and YouTube beginnings, Part 1. DSP reacts, the eternal downfall of DSP by June the King. This is a fucking huge title, bro. Huge. So yeah. First, I need to find out where the whole thing actually starts. And we can start when he starts. And I think it's here. Yep, because there is legitimately 20 minutes building up to this. And I don't care about watching it. There's nothing interesting that he probably says. I figure.
Yeah, I don't know.
How does he?
At this point, I kind of hope that Jim just tells him to go fuck himself. Like, but if not, I would like Jim to sort of push him on, like, what exactly makes people think you're better than the person that you used to be before. Like, I know that people change over time, but what makes people, why is anyone supposed to believe that you've changed for the better? What have you actually done that makes you think you're better than the person that you used to be? And just press him on that over and over again. Just make Phil squirm trying to justify his shitty behavior.
Just move on from the WWE Champions reveal?
I have a
That is line he
cat,
told his
okay?
audience for years.
Just ignore and deflect.
You think I was
and
if I
call
was a
the
bad
trolls
person, I'd
idiots,
have a
just
cat,
like what
okay?
he did up until now, I guess. And that's how he wins. That's my guess. That's my guess. And now all he has to say is, I sold the account, you fucking idiot. Speaking of which, that was a good reminder. Big ups Retro Jim for the super chat. Last thing before we get into this. Oh my god, I can't even write fucking Twitter.
That's funny, Red.
I don't know what TJ Gamebox.
Like, Dick Cheney is like the dictionary definition of a neocon. So of course he doesn't support Trump, which should give Trump more support, you'd think.
Account on this is
Warmongering
because our
neocon.
boy, Mr. Not DSP, was spending again. And here we got at least $1,100 at minimum on this event. And that
What a
person
king.
got bonus points because
Yeah,
in
right,
order to do the showdown, you
Ashton?
must have
Yes, yes, of
Tamatonga,
course.
this one
Yes, of
specific
course.
character.
Ding, 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 ding.
So shout out to this guy that is not DSP. And he is awesome. And I hope he has a nice time not being DSP and playing the game. Anyways, let us begin, brother. The Eternal Downfall of Darkside Phil by June the King, reacted by Darkside Phil, reacted by me, and watched by you.
It comes in, if it comes in. Let's begin. Ready? Here we go. Let's get started.
Darkside Phil is a game creator and former fighting game aficionado that has existed in the online realm for over 2 decades.
Wrong. Absolutely incorrect. I got to call out June right away.
Oh my god. I'm gonna do this clown shit. But notice how he called him a fighting game aficionado. A former one as well. Is that what he said? I think that's what he said.
Former fighting game aficionado.
A former fighting game aficionado. He's a former pro fighting game player, not an aficionado. Come on, bro.
That has existed.
How can you disrespect my boy like that?
Wrong. Absolutely incorrect. I got to call out June right away. No, I'm just kidding. I'm only going to say stuff like that. If like he's blatantly wrong on something, I'll call it out. But for the most part, June the King is incredibly good at doing his research.
Oh.
So I would be shocked.
Wow, hearing that now at the beginning of the documentary after seeing his reaction to the entire documentary is pretty funny. He's incredibly well at doing research. Later on in the documentary, he pauses every like 20 seconds saying, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong. June, come on, man. I'm going to have to call you out on that. I got you on there.
If he gets things blatantly wrong in this documentary at any point, we'll see.
He has participated in the inception of Let's Plays, but has hardly evolved alongside them. Where most creators benefit from their window of fame, Phil, through insane spending habits, has almost nothing to show for it. It was only in 2020 that he filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy, where the documents revealed his situation being even more insane than previously thought. Due to his off-putting nature in that he will belittle his audience members while simultaneously petitioning them for donations.
I need the money to pay bills.
He will belittle his audience members and simultaneously beg for money. That's a very cool guy, to be honest.
How he truly believes that a 20-minute discussion on scamming literally over $50,000 from the dents cures the entire situation and absolves him from all further responsibility. And they will keep giving him money after this.
Yeah, well, why would he lie, though? He was completely honest, and that's what truly is worth being respected. He was finally honest after lying for like 7 years straight. Big ups Vikes for his dollar.
About his finances and inaccurately portray criticisms against him, he has few allies left. Content creators, large, small, new, and old, avoid him due to this and the unique community of trolls that follow him. Varying widely in intentions and actions, these trolls share the commonality of hating Phil and archiving his fumbles to great lengths. There exists a spreadsheet that is updated almost daily that tracks nearly every donation, the top donator, when the stream began, and what game was played. That's not all. There are several search engines designed to search his over 70,000 videos that even have options to show the trend of word usage.
This is lit though. This is lit. This shows something more, you know? It shows that the people that are fucking calling his bullshit out are dedicated to this and very talented and skillful, because you got to know how to do this shit. You don't just press a button and create a search engine about this guy.
A forum with,
and he still hasn't said anything though.
Discussing him.
Now, just to start, I had no idea that those search engines existed. That's pretty insane, huh? So you can search all of my video content for 16 years and look for words that I've said? Who the hell has had that created? Right?
Locals.
Like, huh?
Locals.
We are 1 minute, 18 seconds into the documentary, and already something has happened that I had absolutely no clue about whatsoever, and I'm like, Godsmack. They made a fucking search engine to search every word I've ever said in any video.
Yeah, because he fucking lies so much. He lies so much that people get incredibly petty with pointing out his lies to the point where they literally create search engines to actually debunk him. They go to that length because he's such a bullshit artist. That's why.
To what end would you do that?
I mean, everyone knows to what end, but let's pretend not to know.
Anyway, thanks, Spencer, for a super chat. I sometimes watch restreams, and when they moan about your donations, I send you another one. Thank you for that.
Oh,
Cave
man,
Teeth
really got me. Empty your bank account. That'll really felt me.
Thank you very much, Cave Teeth. And it looks like Haseo
Go bankrupt giving all your money to Phil. I'll delete my channel then.
Congratulations to those of you who received those. That means that you get my emotes, and you also...
Oh my god, bro.
...about the slow mode in chat.
This is getting skipped.
Is deleted. He sold it. He didn't.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna get deleted because it's Scopely doesn't care about TOS really. They care about keep getting more money, and they're gonna keep getting more money. So I don't think that's gonna get deleted. Maybe I don't know. It could, but I'm not counting on it.
A new gacha game dropped. It's NBA 2K25 time. In all seriousness, I hate what 2K has become.
Dude, it's been like this for so long. I don't even remember when it wasn't.
That you would personally find offensive if this doc was about you. How many do you think there would be?
I was literally thinking about that. I was like, when I watched it the first time, it was time and time again, almost on every single segment. I thought to myself, man, if this was about me, I would fucking run away from the internet. Like this guy with surgical precision deconstructed DSP's entire fucking gimmick as a fake ass YouTuber and a liar. And he put it very elegantly and eloquently and phrased it in a way that anyone can understand. It's just really well written video. The writing is really good.
While Phil is covered to great lengths, information is...
Big up Snoot and Jay and Who's Poppin'?
Prompting the creation of reasonably shorter videos dissecting different elements of his life. This video, perhaps unreasonably so, will attempt to tackle it all.
Unreasonably so. Now that I like. And he did put that in there. The dark side of the moon. Look at that. Side of the moon. So now that I like. And he did put that in there. The dark side of the moon. Look at that.
He didn't say dark side of the moon. You're just inserting that yourself because you're fucking retarded. He said the thing that he didn't actually say.
I think I'm gonna skip this first part because it's about like fighting games and just like Japanese people and whatever. We're gonna look at this part.
He said that. I'm gonna pretend he said it.
Game released.
So I can go ack.
I agree. Yeah, he's always been shameless as fuck. Maybe at some points he does kind of feel embarrassed when he says something and he realizes that it makes him look bad. But I think it's more about he realizes that it makes him look bad and there can be consequences to that more than he feels actual shame. Big up Sculpt Side Phil.
In February 2000 meant that it was untested and would not be at the East Coast Championship. Phil's solution was to make a turn.
Oh, I don't even remember this at all. it wasn't going to be at the East Coast Championship and I did something about I don't remember this at all. This is super old lore. Okay, let's see what I did. I have no clue.
Journey of his own at Motel 6 with a $5 entry fee. The results are unknown. What is that Phil was ingraining himself in his local community, and that he
I
just
don't remember. I actually don't remember at all what happened.
Yo, this photo, this is the first time I ever saw this photo. Hold on, what happened? Yeah, this one, the valedictorian Phil, which I think is that. I think this is valedictorian photo. It's just, wow. Wow. It's probably the most ancient picture of DSP I've ever seen. Probably. Big ups Mr. Lion for the membership, dude.
Yes, there were. I don't remember that at all, but everyone wanted to play Marvel 2, and I guess they just couldn't get enough things. I mean, I entered a zillion Marvel vs. Capcom 2 tournaments at East.
Yeah, this is some fucking actual... The Street Fighter shit, I'm probably going to skip. Let's see what this guy has to say here.
Much as Phil promoted his ability, when it came to EVO, the player base was at an entirely different level than he was used to. Losses here were common, and people did not take kindly to his hostility online, where he was physically threatening his opposition.
I was the guy who always talked shit. I was the guy who always was like, man, don't get in my face at a tournament. I will fuck you up. I will throw you in a trash can. I will,
But in person, that was
how are you going to throw somebody in a trash can with a bad back?
Story.
I mean, online, he would freaking, run his flap and post a lot and respond to everything. But when you see him at the tournaments, he just sits there. He's not doing nothing.
Why would I? Again, I was being the online heel. I was the one who I wanted everyone to hate. So when you go to the tournament, you always want to see Phil go up against someone, and it got me a way to get spotlighted at the tournament. It also got hype because you have to understand something. I should go full screen for this. The way that fighting game tournaments worked back then, here's literally what it was, okay? You go into an arcade or you go into a ballroom, and it's a bunch of sweaty fucking stinky-ass dudes, all right? A couple hundred of them. And you're literally just standing around waiting to play your match for hours on end. It's not fun. If you get to play the match and win, it's fun. But what's fun is to see rivalries, to see big matchups, to see people who have been talking shit all the time against each other, to have a highlighted match focused on, and now you have something to do instead of waiting for your match all fucking day. Right? So you would actually go and, okay, I want to watch this. Let's see Darkside Phil versus Shady K. Let's see Darkside Phil versus Mix-Up from Florida, who wiped the floor with me,
Yeah, but here's the thing about that. I know he was trying to play WWE in real life, but WWE is a fake thing and real life is for real. I'm pretty sure you guys already know this. And also, if you look at his forum posts, we're not just talking about the actual fighting game stuff. He's talking about everything else. He's like personally insulting people, like legit as a fucking wrestler would. And that's not how you do it if you want people to just think that you're a rival in a fighting game or something. That's no.
That was hype. People wanted to.
It's not how it works.
Let's see the shit talker either actually deliver or get his ass handed to him. And it actually added a new level of entertainment to these events. Some people didn't get it and thought I was actually like a fucking asshole who was going to cause problems. I literally never caused a single problem at any tournament I ever attended. I never fought anyone. I never threatened anyone. I never brought a weapon. People who knew me in real life said, we know it's an online persona. But the people from across the country who didn't know me in real life didn't understand that. You see, they took it very seriously. And then there was problems with certain people, which I'm sure he's probably going to cover. So let's get back to it.
That was Jaha. One of them.
Hey, Sir Ja.
That was like right on fucking key, like perfect timing. Like dead on correct timing right here. Okay.
Players that was not afraid of confrontation.
He was talking a bunch of shit against like the top Marvel players. So Shady K was one of them, and Shady K didn't like him too much because he would like run his mouth so much. I mean, this guy would make posts that were like a mile long. When DSP was leaving with like him and a couple of his boys, that's when it was time to like roll up on him. We followed them outside and we caught him outside, and they were getting up in like, DSP's fucking friends' faces too, just to fucking make sure none of them got crazy, but they were all fucking shitting bricks. He just turns fucking white, and it's funny because he just like talks so much shit on the internet, but when you run into him in fucking person, he's just fucking, turns white as a ghost.
Because it's talking shit on the internet about a video game.
That's
It's not about a video game.
We all know that's
It's
not
about
true.
people.
Just go look at the forum post. This guy was drunk on radio shows talking to people that he's gonna beat their ass, and it wasn't over a video game. It was just like actually trying to be an internet tough guy. And then when the time came to be a tough guy in real life, he just wasn't, because he isn't one. Oh my god. Big ups Redbird, who says he lived his life like it was a TV show and that's it. Well, you know what? He lived his life like it was a TV show, and then one day it became a TV show, and it still is. That's very ironic and very poetic if you think about it. So, well, it is what it is, dude. You don't get to choose what happens with your life when you make it a TV show. I'm confused.
Starved for acceptance and attention.
Yeah, he was always like that. And it's I don't even think he can ever get enough attention. It's never going to be enough. There's always going to be another publicity stunt.
You cool and chill more than DSP now. It okay?
Hell yeah.
Hang here till things go back to way before. THNK4 mess greed.
Baller alert.
Life like it was a TV show, that's it.
Yeah, well, big ups, Jade. You can stick around here, man. Just have a walk around, meet everybody, and you'll see there's some very chill, interactive people.
No one was like, oh yes, we're actually going to go to Evo and start a fight, and we're gonna, you know what I mean? Like, there was never any intention of actually starting fights. These people took the shit seriously. They didn't get the joke. They thought it was real. So they're coming up to Evo, oh, we're gonna fucking beat the shit out of people. Dude, it's a fighting game tournament. You know? Where did you think that there was any level of seriousness? In fact, at this very tournament that he's bringing up,
Your behavior, where you acted serious.
where Shady K beat me. At the end of the tournament, I went out of my way to find Shady K on the way out, and I said, dude, just so you know, it was all bullshit, all right? I'm sorry that I acted that way. Let's shake hands and just call it quits.
But he
and we won't
wasn't
talk shit to each
sorry
other
because he
anymore.
kept
And Shady
doing
K
the
said,
exact
"No,
same thing.
I refuse," and he walked away. I don't blame him. Because
because you were lying. You weren't actually sorry because you had no intention of not doing the thing that you're apologizing for. This dude never understands what an apology means.
He's an online asshole.
That's why you should never apologize to him.
If that were me being bullied, the way that I was going at him.
Well, here's the thing. The only reason why he wasn't an asshole in real life too is because he would have got his shit busted on the spot. He would have got demolished by everybody. And that's why he could only afford to be an online asshole.
Online and being a dick. If someone did that to me, I also would not want to shake their hand. But that's me today, older and wiser.
Older and wiser.
That the stuff that I was doing online was actually causing people like pain and they felt harassed and shit. I thought it was fun and funny and that people were liking it because of the hype that it was bringing to tournaments. I had no intention of ever going and fighting someone at a tournament. Some of these people did. Jaha is infamous. He's had all these different run-ins and altercations at Street Fighter tournaments where he's gotten in people's faces. At one point, there's rumors he hung people over balconies by
rumors.
Their feet. Like,
we're just reporting rumors and just calling it messed up
that's
stuff.
A pretty serious accusation. He threatened to kill somebody and hung him over a balcony. That's a pretty serious accusation. You can't just bring that up. Goddamn.
To get involved. I didn't talk any shit about this man. He interjected himself into the situation because he felt that I was an asshole. All right? Ladies and gentlemen, in this case, I can't speak for anything else Jaha has ever done. In this case, Jaha was 100% in the right. I'm going to say this publicly. Now, when I look back at my behavior back then, I'm embarrassed. I am so fucking embarrassed that I acted like that and I caused problems and stress and drama in a community that didn't really want it. I thought I was helping, but I guess to a lot of people, I was just the real problem in the community. Jaha was justified for wanting to beat my ass, okay? Today, if someone acted like that to me, I would want to beat their ass. All right? So I get it now, but I was an immature
He thinks this is like some kind
didn't
of...
get it back then, and my behavior was stupid. And I've already, by the way, apologized personally
What
to
does he
Shady
think
K
this
for my
is?
behavior, and he has accepted my apology. And I really appreciate that he did.
He do that, by the way? That's a very interesting piece of lore. He did that after the side scrollers called him out on it. And then he was like, well, I don't know if that guy's still on the internet. And then Adam looked it up. I think it was Adam. It looked it up on Twitter for like 30 seconds and was like, oh yeah, is it this guy? yeah, you can go apologize to him. And that's when he did it. When a 40-year-old man was made to do it by other people, he was pressured into doing it.
Did that. So, yeah, is this situation.
And he's acting like he went out of his own way because he felt bad about it.
Not fault Jaha whatsoever for wanting to fuck me up at Evo and at another tournament in the future as well, because, you know, this behavior was stupid. It was dumb. Why are we talking about wanting to fight people at a fucking fighting game tournament? Why am I saying I'm going to stab people well, I didn't say I was going to stab anyone at a tournament, but I was talking.
So you did say you were going to stab people. You just didn't say you were going to do it at a tournament. Okay, cool. What a nice guy. Everyone should have just knew it was a joke. I'm going to stab you. And then they're like, whoa, what the fuck? What an asshole. And you're like, oh, you didn't realize it was a joke? Duh, you're stupid.
Big, like I was an online e-thug big shot. Why am I going to say I'm going to throw someone in the trash?
E-thug.
Oh, it's stupid. People just want to fucking play fighting games. They don't want to have stress and drama and shit going on.
They don't want to have stress and drama, and so that's why you stress people out and cause drama, because you thought that's what made the experience more worthwhile.
It's all on me.
Okay.
No, actually, I'm pretty sure the FGC would have liked it if there was some kind of a beef and people were fighting, because that shit is entertaining. You get to sit back and laugh at some idiots fighting. The problem is that he would talk a lot of shit online and then backpedal in real life, and that's just a kind of
pussy thing to do. It's
actually,
fucking lame.
Today, I'm not saying that Jaha and I would ever be cool, because I don't think he would be cool with me. I think he's hated me like forever because of my behavior 20 years ago. But I'm on the same page as Jaha. I hate old Phil. I think old Phil was a little piece of shit, big shit talker, but then in real life didn't want to fight. So why are you talking like that?
But he doesn't
That's
think he
bitch
needs a
mode
redemption
shit.
arc.
You know what I mean? Why are you saying that shit if you're not intending to act on it? And I admit that was bad. And I really wish I didn't do it.
Good for
but
you.
Here we are 20 years later, and I'm being called out for it. So I guess, you know, you got to
I
face
guess
the
you
music
know.
at some point, right? So here we go.
DSP was able to diffuse the
You haven't suffered
situation by
enough.
paying Shady K, Jaha's friend, $10. They arrived.
$10.
Yeah, he's the exact same person he was back then. He has not changed whatsoever, but he wants to tell you he has as a way to get you to leave him alone, I guess.
Was meant to go
Broke boy Burnell.
$100.
That's what was shown. That was the first match of the 10-round money match, and it never happened. So then he's like, pay $10. What? Okay. And I took $10 and I threw it on the floor, right?
Well, he threw it on the ground.
Dare you throw that on the floor? Okay.
But since it was cut short due to time limitations, and DSP only fought and lost a single match, Jaha and his crew were able to swindle those $10 that DSP had no obligation to pay. But even then, it was cheaper than a trip to the hospital. As for
You could say that, but here's the truth. If anything had happened, do you understand how bad that would have been for the fighting game community? Just so you know, that
No, not really.
part one, that was
They're just two idiots fighting.
venue. That was at a university. So if we had broken out into a fight, okay, and actually started going at each other, not only would we have been arrested on both sides, because it was me and my friends plus them on their side, it would have been a big brawl. It would have been fucking.
They wouldn't have given a fuck if you took it outside. Like, why would they care? Take it to a gym, just beat each other up there. Like, he's pretending this all would have happened, like, on the fucking show floor. Just to make it sound more ridiculous than it would have been.
News all over.
News?
Local news. Everyone was
The local news.
ruined the fighting game community. Now we all look bad because these idiots fucking broke out and having a giant fight at Evo, right? And that's what I mean. Like, yes, I was an online shit talker, but at least I was smart enough to know, no, you don't fight in a fighting game venue that's now going to get everyone in the community looking bad. Jaha didn't know better. Jaha would have fought me and beat me up if I didn't throw $10 on the ground. He literally would have done that. And I think that's why a lot of people don't like Jaha, because he doesn't know better. He acts on emotion.
They don't like him?
He thinks he's
Do they really not like him?
shit talker, but it would have made the entire FGC look terrible.
Jaha's reputation in the FGC is way, way better than DSP's reputation in the FGC. And I don't even know anything about the FGC, and I know that.
So, you know, you got to try to figure out what's the best thing in each situation. I diffused it by throwing the money down and say, let's get the fuck out of here so these guys we all don't all end up in jail, and then the FGC gets ruined because of us acting like morons, right?
He diffused it by throwing the money on the ground.
So Soap and Clay,
Sure.
Some guys fighting over fighting games would get the FGC ruined.
Dorkies in Tacoma. I don't know what Dorkies is, but thanks for the super chat. Clammy V with the super chat. Punk and Zhao Hai had a kayfabe feud recently. I have no idea what you're talking about. And 672 did a super chat. Should have throat checked them like you were talking about. No. I did not actually throat check anyone in real life, online, ever. It was just me being stupid. But thank you for the super chat. Okay.
He was gonna throat check him. Oh my god. So what are we doing here? Oh, this is top haters. Okay, let's talk about top haters.
During DSP admitting to being DFTR, did he say, "Why would I lie about selling my account"?
Yeah, he did.
Did he really ask why would I lie during his lie about why he lied to begin with? What's your thoughts?
Watch TBS from yesterday if you want my extended full thoughts, or my stream from yesterday as well. But my thoughts are that he was fucking lying about everything, and he lied about selling his account, and he still has his account. That's basically my condensed thoughts. He's a liar is the bottom line, because he said so. Oh no, I misclicked. What a lame moment. Epic fail. Okay, let's start here.
Was inspired by his post to make that site and be like that, so.
Continued to attend, he sought to make his own large-scale event. Quote, "It's obvious that Impact is going to compete heavily with EVO," unquote.
Yeah, right.
On the threads created by Phil to promote Impact that included fundraising, brainstorming ideas, and other items meant to trigger discussion, on average would have at most a single other response.
Right.
That was also the only respondent to the majority of Phil's posts. Even threads discussing how much Phil sucked garnered more attention on his website than Impact. Top haters.
Yes, because again, this wasn't serious. The entire site was a troll attempt. You know?
Oh yeah.
The whole thing was a big troll op. And the whole idea that I was going to run a tournament to compete with EVO, how? The Cannon brothers have tons of money. They were able, through their programming experience, to fund EVO, to make it happen. I was a kid working at Circuit City with no money. How was I going to start a competition tournament to EVO? It was a joke. The funny part is, from what I'm going to understand, it pissed people off. You know, the Cannon brothers and the people who ran EVO, like Mr. Wizard and everything, were really angry with me that I would say I was going to run a tournament the same weekend as EVO. They're like, come on, man. No one does that. No one runs a tournament the same weekend as someone else's tournament. Why would you do that? Like, they actually got upset, even though it was a joke. It was totally intended that it was going to be like a real thing.
But, I mean, what? What kind of a fucking mental gymnastics is this? So this dude set up a troll website to troll people and piss them off. And then he announced he was going to have a fighting game tournament that would rival their fighting game tournament. And they were like, hey man, that's kind of a shitty thing to do. And now he's like, well, why did they even get pissed off? What? Fuck off.
Have money for a venue.
Yeah, you're very right, Ikuro.
The entire defense is that meme. Jokes on them. I was just pretending to be kid.
Yeah, exactly. I was just pretending to be retarded. I'm actually not. It was all a joke. And everyone should have known it. And if they didn't know it was a joke, they're stupid.
I didn't have money to roll in arcade machines and shit. It never was going to happen.
.com was a failed project. DSP now espoused to this negativity will not use his character to his benefit. Instead, he used it to attack beloved franchises like Counter-Strike and Warcraft 3.
And again, it's a joke. I played Counter-Strike and Warcraft 3. I played them and liked those games. This was supposed to be me going crazy over-the-top rants to get attention. It was very stupid.
Even then, that was only a distraction from his assaults at...
So, okay, wait. Was it a joke? Or was it something you did for attention? Come on. It was actual attention baiting. Attention whoring, if you would.
Culture. Here, he lambasted what was known in the fighting game community as...
What's up with all those combo videos? Losers. Can you not tell it's a troll op?
A troll op?
You believe this is real? Why would I say that combo videos are bad? Back then, if you got a combo video, it was like a golden opportunity to learn tech in a fighting game without being physically at a tournament, seeing someone do it. There was no YouTube. There was no fucking Twitch. So, of course, combo videos
He's
were
complained
great.
about
They
this
were a
like
great resource.
this year. He's bitched about people being told how to counter Bison literally a week after Bison got released. So the idea that everyone should have known he was being sarcastic and joking, this is bullshit. He complains about this thing did this very day.
A fucking contrarian. And I would literally say, oh, it's terrible. What a bunch of losers to make those videos. And then people would be upset. That was the point. I was the...
But then why are you so surprised everybody hated you? I was the heel. The dude... Oh my god. I don't even know what to say about this. It's ridiculous.
Maybe if you have to keep explaining that you're joking, then you're not actually joking.
Very correct. Big ups down from the rafters for the dollar. If you actually have to explain your jokes, they're not funny or they just don't come across as jokes.
Get it? That's the joke.
Combo videos. In the early days of the fighting game community, CDs were exchanged in person. These carried videos of various combos or tactics one could utilize, yet the existence of them were also controversial as groups could gatekeep the data. Now with the internet in play and data shared at a faster pace, tactics and their discovery were virtually immediately adapted and the meta was becoming solidified. Even still, the combo video situation is more complex than just defining metas, as DSP points out. Quote, in some cases, the combo videos are single character only or console only, unquote. The last bit is of utter importance. Now mid-2004, arcades have long been losing their purpose to the increasingly popular home video game console, and a switch of competitions prioritizing consoles could increase accessibility for players.
We're entering the console arc, everyone. This is the big thing that everyone always...
All right, I think this is going to get skipped because this FGC shit is just garbage. But I'm going to see him being fourth at EVO. That's what we need.
Popular opinion among the top fighting game players. And to the displeasure of many, their worst nightmare would manifest in ways they could hardly predict.
Ready?
Oh my god.
Their worst nightmare was about to manifest in ways they could never predict. The biggest fucking troll of the FGC beat them all. Ah!
Bro, you literally didn't win anything. You didn't even win the bronze medal. Not a silver, not a gold. You got number 4. None of that matters. And he's still holding on to this to this day.
About that for a second.
His biggest achievement of his entire life.
For years, I was the one everyone hated or loved to hate. And then I went to EVO and I beat all the fucking top players at Super Turbo and made it the highest ranking American spot in the tournament. And they all were out and I was in. Dude, that is so fucking... To this day, I mean, you could say as much as you want, but dude, here it is in black and white right there. You cannot delete the screen. It is there forever. There I am, 4th place. The top 3 are all Japanese players who were much better than all of the Americans at the time. None of us were going to beat them. They were hands down much better than us.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, the fucking cope.
I just did what I did that year. And that's why they all hate me. They can't stay. The biggest troll actually was the best player that year. Dude, they got fucking crushed. They couldn't believe it.
Oh, man, this is so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing.
2005 would live in infamy for its decision to use the PlayStation port of Street Fighter II Turbo and the outcome of the matches. Both.
It only would live in infamy if I won. Let's be clear here. Let's be very fair. If Alex Valle, John Choi, Mike Watson, all right, the big 3, or any Japanese players or whatever, if they were the top placers, it would have been perfectly fine. But because Darkside Phil got 4th place and beat all the Americans, that's why the tournament says it lives in infamy, right? That's the only fucking reason. They hated me, so they discredit the tournament. You know, I know what the most fucked up part about that is? Because I said this before, actually reacting to a different documentary. When they say that, do you not understand you've discredited the top 3 Japanese players? Now, everyone knew that the Japanese were the best players. So why is it that the Japanese were able to get the top 3 spots easily, no problem, but all the other American players couldn't hang, and I beat them all? Did you hear the Japanese say?
I mean, like, I just give him credit because, I mean, he did this thing. He beat whatever the other guys that he hates back in 2005, but it's still like, it's 20 years ago. Like, actually 20 years ago. And this is still the proudest achievement of his life. How empty and pathetic is his life if this is a thing that he still gloats about years after the fact? This reminds me of when Super Spurgy, was flexing his YouTube success on me and talking about how successful he is on YouTube, making PowerPoint presentations about Darkside fucking Phil. It's like, buddy, how unfulfilling and empty and wasteful is your fucking existence if this is considered success to you? If this is something that you take so seriously and you're so proud of, what kind of a fucking loser do you have to be? Very interesting.
It's a piece of shit. I can't believe I can't play this version of the game. No, they practiced the version. They came to Evo. They dominated. They won as expected. So why couldn't the other players do that? Instead, they all sat there whining and stomping their feet that they didn't like the version. I can't play it the way I like to play, blah, blah, blah. And then they got handed their asses in a paper bag by me. They can't take that away. It doesn't matter if it's an inferior version. The Japanese adapted. I adapted. You adapt too. But they didn't like the fact that they didn't like me and I kicked their ass. That was the problem.
Okay, sure. I mean, yeah. When you lose to somebody that you don't like, you're going to find a way to discredit them, which is something that DSP regularly does, by the way. Very, very regularly. When you get clapped by LTG, when he got humiliated by LTG, when he got humiliated by Keemstar, he found every way possible to discredit every kind of success they ever achieved. And I mean, those guys are assholes. Everybody knows that. But still, it remains. And now we get to this great video. This is a fantastic one.
Or another.
In 2005, I think it was, the three of you were absent from ST Top 8. What happened that year?
When you play Bison and you hit a Fierce Flame and it only goes like 20% of the screen, you got a problem with the game. And you got some idiot named DSP who's a total piece of shit, by the way.
John Choi on the left, Mike Watson in the middle, Alex Valle on the right. There they are, the top 3 American players in Super Turbo, arguably of all time. And here they are talking shit about me. Okay?
I like to get that on YouTube.
And this was from 2010. This is a video from 2010. I had long retired. I wasn't a competitive player anymore. I had stopped attending Evo since 2007. So I'm long removed from the fighting game community. I'm not talking about these men. I don't care about them. I'm a YouTuber now. I'm making YouTube videos, having fun. It's my hobby. And
you know what's actually crazy? That he has talked about him at least 20 times since this clip. And they have talked about him probably 2 or 3 times on Twitter, or maybe if one of them was on some podcast somewhere. You notice that?
They decide in a 20...
Because they actually moved on and don't give a fuck about him, and he still lives in 2005. Because the best thing that ever happened to him happened in 2005, and he just can't let it go.
An interview to dunk on DSP, who doesn't talk about them and doesn't care about them. So I've been in their mind rent-free at this point for the greater part of, what, 5 years since I placed at Evo 2005.
And they've been in your mind rent-free for 20 years. So 20 is bigger than 5. Therefore, you're felt it.
Just can't forget the fact that I beat them all.
But this guy thought he was hot shit.
Rent-free. It's literally this meme. This meme. Everyone's just laughing at him for being a fucking laughing stock, and he's just sitting there being like, heh, rent-free. It's literally this meme.
Beat me and Choi in a game that was like, it's like fucking Neo Geo conversion of Street Fighter or some crap, dude.
First of all, I have to bring this up. Alex Valle did not enter this tournament.
You spelled his name wrong, June. It's V-A-L-L-E. There's no second E in there. It's V-A-L-L-E. But, I mean, the video is already published. Kind of sucks. Maybe you want to put a correction.
Why? Like, who fucking cares? He misspelled his name. Put up a correction. Really?
Arcade Super Turbo, I don't want to enter or whatever, right? Yet he was still there, but he didn't enter. He did not enter the tournament. I'm going to name some names now, people who I played and beat that day in Super Turbo for the PS1 that you might be like, what the fuck? Jason Wilson.
What the fuck?
Watson.
Whoa.
Pretty sure I played John Choi and I beat him too.
DSP at EVO 2005 surged in the ranks for Street Fighter II Turbo, a feat that was achieved through...
And you know, I think, putting myself in those guys' shoes, I think they were more mad not because they lost, And not even because they lost the DSP, but because they lost the DSP and you knew that this guy would never shut up about it. He would never get off their dicks about it. And he's still going in 2024. And this clip is evidence of all that.
Knowledge of the game.
Wow, wait a minute. Someone actually gave me credit. June says I won because I had superior knowledge of the game, which is what you do when you want to win in a competition. You learn what's going to be played in the competition, correct? I can't believe it. I actually got some respect from someone for fighting games? Hallelujah. Finally, someone admits that I actually studied the game and that's why I did well.
Oh my God. Okay. You did well in 2005, buddy. Okay. You did. You did. Take your credit. Take your flowers.
Including the fact that some characters...
Oh, man.
But if you bring up something from 20 years ago, he'll just say, well, that was 20 years ago, stupid. But he just jacks himself off over the Evo dumb shit that happened that long ago. Exactly.
Sizes. They weren't as tall or as short as they were supposed to be, and they had different hit boxes. I found out certain characters did different stun amounts than they did in Arcade Super Turbo. I found out that one of my characters, Vega, was incredibly easy to do these complex combos with, which actually was harder to do in the arcade version of the game.
The beauty of Phil's achievement, and now beating all of his American opponents in EVO 2005, is that he totes his knowledge as a fair advantage. But when he goes up against the Japanese players who also dedicated themselves to the port without protest, he changes his tone.
Uh-oh.
I do? I don't know. They beat my ass because they're better than me. Because they play way more than me, because they have more knowledge than me, because they're better players. Those Japanese players, dude, they're hardcore. Like, a lot of American players, for us, it's a hobby. Those people live and breathe fucking Street Fighter. Those guys are so ridiculously hardcore. They have a whole culture.
They live and breathe Street Fighter. Did they max out 13 credit cards in order to fund their excursions around tournaments? Are they that hardcore?
Oh, going to arcades and practicing and shit. You can't hang with them. It's a miracle if you beat a Japanese player at a fucking competitive fighting game. So... I don't know what I said. Maybe I shat on them. Let's see what he says here, or what I said. So now I was in the position, boom, if I win like 1 to 2 more matches, I could win the whole event. And then my final match in the tournament was against Tokido, who picked a mirror. We did a mirror match of Vega. Yep. And he knew a few things about Vega that I didn't about the mirror match. And just because he knew those few things, he got the jump on me. And I remember distinctly making 1 to 2 major blunders that people were like, why did he do that? I don't know. You know, I was on the stage, I was playing in front of 1,000 or 2 people, and I was, I fucked up, I admit. He beat me. And so what ended up happening, I got 4th place. Mm-hmm. The top 3 places were all Japanese players.
DSP had ranked 4 at EVO 2005 for Street Fighter II Turbo, and used these statistics to state that he was a top American player. The more he would promote this, the more he'll be scrutinized for the details around his victory. What's more, the details about his life outside of the fighting game community were less savory.
I had to leave that other job.
Oh, this is where it gets fun.
2005, I had racked up...
This is fun.
Like sky high. I owed a ton of credit card debt.
With more debt accrued, Phil moved back in with his parents and was working a job at Best Buy. Here, he was living off the high of his new title. Perhaps unrecognized and unvaluable to the population at large, that was not the case for his local competitive environment that were in awe of Phil's achievement.
One day, my friend Tony, who mostly we were known for playing Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and Capcom vs. SNK 2 together, said, hey, I got a couple buddies who actually like Super Turbo, and obviously that's the game you're really good at. You want to go play with them? And this is the first time I ever met John Rambo. So this is probably between like 2005, 2006, I would guess. All right, so this is going to transition probably into me knowing Rambo and leading to being YouTuber and all of that. Is that it for FGC stuff? I'm surprised, but hey, he actually didn't go as heavily into it as I...
Yeah, actually just let's skip ahead by quite a bit. Let's see what he's talking about here.
Beef, we don't want to fight each other. That was how it was. It was fun to be like that.
As chance would have it, they actually did compete at EVO 2006.
Yeah, and he beat me in that one. And then I beat him the next year. I think we're 1-1 in tournament right now, actually, technically, if I remember correctly. First match, finally. Oh, on stage, Phil versus Alex Valle. I'm like, oh, great. It was a decent match. I lost. And I was like, motherfucker, all this practice. I waited all day. Basically, it mind-fucked me waiting all day to play my match. I finally play Alex Valle, and I lose.
Phil, now in the loser's bracket, still had a chance to redeem himself. And after working
Tokido!
his way through,
Fucking Tokido. Tokido, you son of a bitch. All right.
Oh my
Before
god,
I
this is so
die,
cringe.
I demand publicly a rematch with Tokido. And
Shove your demands up your fucking dick hole, bro. Good
Because
god.
he always beat me. And I demand one more match against Tokido. I don't know how it happens. I don't know if
This
it's
guy
online
deserves
at a tournament. I don't give a
11
fuck.
kidney
I am
stones.
facing Tokido, and I will defeat Tokido in Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo before I die.
No, you won't. Nah.
Fucking Tokido, I'm coming for you.
That guy's
I'm
become
coming
a
for
lot
you.
better, and DSP's
Blow
become a lot
yourself.
worse since then.
Match of the day.
My final match is against, guess who? Tokido. Now, this is the guy who beat me in 2005 on stage, mirror match with Vega.
The results of Tokido and DSP's first two matches played out exactly like they did in EVO 2005. Both players won a single match, and it came down to the last match.
It comes down to it's fucking nail biting, sweating. Everyone's watching this match saying, "Oh my god, this fucking match is so
No,
good."
they're
And
not.
Where the results were
It's
also
just a
mirrored.
fucking video game, dude.
He won.
Cringe.
Knocked me down, and I fucking lost. And I was like, I wanted to rip my fucking shirt off like Hulk Hogan and be like, "Fuck this shit."
DSP did not even place in the top 8. Top American player. But if anything, he was still persistent. In 2007, he went at it again. Also,
Okay, yeah, we're skipping this segment, this fighting game stuff, and we're getting into YouTube and video game bullshit. Or are we? Yes, we are. I'm skipping to 2009. And then we get yeah. Let's just start here.
Blah blah blah. You cannot speak the English, you stupid.
Oh my god,
Blah,
dude.
blah, blah. Slurs words to Chinese people.
viewers were not sure if DSP's crudeness was him playing a character, though the Street Fighter community knew it wasn't.
DSP, stop recording. No one gets a shit. Play. You can't hold up a tournament.
This has absolutely nothing to do with me playing a character at all. This is completely unrelated. Let's see if he explains this or not. If not, there's no point in wasting time on this. It's just stupid.
Yeah, I can skip this.
You still haven't told me.
Oh, he just embarrassed himself publicly and everybody laughed at him.
Taking form now in early 2009 was the basis of DSP. All the core elements.
So he didn't even explain the context of the clip. That clip's completely out of context. Has nothing to do with anything really.
That's the context.
Literally in my life, it was insanely poorly run. They were mistreating a lot of players wrong. At the end of the tournament, a bunch of players, including me, confronted the organizers saying, "This is the worst ever, and you owe us all refunds." To which they paid us back
Everyone
our
was
money.
agreeing with me. I mean, no
we can talk about that
citation.
as long as you want, but that was completely out of context. That clip, I think he was forced to kind of squeeze that in because all my detractors love that.
Ah, yes.
DSP acting like an asshole.
But he is acting like an asshole.
Elements were finally present, including the audience. From those few who were vocal about their dislike of DSP, DSP responded by comparing himself to Satan, and those who enjoyed his videos enough to donate to him. As seen in his description, he was now accepting PayPal donations.
Hey, vintage begging. And what was that? He got a shopping list. Is that a wish list in the bottom? There was a TV. There was some other stuff. Yeah, 42-inch LG 1080p HD TV. Fucking nice.
And equipment. Even now, in the channel comments, people were suggesting.
Keep in mind that at this time, so this is what, 2009, there is absolutely no way to monetize gameplay clips on YouTube at all. You can make no money on gameplay. And I was growing in views and popularity, and people wanted more from me. I was like, well, that's great, but dude, you know, I just got a normal job. I can't be dropping hundreds of dollars a week on a bunch of new games and stuff. If you help me with some PayPal tips here and there, I can afford it. And people did. It wasn't a ton. You know, maybe I would make like $100, $200 a month on PayPal tips back then, just to buy a few games, which was very nice. But it was a hobby. There was no money to be made. No one was paying me to make gameplay. And that went on that Dark Side Filled channel for 2.5 years. I never made any money on it.
Suggesting the use of direct capture via what is known as a capture.
But you couldn't make any money on it. That's the most important point. When he brings up, I was doing this as a hobby, blah, 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 because you couldn't do it professionally because you couldn't make money off YouTube videos at the time. You just couldn't. It wasn't possible, especially gaming videos, because they have copyright on them and it's very complicated, especially back then.
Card. And DSP did indeed spend that money, a lot of it too, on a more expensive yet worse option.
As you know, any donations that you send help me in the cost of games and equipment.
In a bag.
This brand new HD camera, it cost me a pretty hefty sum. So.
In an actual bag.
Suggestions to how he could improve his videos poured in, Phil would go on and pour them out.
This guy just wants to be my friend, so he gets deleted. Why don't you?
Friend request ridicule. I recommend if you want to have a great fucking laugh,
go no, those aren't funny at all.
Series from back in the day. Again, it's not monetized.
Great
check it out and laugh.
Laugh
as opposed
a guy
to
in
what?
his 20s
Check it out and
yelling
watch
at
ads?
people,
Razzing
being a
people, sending me
cunt.
friend messages, and look at the views on the video. 176,000 views for this. It's like epic history of me doing it. I did it many different times. To this day, people like it, but you have to understand the joke. Like, I was doing it on purpose, over the top reactions, really insulting things to the people who were sending me these friend requests. It wasn't real. It wasn't, oh, I'm actually trying to be an asshole to these people. It was just me purposefully over the top being like that. Actually, eventually,
I wasn't being an asshole. I was just purposefully being an asshole.
We want to actually talk to you for real. Like, we understand this series is funny, but we actually want to have conversations with you. We want you to answer questions, have like a social interaction. So I canceled this whole series and started a show called Ask the King, where I would just take in questions from like my forum.
Oh, why couldn't you just do both series?
Answers. So eventually, I realized it was
no. I think. There we go. There we go. This is the actual reason. I realized it was mean spirited to have a show where people are gonna send me a friend request and I'm gonna tell them to go fuck themselves.
It was a joke, but yeah, people really want to hang out and talk with me, so I'll do a real series and I canceled this one.
Use cap.
But this is funny as fuck.
Capture card instead of camera. I've already explained this 7,000 fucking times.
This was a
because
joke?
Then I'd have to actually use.
This was him joking.
A professional microphone. I'd have to record the voice.
Him justifying why he doesn't stop pointing his camera at the TV, and him going just trying to explain why and calling everyone else who does it stupid. That was all a joke, even though he did do that.
Voiceovers. I'd have to.
Not sure you know what a joke is?
Actually do video editing on every fucking video that I put up.
So this is all
Considering
joking.
I put up like 30 a fucking day.
30 videos a day.
Home and do that while I'm at work. I don't think that's gonna happen.
This guy's the greatest.
Right.
Get your fucking
Shut the fuck up. So basically,
that was a joke.
The only people who really cared,
guys,
about my quality at this point in 2009 were people who were like, well, other people, your contemporaries, are doing direct capture. I'm like, my contemporaries don't put out 30 videos in a day. They sit there editing. They put out one video a day that's like, 10 minutes.
Yeah, that is good.
3 hours of footage a day. So would you rather have 3 hours of a hot new game or one video of a hot new game that has good visuals and audio? And everyone said, put out more videos. We want to see you get.
Oh, yeah, that's what everyone said.
And that's what my thing was. I was known as the guy who bought the new games, played them right away, beat them within a week, and immediately could review the game and go to the next game. I was a very proficient, prolific content creator in that way. Everyone else cared about their production quality, but wasn't putting out enough content, right? I was putting out endless amounts of content, and people liked that. That's how I ended up blowing up at the start.
That, as would be understood, was DSP's long-winded way of saying it was because
it was a very small amount of videos that blew up.
He did not want to put forth the effort to learn the technology.
That is wrong. It's because I wanted to put out more content. People found it more entertaining for me to play more games than for me to sit there and edit all day.
Citation
I didn't think
needed.
it was going to be fun to sit there and edit. Rather, people wanted to see me enjoy myself and play more games. So that's why I did it that way. If people had outright said, we're not going to watch your content unless you edit, then I would have edited. But people preferred me to pump out more. So that actually is incorrect.
Making it seem overcomplex to
Just
an audience
citation
that knew very
people.
little about video creation.
People say
from here.
That's
my
literally
reference.
what he just said. Like June debunked what he just said, because he just explained, yeah, that would be too complicated. I would have to edit whatever. And then June said, yeah, those people just didn't know what they were talking about.
He would label his videos as HD, inherent from the camera and not the game, as people would be actually searching for. It is difficult to say how much DSP was making from these donations, but he was earning something and realized he could be making even more. Not from gameplay, as YouTube was afraid to monetize such content and fear that the copyright strikes from the game companies would doom the platform, but from vlogs, as YouTube recognized it was all original footage. This new channel, once more promoting his new camera's abilities, going as the king of hate HD, shined a light on DSP's previously private life. There were videos of him making custom controllers with John Rambo and friends, sometimes videos of DSP and friends at a cookout, and sometimes the different competitions he would attend and not perform well in. It was clear that DSP had a vibrant social life. DSP was attending midnight releases, freely interacting with strangers.
Whoa, vibrant social life. That's pretty interesting.
Into the YouTube Partner Program, where he pressed what he assumed to be the advantage.
Hello. Guys, if you are enjoying tonight's stream, please
Begging.
give it a like.
What? Random begging out of nowhere? Get the fuck out of here.
Known as Darkside Phil, or DSP for short on the internet, and in 2010 my channel actually ended up being in the top 30 most viewed comedians of all time.
Whoa, he's a comedian, you guys.
And actually had over 100 million total channel views. At this point I started getting noticed by different companies such as Machinima and other people contacting me, and at that point I really wasn't too interested in doing anything with it. I wasn't really sure that it would ever translate into anything serious for me or any kind of a monetary gain for me.
Is that my face reveal video?
No.
I thought in my face reveal video I was wearing the blues shirt.
Yeah, and you look like a circumcised dick. Yeah.
I don't know if that's...
That wasn't the face reveal.
I don't know. I'm sure you guys will look into it now. Thank you, Disgoy Knows, for 5 gifted memberships to the community. I appreciate that.
Vine with the money from his
Thank you,
traditional job,
racist
he
name,
moved
for
out of his
dropping
parents' house into his
me
own
money.
condo that he
Oh.
purchased for $131,000, leaving him to be a host for such events such as a pizza/gameplay party.
Yep.
Yeah. What better to eat right before a Ninja Turtles playthrough than a delicious, ginormous pizza?
Yummy.
Why don't you stop playing Street Fighter 4 and come get pizza so we can play Turtles? John Rambo here, devouring his final slice.
Hell plug you fuckers.
As controversial as Phil had become in the real world and was well on the way in the online space, he was leading a fuller life. He was even experimenting with edited videos like his multi-part Game Awards series.
It's DSP's Game of the Year Awards 2009 Top 10 Best Games of the Year.
Oh, he was definitely sick in this one.
Sick as a dog making those, and I still made them anyway. I was so sick, my nose was fully congested. I'm like trying to do voiceovers and shit. I sound terrible.
Not everything operated well in DSP's life. He was still heavily drinking even during Let's Plays.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Don't attack those fucking rad scorpions, just follow me.
If you're interested in seeing me piss drunk and do a playthrough, head over to my DSP Throwback channel. I remastered my Fallout 3 playthrough, and I am so drunk in half of it.
He's using this documentary to market
Wow.
himself, like literally.
Wow.
Give me a break.
If you guys want to see me drunk, also known as alcoholism, the thing that almost ruined my life, go check out my other channel. It's so cool. Alcoholism is badass.
But I remastered it, so now the visual quality is better and the audio is better. You can see that over on DSP Throwback. I did that earlier this year.
Objectively worse.
4K upscaled alcoholism, that's my jam.
What? Red has died.
What?
She didn't get fucking hit. Now she's dead. What the fuck?
As was normal, DSP fumbled through gameplay, regularly blaming the game for his shortcomings. Alcohol only amplified this.
We may not look it, but every one of us is a trained. They both come in here.
All right, I'm just going to say this. For me being completely drunk as shit, I put out a lot of content that actually wasn't so bad. Like, look at this video.
What do you mean?
It's gameplay. There's commentary.
There's
yeah, I'm drunk as
gameplay.
shit, but look,
Pretty
I'm putting it out
cool, huh?
consistently. That's a camera pointed at a TV, and it's actually framed pretty.
How could you possibly have a lower level of effort than this? And this is supposed to be good? Whoa, you guys, look, it's a camera pointed at a TV as opposed to pointed at the floor or the ceiling. And yeah, I'm drunk and I'm slurring my words and you can't understand what I'm saying, but I'm saying stuff. My lips are moving and noises are coming out.
Like, damn, I got good at this for being drunk and putting out content. I was pretty good.
Yeah, man, keep giving yourself compliments.
I can do the fucking gameplay. They're fucking falling over and shit.
Huh? Wow, cool, dude.
It
What are you
as Phil
doing?
did through his rapid selection of the dialogue for the sake
Pretty
of
cool,
progression.
huh?
Phil unwittingly chose the option to threaten the NPC.
Yeah, by accident. Oops.
Oh, he missed.
Everyone knows you didn't do it on purpose.
Why the fuck are they attacking
Because you're
me?
drunk.
I don't get it. Why are they attacking
I don't get it, man.
I'm barely conscious.
I didn't want to kill them. Why did they attack me?
There was a grotesque nature to Phil's Let's Plays and a rage that would turn physical.
My Xbox locked up. That's what the Butthead DSP Smash is. It's me doing a controller smash montage. Oh, okay. Because I saw this in the
It's not you doing a controller smash montage. It's him who made a
montage. Okay. Fucking doing it. Standing fucking roundhouse.
Yeah, we're gonna skip a little bit ahead of this. And here is, what is this? Okay, we got Cooking with the King.
The Cooking with the King saga.
And I might miss some segments, but I want to cover this whole thing, which is 4 chapters that are like 3 hours long in this one stream. So I'm going to be jumping to the more interesting parts.
Oh, that's so good.
Express mode, bacon, egg, and cheese sandwiches, which include 6 pieces of white bread.
This new series, beginning in September of 2010, was going under Poorly Cooking with the King.
Yep.
These videos were much more intimate than his gaming videos or even vlogs.
Ooh, intimate DSP.
But are now.
Back then, I started Cooking with the King as a way to branch out and to have additional content on that channel. I think that series ran its course to the point where I literally probably cooked every single meal I could possibly make without looking like an idiot. Or using a cookbook. And the point is, the series was me showing you things that I cook, not me cooking out of a cookbook.
Phil was increasingly monetizing different aspects of his life, and as he stated, Poorly Cooking with the King were the recipes he knew how to make. Meaning,
yeah, right. No, the whole idea was called. I don't know why I said that. That I will say that's a misstatement. It's called.
It's a misstatement.
It means I'm just cooking random shit that maybe is easy to cook because I maybe have tried it before, but it's called Poorly Cooking with the King. I was never saying this is actually how you do it.
By the way, it was originally called Cooking with the King, but everyone made fun of him, so he renamed it Poorly Cooking with the King as a way to try and get people to stop making fun of him.
It was supposed to be a joke. It was supposed to be hilarious. Half the time
I'm calling
I was
it bad,
those
so you
videos.
can't
Again,
mock it anymore. I'm brilliant. I'm so smart.
Because I've been drinking all night and I was hungry. So I would just film myself making food and fucking up and spilling shit everywhere, and people loved it.
This is what Phil made regularly.
So what am I going to make? Today I'm going to make scrambled eggs, and I'm also going to make some sausage. So I'm going to whip together.
I rarely cooked. At this point in my life, I rarely cooked at all because I still have my office job and everything. I would eat completely unhealthy, but this wasn't what I was eating all the time.
Some burgers, the eggs, and the cheese. That's pretty much.
I didn't eat it literally all the time. I just ate it way too much because I got gout.
See the time? 12:05. That's 12:05 a.m. I've already been drinking for several hours filming gameplay. Now I'm going to make a meal at 12:05 a.m.
Oh man, this guy. Peak alcoholism. Peak.
Oh, it was 4 a.m. for the scrambled eggs.
This is some King Cobra JFS lifestyle. Except DSP is cleaner than King Cobra. That's actually pretty surprising. He kind of got a weird thing where he's a slob, but also at certain parts he's pretty clean. It's very mysterious. I don't understand it.
All night drinking, recording, and at 4 a.m. I'm going to eat all this shit and then I'm going to pass out drunk with this food in my stomach.
Recipe simply because a lot of people have been
Where else
complaining,
would the
and,
food go?
I guess it's time to show that I don't only eat, things that might be high in fat or high in cholesterol. For every
Yeah, right.
6 ounces of
Like this
tuna,
isn't high in fat and high in cholesterol. Are you kidding me?
you could use a half a cup of mayonnaise and/or Miracle Whip.
Those were the following 4 Poorly Cooking with the King videos. Besides Phil's poor diet that would impact his life in somewhat ironic ways, viewers were exposed to cooking mishaps that were perplexing.
Safest thing to
Even shows this. Me pouring the grease down the toilet and destroying the pipes. He shows this. That's hilarious.
It's like the fakest laugh ever, man.
Yes.
Because you've seen his real laugh and it's nothing like this.
hot fucking potatoes.
Scrutinous viewers could look at the clock in the stove frame, the layout of his house, etc. As for the rest of his videos, they were performing well, even if he did have a few hiccups or angry neighbors telling him to shut up along the way.
That's my drunken neighbor. He was more drunk than me. He would sit on his back porch drinking all night and then yell because there's noise coming out of my place. Like, dude, you're sitting on your back porch drunk making noise and you're telling me to stop making noise in my house, in my living room? I can make as much fucking noise as I want in my
ass. What? Wait, hey. Instead of being a badass now, 20 years later, or at least 15 years later, why weren't you a badass back then and actually tell him that instead of shutting up for the next 5 minutes and being awkwardly quiet? Very interesting. And also, if that guy was sitting there making noise outside, why didn't we hear anything? Why was there no noise? Huh.
Trouble DSP received, the rest of 2010 would have gone more smoothly.
What a big badass.
That destabilized his world was him getting fired from his job.
And what happened in this case, they did a reorg where they took me out of this department where I was doing all this great work and they put me in a completely different department. The management there didn't give a fuck about me, and after 3 months they laid me off.
Now, with more incentive to monetize his life, Phil launched a new series known as DSP Tries It.
Because fast food, I'm going to be telling you right now, when I do these for fast food, they're always going to have a low rating because fast food usually is pretty bad. It's an odd combination of flavors because the egg and all the meat are extremely salty.
This series was initially food-based. Then he began reviewing his own merchandise.
There's a bunch of different designs that you can get. This joystick uses all Sanwa parts.
This series had now evolved within the first 21 episodes to a general product review show.
DSP tries it.
This is DSP, and I'm using the new Axe body.
Yes.
How's that shit? I'm using the new Axe body detailer.
Scrub the balls.
Dude.
For a period, DSP
Again, like, how can he say he's changed when this is his reaction to the most embarrassing moments of him? And it's like, you know, it's obvious. He was like, I'm going to watch a Dune the King documentary, and every part where it's obvious I'm supposed to be embarrassed, I'm just going to go,
continued this series and later stopped posting on the King of Hate HD
Ridiculous.
altogether. DSP's fans were aware that he lost his job, and so a fan contacted Phil and offered to make him his own website, as was customary for various creators that found themselves unsecure in YouTube survivability.
All right, so we're editing this arc. We've got, maybe we'll go through this arc. I don't know how long this will be, but maybe this will be where we end off for tonight after this arc.
Oh man, this goes for another 30 minutes. 30 minutes.
I was playing a heel. Why did everyone hate me?
Yeah, I was intentionally hateable. Why did they hate me? They didn't understand I wasn't for real and it was supposed to be funny, but it wasn't funny.
Evo 2004 on his tombstone lol.
Well, that's probably the thing that's gonna make him look the best out of all the things he's ever done. It's like, what else are you gonna put?
Tournament was a huge blemish on Tokido's legacy. FRFR.
Yeah, Tokido never came back from this. He's still thinking about it 24/7.
Who has been complaining about online lug?
Yeah, that's a good point. Like anytime, even playing like Street Fighter 6 in casual, he still finds a way to discredit everybody that beats him. It's either they play the game 24/7, they're obsessed with the game, they have no life, and that's how they beat him, or it's online lag, or his stick is dropping his inputs and all that other stuff. It's like, man. And then you're surprised that the other people are trying to discredit you? I wonder why.
Arcs where he's like, he got me. Like when I say June got me on this one. He basically told me he researched more than me and found more information out than what I remembered and said that I was wrong. So let's see how badly I was wrong of my recollections of this. And I'm very curious myself with this one because I don't know how wrong I was. Let's find out.
And so, by
the way, thank you, Spencer, for another super chat saying, jokes aside, I appreciate more lenient chat.
October, the kingofhate.com was up and running. Mainly used as a fan site, this website was fully equipped with forums and not a host of actual videos. Fan input and support was at an all-time high. That's why in November, he made an exorbitant amount of money.
Yes. That first month, thank you, J-Rock, 5 gifted memberships to the community. I appreciate that. Made $18,000.
In the first half of December, Phil made another $13,000, though it is unclear if YouTube actually paid it out. Regardless, if what Phil says is true about him making around $200 on average in the prior months, then he was now making 100 times more.
Yes.
This was unsustainable.
Mid-December, I get a message from YouTube. Dear Mr. Brunel, we have detected invalid clicking activity on your videos. Therefore, as a result of said activity, we are suspending. We're not turning off. We're not completely removing. We are suspending your AdSense account.
Phil claims that this
Yes, they are actually turning it off. That's what suspending means.
increase in click activity was due to viewers feeling bad for him, not considering that the average person does not know how YouTubers make their money. This was mysterious by intention, done to avoid users clicking on ads for the sake of helping out their favorite creator. And if viewer support via DSP's instruction could staunch his income, what could viewer hostility do?
This. I said, YouTube, with their AdSense program, literally tell everyone, don't talk to your fans.
DSP Cult Leader? Wow, he found the Cult Leader channel. This was my first real detractor. DSP Cult Leader was a fan who somehow I had pissed off. I don't know if I had
Somehow.
my channel.
What could have DSP ever done to piss somebody off on the internet?
And he was my very first ever detractor on YouTube. DSP Cult.
I love this about DSP. It's like everyone who has ever hated him hates him for some nebulous reason that he has no idea what it is, and he will never find out. Everyone.
Don't tell them how AdSense works, because then you would incentivize them to do stuff and commit fraud. Basically, how much you guys participate with this channel, if you know what I mean. I'm not allowed to come out and just say, how you can do that, but anyone who's accustomed to YouTube and how the partner channels work, I'm sure you understand what I'm saying.
This is the controversy, okay? What's about to happen is June is going to play you a video. For some reason, he's playing the detractor video. He's not playing the original video.
It doesn't matter. It's the same video.
Original face reveal video, which this is right here, okay? This was, I believe I want to say this was like early 2010. It might have been 2009, actually. It was either 2009 or 2010, but it was early on, okay? In this video, I actually say outright to my audience, which I should never have said, and I publicly admitted this was my fault. I said, if you want to help, you can click on ads and stuff like that. I never should have.
Bro,
yeah, you can do stuff like that or whatever.
Even now, when he's about to actually watch the video, he still can't admit what he just straight up said. Listen to how he describes it. And also, it's really mind-boggling that for years, he's been denying ever having done that. But now he knows he did it and he remembers having done it. But look at the fucking downplay. Oh yeah, you guys should go and click on whatever. Click on something.
Do sort of like the thing or whatever. Okay.
Clicking ads and stuff like that. He straight up told them, go and click on the ads by making a hand clicking motion. He told them to go click on the ads and hopefully I'm going to get some money out of it. That's what he says in the video. And the downplay is crazy.
If you want to help, you can click on ads and
you can just do the whatever thing.
Right? That is something fucked up. Why are you saying that to your audience, right?
Because you're
guess what?
greedy.
I said that in that video.
Erroneously.
And that video stayed live for either around a year. Because again, if it was 2009, it was over a year.
Matter.
If it was 2010, it was like a year. Okay? At the end of 2010, that December, that's when YouTube said they detected invalid click activity on my videos and suspended my AdSense. So if what I'm going to say in this video is what got me demonetized on YouTube, then why did it take them a year?
Because there are millions of videos on YouTube, man. Like, what do you expect them to do? Like, I don't even know. This is just obviously a fucking cope. He broke the rules, and YouTube is in the wrong because it took him too long to catch him. It's like robbing a bank, and the cops not catching you until like a year after that, and you blame them like, dude, I robbed the bank a year ago. Why didn't you catch me a year ago, you fucking idiots?
Because that's not what got me demonetized on YouTube. What got me demonetized is I lost my job, my fans felt bad, and they went and did that, despite me never asking them to do that.
That's literally a fucking lie.
They did it.
That's literally the definition of a cope.
Anyway, because they felt bad. And then because it was such an overabundance of that, YouTube said that's not valid. Obviously, you're not intended to get that much engagement with ads on YouTube. That's, obviously
That's,
they can't pay me that much money
right,
a month.
gotcha.
They're going to pay me $18,000 a month for a little rinky-dink channel doing vlogs. Of course they're not. So they turned it off. But it wasn't anything I did. It was not me saying it in this video, because this video was live at least a year before they turned off my ads and no action was taken. It was the actual increase in ad revenue that happened out of nowhere when I lost my job that got the action taken. So it's unrelated, but this is always the narrative of my detractors.
What?
They want to say it's all my fault. Listen, it was wrong for me to say that in this video back then.
No, it wasn't wrong. You literally broke the rules and then you got suspended for breaking the rules. What do you fucking mean?
But that is not the root cause of why I was demonetized.
It literally was. And now the thing is, it's my word against his, because there's absolutely no proof of what he claims happened. And at least I have proof of him breaking the laws in this fucking video. So there you go. The trolls win again.
I just want to say thanks a lot to everyone. I hope to entertain you in the future. Please go to my partner channel, The King of Hate HD, and click on the ads that show up on the videos.
There it is. And that video, that was my real face reveal video. And that was, I believe, 2009. If it was early 2010, I apologize. But I think that was early 2009. And that video was live for over a year before I was demonetized.
DSP Cult Leader was a channel that represented a growing disdain for DSP. This channel was falling under the umbrella of detractor content, or those that at this moment believed DSP was not exactly truthful or transparent with his intentions. In late December of 2010, this channel was releasing various videos showing contradictions in DSP's words, like the reason he was suspended from the AdSense program, or just items that the uploader personally disagreed with. Additionally, though Phil positioned himself as tight with money, he was still able to purchase a few high-end collectibles here and there. The amount of statues and figurines were noticeably increasing. Perhaps it was because he felt secure, not in YouTube, but in Blip.tv. This was a website that was trying to compete with YouTube and was on
The Blip TV saga, and probably arguably the worst thing that I ever said online. Maybe this is where we'll...
How are we going to deflect that? That's going to be crazy.
A very large channel was welcomed with open arms, and soon after joining was the second largest channel on Blip.tv, and was on an exclusive, superior contract. Here, he uploaded gameplay and vlogging videos alike, while still uploading videos to YouTube as a fallback. That's how DSP entered 2011. His attention split between two competing websites. In January, a demo for the upcoming highly anticipated game, Dead Space 2, was released to help build up hype. DSP was among those that downloaded it and among the few to record it.
Oh, it sounds fun.
Hey, big ups Baby Man Gaming 456 for the 12 months, dude.
Video that was not even related to the already controversial gameplay.
This is what happens. Let's go. Say the thing.
This is what happens when you let the Jews do whatever they want.
Yes, he said it.
Let the Jews overrun space, and now look at this. Their greed has had the artifact to turn everyone into necromorphs. So now I, the last remaining Nazi, must exterminate them.
Premiere in the background.
Hello, Jew.
Phil, role-playing as the last surviving space Nazi, did not translate well to his audience that quickly reported his anti-Semitic jokes. Unlike YouTube, Blip.tv sought to purge Phil and banned him from the platform. He was also, in essence, blacklisted from working with any existing creators on Blip. So for the third time in just 3 months, Phil had to restructure his job and figure out how to make money again.
You know, Hutch, sorry, but obviously you've proven that you can't be mature about it. I sure as hell didn't go to your page.
He sounds drunk
to try
in
to
this.
fucking flame your fans, so enjoy your block.
I mean, so now you're moving on already? I mean, there's nothing to say there. That's an indefensible joke. How I defended it at the time was I was a fan of Howard Stern, and on the Howard Stern show, they...
Well, hey, what do you mean at the time? He was defending it using that same logic up until like last year or something. It was legitimately like super recent when he brought up Howard Stern again and made himself seem like he's some Howard Stern offshoot.
Acted like Nazis and made Jew jokes like that. But
and now it's indefensible.
Being an immature, drunken idiot is that Howard Stern is Jewish. If Howard Stern wants to make a joke about Jews like that, I mean, it's still offensive, but at least he's in the position where he's like, you know, Jewish, so it's not as offensive. Like if I had gone on there and I said I was killing off all the Italians because I'm Italian, right?
No, you're not. Italian. You're Polish.
You're not Italian, actually.
It would still be offensive, but at least it's like, well, at least the Italian is saying the joke about an Italian, right? I had absolutely no right to say that at all. There was no way that you can spin that as, oh, that's a good joke. That's a joke that should be allowed. I understand that now, but back then I was like all defensive about it. Like, oh, I was just trying to be like Howard Stern. I don't understand why they kicked me off the site. And they didn't give me any chance to basically do anything about it. For example,
why didn't you let me tell you it was a Howard Stern joke?
I was bringing them in tons of views and money. They offered me an exclusive contract.
I should have been able to tell them I would make them money.
That's right. The Nostalgia Critic. Back then it was called That Guy with the Glasses. And I was going to work with them on their Blistered Thumbs channel and put my content up, and I was going to team up with them and be a part of their team. They were open arms, happy to have me. I had a call, not with Doug, but with his brother. I forget his name right now.
Rob.
I had a call with his brother. And
yeah, Rob is the manager.
How exciting this is going to be. And I even had a call lined up with the management, the upper management of Blip for a week later to talk about a higher end contract and all these things that were going to happen for me. These doors were going to open because I went to Blip from YouTube. They really wanted me. Then I decided, because I was a complete moron, to do that joke. Like, of all the times, your doors are opening, people are liking you. Let's do the most offensive possible thing. That sounds like a good idea, Phil.
I mean, you do that to this very day.
I'm a fucking asshole, all right? It's indefensible. It was stupid. I apologized for it many times. I'll apologize for it again here publicly.
Oh, man, I know eventually somebody's going to make a supercut of him defending this in like 2022 and then cross-reference it with this. This is going to be fun. And especially the videos that are coming that are going to be about him lying about WWE champions. Because I'm 100% sure there's going to be at least one of them. This is a very good idea for a video.
Oh, no.
Where you just put together all the segments of him calling people mentally ill mouth droolers and criminals and everything else and idiots. And then back to back, you splice him admitting that he's down from the rafters and talking about lying this whole time. This is going to be a golden video.
Dunce. I shouldn't have said it. And I was appropriately removed from the site for doing it. Let's continue.
But they didn't give me a chance to explain, which would have made it so I wasn't, but I was appropriately
And then here we go. Oh, look, it's Hutch. And he sends me this giant fucking message. I told you I was done. You don't listen, so you're blocked. I don't ever want to hear from you
the Hutch rivalry. This didn't last very long, though. I wonder how in-depth he'll go into this.
Again.
Hutch, a gaming creator who worked for Machinima and held a lot of influence with the multi-channel network, had changed tones with DSP. Feeling sympathetic, and after a short back and forth through email, Hutch was able to pull some strings and get his channel partnered again. Not with YouTube directly, but through Machinima as the third party, therefore circumventing Phil's own suspended AdSense account. This was an increasing strategy where YouTube could negate its copyright fears by placing the responsibility on multi-channel networks like Machinima. In turn, they would be rewarded by reaping a portion of the ad revenue. So for the first time ever on YouTube, all of Phil's content could be monetized. In the background, there was one issue or faction Phil could not shake. Not even a day after getting partnered with Machinima, the prominent detractor channel, DSP Cult Leader, uploaded a video from the year prior.
No, not the Cult Leader.
You know, they're nice enough to go on my partner channel and watch those videos and click the ads and things like that. So all I have to really say is fuck you, Machinima.
By these counter-narratives, Phil continued to upload copious amounts of now monetized content with newfound confidence.
Yeah, if you can believe it, I'm living the dream. And it can only go up from here.
It can only go up from here.
This was the case.
Yep.
In May of 2000.
All right, thank you, Jared, for a super chat saying, is any of your merch still available, like a King of Hate mug or anything? No, I don't have any merch. I haven't for many years. It's because of my detractors. They got me kicked out of every possible place to make merch.
That's not true.
I messaged them and showed them shit like that Dead Space clip, acting like that's something I do
he
today.
He got kicked out of Stream Elements for something he said the day before he got kicked out of Stream Elements.
So they won't let me make merch.
No, you can still make merch on 1,000 places.
But as of now, no, I don't have any merch.
No, he can still make merch in many, many platforms and places. He can make merch on Gumroad. He can make merch on Redbubble. He can make merch on 1,000 places. He just doesn't want to. Straight up doesn't want to because he knows nobody's going to buy it. And it's not worth it. He only commits to stuff when he sees dollar signs. And he didn't see dollar signs in this. So there you go, basically.
And Andrea, thanks for 7 months at the level at submissions level here. First half of the movie's great. What could possibly go wrong? Nothing. The rest of the movie's great. It's just a big upward trend. Trust me, nothing could possibly go wrong.
He had a $1,600 computer built by the same fans that created and were.
All right, here it is. This is where I wanted to end tonight. I'm fascinated by this because I think I misremember this whole situation. And June says he got to the bottom of it and figured it all out.
Oh, now he misremembers.
Apparently, I'm completely wrong and in the wrong in this story. So let's see.
I love it when Phil misremembers stuff.
Game events, though not as frequently, and if not clear already, he was making a decent amount of money. In the course of 8 months, Phil was cluttering all facets of his condo with collectibles or equally unessential items. His 2011 condo tour showcased how much his apartment had changed. On the walls, counters, even the floor, it was difficult to find a square foot of clear space. There was even an entire corner of his condo solely dedicated to the boxes of the items he had purchased.
Yep.
The density.
Yeah, this is baller alert level 100. This is how you ball. Not even like a up and coming rapper is gonna do that. Only DSP can do that. Buy a bunch of toys, so many toys that the boxes for those toys are taking up their own room. That's how many toys. And he didn't even like throw out the boxes. What do you need the fucking boxes for?
Took space. Not just
Clutter master. Looks like I'm a hoarder, right?
Yeah, you are.
Space, but also with the condo tour runtime that by part 3 saw Phil categorizing just segments of his small condo as to speed up the pace of the video. The first 3 parts had reached a total runtime of over 30 minutes, and this was hardly everything. Phil had covered.
And my condo was tiny. My condo was super small. Just think about that, how much shit I had cluttered in there.
The condo was big enough for like 2 people.
His kitchen and living room.
It's a fine condo. It's all right.
The bathroom was his bedroom that was similarly decorated with gamer memorabilia and other items Phil took interest in.
This artwork is actually painted completely with her breasts, and it's custom artwork that she makes.
Oh my God, I remember
and
that.
She does all kinds of different paintings and such. And I was actually thinking, this is so nice. It's so artistic.
People were sending me all kinds of shit. They were sending me handmade controllers. They were sending me handmade artwork. Crazy shit like this. Just constant shit.
Stick looking that if I do get an office next year, like I had talked about doing, that I may actually commission her to do a couple more paintings for the office. I thought that would be pretty cool.
On that note,
I'm sure
the
Leanna
only thing
loved
preventing Phil from stockpiling more was lack of space, which he sought to remedy.
If I get
Could
more
not
artwork,
read the
where's it really
room.
going to go? There's only a couple spots left that I've been looking, like a couple spots in the bedroom or whatever, but at this... wow, at this point, it's pretty much
I'm totally different than what I was back then.
I love that he left the insane belch
I
in
love
there to
that.
make you look like the oaf I was. That's great.
What I'd like to do is get the hell out of here and get us, like I said, get an office where I can do a lot of my filming, where I can do my uploading, and not have to worry about my modem going down here, having a business class internet, having a place where I could do
I'm so much better than I was back then. Oh, a clip from me back then.
As much as he
great.
collected, there was a space he felt was consistently vacant. He was lacking a significant other. Quote, now for my favorite part of the story.
I actually think...
Yeah, you're going to end it here.
We should maybe end it here.
Oh, we definitely should. We definitely should. But he doesn't. We still talk about Panda Lee. Okay, let's talk about Panda Lee.
Because this might be a big arc. How long?
My sweet waffle.
Oh, it's not long. It's only like 4 minutes. Oh, we could do it then.
Talk about my wife.
Find the right time to stop here.
Please.
This is only 4 minutes. We can do this.
My sweet waffle Philip. I met him in November 2011 online, YouTube actually, while he was and currently is making video game playthroughs. We're still going strong despite some hurdles. The biggest one is other people. We are a May-December romance. He's 11 years older, but it makes our bonds even stronger.
No.
More like a January, December romance. Bitch.
Maybe let it play out.
She had a blog. I didn't even know she had this.
You didn't even know. There is no limit to how little this guy cares about the interests of his soulmates. He cares about Kat playing video games because he also plays video games. If she was doing something else, if she was knitting, he wouldn't give a rat's ass. He probably wouldn't even know. This guy.
Oh.
Oh.
No idea that she had a blog. I've never seen this before.
Yeah,
Go
I wonder why they
figure.
broke up.
Oh God, you gotta wonder what's in there. I wonder if he found shit I had no idea she had this.
Crafty ways,
Holy
even
shit.
if he doesn't understand.
I wonder
half of
if they
it.
found
We're even
shit that
planning
I
and
didn't
taking
know
steps
she ever
to
had
opening our
this.
own online bath beauty
Right.
business. But moving in together comes first because he lives in Connecticut. Told you we have hurdles, but that's all for now. I'm sure everyone will get to know me well soon enough. I can't wait to learn and share and confide in what seems like such great people. Smiley face. Unquote. That was from a future post created by Leanna, or Panda Lee as she was going as online. Leanna met Phil through the now defunct YouTube message system as a fan, only for Phil to escalate the relationship by providing her with his more private email. By February of 2012, they had become a couple, and Phil saw it fit to introduce her to his audience on Valentine's Day.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, this next part is great.
And this was the beginning of such a shitstorm. Like, I would argue that up to now, up to this point, in fact, we're about 2.5 hours into the React tonight, right? There has never really been anything that was bad, that was like a shitstorm at all. I mean, yeah, me getting bumped around by YouTube copyright strikes, blip, doing dumb shit, the FGC drama, that's nothing. This was really the first big drama ever that I experienced as a content creator online, was introducing my ex to my audience, her becoming a part of my content and my life. This was the beginning of the very first humongo shitstorm.
But also, it didn't have to be. I don't know why it had to be such a big deal. He could have been like anybody else ever who has a girlfriend and has a YouTube channel, and the girlfriend is just minding her own business and existing as her own person and doing her own thing. But he didn't want to do it because he was so proud that he got a young girlfriend that everybody's going to be jealous of, that he needed to shoehorn her in everything he used to do. Every fucking, well, not every playthrough, but you catch my drift. And at some point, he got super antagonistic with people that didn't like her because her personality was abrasive. She was annoying as fuck. And his audience that before that didn't have to deal with this now had to deal with this because it was forced upon them.
Today is my beautiful girlfriend, Leanna, who also is known as Panda Lee on YouTube.
Quote, special note, Panda Lee is not Asian. That is all, unquote. This was an annotation found on the video, a request likely by Panda Lee to avoid confusion of her race.
Right, because she picked the name Panda Lee and she didn't want people to think that she was Asian because she had like a, what is it? A panda is what, a Chinese bear or whatever?
A Chinese bear.
Or whatever.
She wasn't.
It is likely her because she also made sure to clear this up in an interview held through a Twisted Metal lobby.
But also, like, she kind of looks pretty Asian, or at least she looks like mixed race. And also, why are you going to look
hoppo.
mixed race and then call yourself Panda Lee, which Lee is a pretty Asian name, and Panda, as he told you, is an Asian style bear or Chinese bear, and then you're going to get butthurt that people think you're Asian. I don't get it.
Some guy on
ATRPG gamer.
video commented that I look like an
Yeah, that's a
old
good troll
Asian
name,
woman,
Chinese
so-
bear.
Yeah, they're all immature. Don't pay attention.
I got a super chat from Chinese Bear, whatever that means.
This is also such a weird out-of-pocket thing to say when you're talking to somebody's girlfriend who is also a DSP fan. Yeah, don't pay attention to the people that support your boyfriend and make his living his living. They're a bunch of fucking idiots. Also, I'm one of them. Because this is the Ariad Lord, one of the biggest DSP fart sniffers of all time. Of all time.
Asian-looking, non-Asian chick.
Yeah, I guess so.
So you are Asian
Oh
looking.
my God, people in chat are like, Yoko Ono, Yoko Ono.
Kinda.
I will just say this because we're about to end this day one of the
As
React.
if DSP
Oh,
is
Panda
calling
get-
himself one of the Beatles. Hold on, let me resync here because Premiere is slowing everything down.
Getting blamed for everything.
A prominent YouTuber, all right? There was no track record of anyone else who had done this kind of stuff and was successful. There was no one before DSP who was a Let's Player, who was prolific, who was doing this shit, right? There were people who came up with me and then
There were
grew
plenty
bigger
of
than
content
me.
creators
But I was like one of
like
the
you.
first. There was no one to say, okay, here's how they did it. Follow their example. So by introducing someone who's my significant other at the time to a public audience, never did I think that it would become like a big negative thing, that it would blow up in my face, that everyone would be angry. And that's exactly what happened. Okay.
Whoa, we didn't think it would go badly.
Well, a part of his logic is pretty true because, you know, he pioneered being a YouTuber. But also at one point, people just straight up directly told him, this bitch is annoying. Stop putting her in your videos. And what did he do? He called them a bunch of pussy bitches or whatever and got them banned from his chat. So, yeah, man, you didn't know it was going to get that bad, but at some point you did, and you just kept doubling down.
Because there was no example to follow. Today, you can watch
There were
stories
plenty of
like mine,
examples.
and you can figure this out. Today,
Just not
I
in
absolutely
game streaming,
separate
but
my
there were
personal
plenty
life
of
from
other
my public
content
persona.
creators who were
What do you
like,
mean?
I'm not going to include my family in my
causes
content.
tons of problems.
How are you doing that? By bringing your wife, your fat, morbidly obese wife that didn't used to be like that, on stream for a couple of $100 extra, and for people to call her all these names? Is that you're separating your life, your personal life, and your business life? Is it separating your business life and your personal life when you ask for money so you can afford your personal day off? I don't know. That doesn't seem like a very good separation. Seeing what other people are doing, which they just, when they're on stream or making videos, they just make videos and be on stream and then just carry on with their life. That's not what DSP is doing.
But I only learned that the hard way through this saga. By the way, Chuck Norris did a $50 super chat and says, long live the king, laughing my ass off. I'm a longtime lurker, on and off watcher. Thanks for the content and honesty. I owe much more than 50 for the amount watched. Great stream. Thank you, Chuck. I hope you'll be back all week. This is continuing all week long.
Oh my God, get out of here.
So,
Yeah, I have green. I have green.
So, what games you like? What games you like? What game do you like? Do you like game?
Trying to convince Phil's audience that she is not Asian, Phil's audience was more curious about the 11-year age gap. With Phil being 29 years old and Panda Lee being 18, rumors spread that they began dating when she was underage. But these are unsubstantiated and no evidence of such has ever been brought.
Yep, there's no evidence.
Thank you, June, for saying that because so many people have said awful things over the years that I'm a groomer and shit.
Oh, no.
Couldn't be further from the truth for the record.
She wasn't
messaged
17.
me
She was
YouTube
only
DM system when she was already
17.99.
18, and that was the first time we ever talked.
Big
And
difference.
after that, she
Here's the thing with grooming, though. The grooming isn't exclusively based on age. The idea of grooming is that you're taking advantage of someone who you have, how do we say that? The higher ground in your power dynamic. Someone, in the case of YouTubers, it's very easy to tell. Because when they groom somebody, it's somebody who used to be their fan and who already liked them. And so they can take advantage of the fact that that person is their fan and already likes them. Yes, in a lot of cases, it ends up being a minor. But you can look at Onision, who also is a groomer, and his wife, Lainey, I think was called, was also groomed by him because she used to be a fan of his. And he took advantage of that power dynamic to get what he wants, which is, ironically, what happened with Panda Lee and what happened with Kat, because both of them used to be DSP fans. And they already had an established parasocial relationship with that guy.
It's nonsense. These things that people say. I didn't groom her. She reached out to me, and that's when we started an online talking back and forth. For many
Why
months
does
until we
he
finally met in
always
person.
try and
So-
make it a point
but that's
that
the thing.
she
People
reached out to
dislike me
him
so much, they will
as if
literally
he's trying to absolve
make
himself
up
from
stuff
responsibility?
to fit their narrative. They have arguably made up so much stuff. You know what I'm saying? About this situation that you will find evidence that's not real. They fabricated evidence about it. You'll find it all over the internet. Oh yeah, see, here's the evidence. There's no evidence. Dune researched it and himself said there's no evidence. It's bullshit. You see?
That cannot be said about the rest of the criticisms surrounding Panda Lee, which there are many of.
Okay, so a word to the
Oh, this is a great clip.
do not fucking get an apartment, like, ever. Just don't. I don't care what neighborhood you live in. It can be as white as anything.
I guess this is her video because this ain't mine. I don't even know what this is. Again, she did her own thing, and I don't even know what she was doing. So maybe she had posts. Maybe this is her own stuff. I have no clue.
Don't fucking get an apartment because you know why? You know why it's a white neighborhood? Because the white people live in the houses around it. The police is here.
Police is here.
Yep, I called the police. You know why? Because 3 buildings away, I had all these windows
She
and
called
doors
the
closed,
police.
but I could hear this Latin CD perfectly that if I knew Spanish enough, I could probably translate it for you.
Panda Lee would sometimes do playthroughs with DSP and John Rambo.
If I understood
Still,
the lyrics, I
Police
could
is
tell
here.
you what they
A large
were.
catalog of
That's how
playthroughs
loud
with
it
Phil,
was.
and one
She called the cops on people listening to music.
was a favorite of the channel. Panda Lee, being a newcomer, and with her being argumentative with Rambo, meant she was making a bad impression.
I'm just being difficult. Alright, well anyway.
Panda Lee was a fair match for Phil because she had similar reasoning and an argumentative personality that Phil often portrayed in his videos. As for his videos, DSP peaked in late 2011. Now, 2012, the trend was downward, and
Okay, that's it. No, this is the end. I'm trying to find the split here.
instead of getting a capture card to improve the quality of his videos, he sought experimentation.
Oh, now we're gonna talk Project 7. Yeah! And this is gonna be it.
Good place to end because now we'll absolutely remember tomorrow we start on Project 7.
Okay, yeah, this is a good place to end. I'm not interested in the filibustering after this segment because that shit is worthless. Shit is junk. Let's move on to part 2. We're still on the literal beginning of part 2, so this is gonna be spicy. And interesting enough, there's no timestamps. Where's OP Boone? Where is he? Ah, this fucking sucks. Big ups Wesley H for 6 months, dude. Oh my god.
I murdered someone 10 years ago. You can't arrest me since it's been so long. It's not my fault. You took.
Yeah. Why did you take so long to arrest me? What? Oh, Jesus Christ. That logic is killing me. Okay, so we start from here. The Project 7. Yeah.
Project 7.
Oh, and funny enough, when I started this segment, when I pressed play, it was on 16th minute and 51st second.
Was Phil and Friends' answer to the higher quality of videos.
Just a fun fact.
A summary of the plot is that Phil's gaming talent was stolen and that he has to travel through 7 gaming worlds to find and reclaim it. The stars were Phil, his best friend John Rambo, and their mutual friend Howard, which Phil claims was more so just John Rambo's friend. In charge of the editing, which was the heavy lifting, was more friends of John Rambo known by their channel Respect the Pact. They offered their
Actually, already, Respect the Pact were actually friends of Howard.
Oh my god, we're really gonna play friendship semantics? Oh, Jesus.
Thing, actually. He wanted me to do work with them somehow. And so we had a meeting at Starbucks and we just pitched different ideas. And eventually we came up with the idea for Project 7 together after all talking about it in like a roundtable fashion.
assistance with the project for the sole purpose of
So
a
the
shout-out,
plot is that
which we
I'm the
hope
main
will launch a
character,
YouTube career.
and
Right,
everyone
well,
else is dedicated to
John.
getting me whatever
I'm
I
joined
want,
by
without even
Howard.
caring about what they want to get out of it. Pretty cool.
So
Okay,
this is going to
Phil.
be them in a video that they
I'm gonna
made
be on
about
your
me in
channel. We're gonna
2015,
get the
many
views
years
from
later.
you.
Project 7 we made in 2011 and part of 2012. In 2015, after I had moved away and all our relationships had changed, like we weren't close friends anymore, they made this video and basically kind of told their side.
Like,
of
isn't
the
that
story.
funny? Just like think about that for a second. He had no concern for the fact that Howard and Rambo had no reason to give a fuck that DSP had lost his gaming powers. Like, why the fuck would they care? Oh, I guess they just care because he's the main character and they have to care because everyone cares about this dumb motherfucker.
That they had never even told me.
so
So when this video
narcissistic.
came out, and the audio you're hearing is from this video,
great
it's just
writing.
audio only, but it is a video on
Well,
YouTube.
they care because,
I
like,
was
I'm
shocked
so
just as much as
important.
everyone else because they had never expressed
They're my
anything
fans.
in this video to me directly ever. They just decided to go around me and put this video on YouTube.
What about the parts where they mentioned that you apologized multiple times and kept doing the same thing over and over again? They didn't tell you that then? Yeah, okay.
Go figure. Okay.
Go figure.
Work for them. I don't think it was much work for us. Despite what Phil would talk about how hard the day was. It's such a
No,
long
it wasn't.
day.
It wasn't hard. It wasn't hard for us. It was hard for them.
Yeah, I mean, it was one day of filming.
Yeah.
Maybe 7 hours.
Respect the Pact put in a tremendous amount of work to edit the project that only made it to episode 4 because one of the members had a child on the way, and the shoutouts that they got from the project did virtually nothing for their own personal channel. There was also the fact that Project 7 was practically a failure. The entire 4 episodes, when adding up the views, did not even surpass 1 million. It was far more lucrative for DSP to continue pumping out low-quality, effortless gameplay videos.
Low-quality, effortless.
2012.
Well said.
Was he getting a set $2 per 1,000 views? Sometimes he will get a bonus simply because of the size of his channel.
That's true. Now, just to make this clear, all right, because I don't know, as he says that, if he's trying to spin it like I decided to end Project 7. That's not true at all. I had idea to make upwards of, 10, 12, 15 episodes, make it a season, make a DVD, sell the DVD, make money, go to conventions, promote it. Like, this was a big thing that we were going to do. And they just quit after 4 episodes and said that it was too much work for them and they weren't getting anything out of it. It wasn't that, Phil decided he just wanted to go back to making gameplay videos because it wasn't lucrative. That wasn't actually truthful at all. It was that they didn't want to do it anymore. So I would have kept doing it. I had all these ideas for.
Bro, you were the idea guy. You basically got nothing done. They did all the fucking legwork, and they were setting up cameras and lights and directing the whole thing. This guy was just giving ideas. Wow, yeah, and he could have kept going. And he was the guy making money off of it and getting all the views. Wow, I'm surprised he could have kept going for all the difficulties he had to face.
Episodes that never got made.
The rest of the crew still desired to continue making these, and John Rambo put forth the idea that if DSP offered Respect the Pact money, then they would have a reason to stay.
That's completely false. That's not what happened at all. Respect the Pact contacted me directly and said, we don't want to go forward with the project anymore because we're not getting the attention and clout and growth on our own content that we thought we would get out of it. And we're getting too busy with other things in our own lives and we're just done with it. And I even said to them, would you consider under any circumstance doing it again? And they said, we're not sure. We were supposed to have a meeting. And this is truthful. I got food poisoning. I ate some old pizza and I got a bad stomach ache and I had to cancel the meeting. And then after that, I tried to reschedule. It just never worked. We never got back together ever again. The whole thing just fell apart.
So
the real reason.
Yeah, it's your fault, buddy.
Is because I ate bad pizza and I got sick because the meeting might have gone well. Maybe at that meeting, they actually would have said, hey, Phil, we want money. Right? They might have said that. And if that was the case, I probably would have said, okay, let's come to an agreement to keep going because I wanted to keep going. But we never had the meeting. They never contacted me ever again about it. It was
no, your friends shouldn't be asking you for money. You should offer them money if they're going to work for free on your project and all you're going to pay them is in shout outs. And then they come to you and they're like, yeah, man, this shout outs business isn't working for me. They're not going to ask money, but they're going to imply that what they're getting currently isn't working. So that's when you propose to give them money. But, well, he didn't because it's DSP. He can't read the rooms and he doesn't understand subtlety. And he doesn't understand taking a hint.
As if they had just wanted to be completely out and I wanted to be hands off and nothing, forget about the whole project. And in fact, I reached out to a couple other people on the internet who were internet filmmakers about the possibility of stepping in to replace Respect the Pact. But basically what happened was after 4 episodes with the same crew, the same actors and everything, imagine if all of a sudden there was a giant shift in tone or shift in production quality or shift in, change. It wouldn't have felt the same. And I think a lot of people might have felt resentful if I went forward with this show with another crew saying, oh, but it was really Respect the Pact doing all the work previously. Why would you keep making the show without them? Right. So I said, forget it. We'll just cancel it. And to this day, I really do wish that we had kept it.
Yeah, again, we can't take any risks because if we take a risk and it doesn't pay off, it's not going to pay off. So let's just play it safe and cancel everything. That sounds good to me. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And a lot of successful businesses do exactly that. hey, are we gonna try and develop this new innovative product, or are we just gonna cancel it and stick with the same old shit because it might not pay off? You know what? Let's just do that. Okay, and then they make $1 trillion. That's how it works.
It just fell apart. It had absolutely nothing to do with the fact that I didn't want to pay them or anything like that. The conversation never happened.
Didn't want to pay them.
The conversation was they just wanted
Like, what the
clout
fuck?
on their channel.
What the fuck kind of excuse is that? I was like, can we work out something to maybe keep it going? And they're like, yeah, we'll think about it. Because obviously they wanted to come up with a figure how much money they would need in order to keep it going. And then he's like, and then I got a tummy ache. And then afterwards, it just didn't work. It just didn't happen. You know? It's like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. I got a tummy ache. And so we never had the meeting. It's like, if you wanted to make this work, you would have gotten on the phone. You would have scheduled something afterwards. I got a my tummy got all rumbly. And then it just never happened. It's like, obviously you didn't want to pay them.
Channel and attention, and
My
there was never a
tummy
follow-up
hurt.
conversation about,
And
hey,
so
we want money.
we never
Okay?
discussed
Then you have a
money.
number,
Make sense?
and then split
Okay.
it the 5 ways and throw them the cash.
They totally
And-
believe me. There's my answer. It doesn't matter if it's a lie or not. It's still an answer. What a great fucking response. Like, I'm sure I lied to you, but it was still an answer.
You know, offer that to them. There's no guarantee that they're gonna, continue with the series.
I got a
but,
tummy. I
hey,
got a
man,
stummy ache.
At least try.
And so
Phil did
it
not
just
do
never
so.
worked.
That's right, because the meeting never happened. They stopped talking to me. Like, the original meeting was never
are you
happened,
talking about?
and then they just stopped contacting me after that, and I was like, what?
Because it was probably obvious to them that you didn't want to give them money because you made up some dumb fucking excuse not to have the meeting where they were going to ask for money. I got a tummy ache, okay? We'll pick up the phone and call them then.
Well, I guess it's done then.
No, I can't talk on the phone when my tummy hurts. Nobody
Now, I
believes
already
you.
talked about this, but I wonder if June will bring it up. The show made me no money at all. I lost money on Project 7.
Because
but
he
let's see if
blew
June
money
brings
on
it up at all.
props.
He even lied to John Rambo and Howard
I
and
love
said
that
that
on
he
pause.
did offer them money, only
He
for
even
them to
lied.
disrespect the pack themselves.
His response:
That's bullshit. I didn't lie. I'm telling you the truth. This is complete nonsense.
I didn't lie. I mean, I lie all the time,
original
but not this
discussion
time.
Was, what would you want out of this? And they said, we don't want money. We just want attention and plugs.
That isn't
in the
what they
show."
said.
It was never.
Because they thought it was actually gonna be successful. Because, look at from their perspective, they're working with this big shot YouTuber who's making a hot new series that everybody's gonna love, and then they don't, and then it's very deflating when this happens. And I understand they probably went into this with the wrong expectations. They should have just asked to get paid in the first place. But again, it's kind of weird to ask your friends to pay you money for something. It's kind of weird. Unless the guy in charge actually
I did see that.
proposes to pay people.
I think Red Animator showed this one earlier about how an image of Pippa is apparently big in China. Chinese social media, whatever that means. But yeah, apparently Tenma has been there too. But Pippa making big waves. Good for her. Proud of her.
So at least it's fair. So it's not like Rambo's gonna make $100 and everybody else gonna get paid in shout outs.
It's gonna get canceled.
Never once did they
It's
say
gonna
we want money.
visit
That's
China
bullshit.
and enter
They
with
don't want
negative
money.
credit.
They don't
That's right.
want.
That's what they
They,
told me.
they don't want any money after this.
That's what they
That's
told
not
me.
what he says. They told him that.
Yeah. And then I asked them about it, and they said he didn't even talk to them.
So they lied. In the initial discussion we had, they outright said, we do not want money. I remember the conversation that we had in person at Starbucks. I remember it. I remember staring at, I forget his name. It was the guy
Man.
on the left, not the guy on.
I can't wait for Tim and June to have a conversation on the 13th, Friday. Because DSP is going to be like, well, they lied. And June's just, all he has to do is just be like, so you want me to believe you over them? Oh, yeah. You want me to believe you over them? Well, yeah, of course. Like, you're a liar. I'm not going to believe you.
And the right there.
He remembers the conversation, but he doesn't remember the names of the people he talked to. his friends that spend dozens of hours editing his shitty fucking web series. He can't even remember their names. Yeah, that's a very reliable guy, and he's accusing other people of lying. I trust him 1,000,000%.
That you see Howard's in the middle with his New York Yankees hat. The guy on the left, him and me were there first, and we were talking, and he said right to me, "We don't want money. We're looking for shout outs and attention. We want plugs in your videos so people will check out our content." All right. And then the follow-up email.
If they want to shout out so bad, they should have just sent him a super chat.
And that was when we were supposed to have a meeting to convene on, do you maybe want something else? And then the meeting got canceled because I had food poisoning. And then no one ever contacted anyone ever again. Okay. So they lied to Howard, apparently, about this.
Apparently.
And now I'm the one who ends up looking bad because I'm the public figure. Isn't that great? Whatever.
I think you lied, buddy.
I hope June I hope he opens the conversation being like, Phil, I want you to know just right off the bat, if you try to get me to apologize for anything, I'm not going to. So anytime you think you're going to try and get an angle on me and make me apologize to you, just give up because you're wasting your time. Just save us all the time of you trying to get me to apologize. And I'll just tell you right now, I'm not going to apologize for literally anything. So now let's go. And then they begin the conversation, and DSP is just stunned because that's all he wants out of the conversation.
Bold-faced lying to his two friends.
At no point am I going to apologize for anything.
Bullshit.
So if you have any thoughts of me apologizing, just give up.
That's nonsense.
This was already on top of other compounding, smaller problems, like Phil's jealousy of larger content creators and how he would lash out, creating unwanted attention towards his channel or just himself.
That part's
Comments
true.
would also sometimes spark jealousy of his friends and would create a response from Phil.
Case in point, in this teaser trailer, there's a funny scene featuring John Rambo, and everyone says it's the best part of the trailer. And I even saw a comment saying, "Wow, this is Rambo's the funniest thing." Guess what? I wrote that scene.
These small, inconsequential things would add up slowly and drive a rift between DSP and John Rambo.
And you want to know why they did? My detractors, because
come on.
There was
Come on.
starting videos called "This Is How You Don't Play."
Oh, bro.
Okay. And then, based off of that, they wanted to try to create trolling and a rift between me and my friends. So what they would do is they would hear me say something like that in a video, and then they would go to John behind the scenes, and they would flag him in all his videos.
It's evil AJ's fault. It's AJ's fault that he lost his friends.
They would flag him.
Wow, holy shit. Someday when he gets divorced, it's going to be the troll's fault too, because the troll fucked Cat. Oh, man.
They would email him and be like, "Hey, John, Phil is taking all the credit. Phil is trying to say that you didn't do anything." And
But that's literally what you said. That's literally what you said. How is it a problem that, well, he's mad that people told John what he said because he wanted that to be a secret. John wasn't supposed to hear about DSP flexing about writing that specific part of Project 7. And then people fucking ruined that for him because they actually went to John and was like, "Hey, you see, this guy is talking shit about you, man. Like, you feel a certain way about that?" Very interesting. Very, very interesting.
he wrote everything in the show. Obviously, that's not what actually happened there, right? But that's what they would do. They put the little bug in his ear to piss him off. And it got to him, and he confronted me about it. I don't know if he'll talk about this or not. Let's see.
Like when DSP lied about John Rambo not wanting to play Mario Party.
Remember earlier on when he started this segment, he said that everything that Rambo and Howard said in that video, he heard it for the first time. They never brought it up with him. And now John confronted him about this. What a consistent guy. What a truth teller. I love him.
I start getting messages.
This I don't remember at all. I really don't remember this at all. Very well, maybe I did say that just to get people to shut up about it, perhaps. Because I think people kept asking, will you play Mario Party with John? Will you play Mario Party with John? But then I ended up playing it with my ex. Maybe I lied about that to get people to shut the fuck up about it. I don't remember at all, so I can't corroborate anything here.
And people are pissy. Oh, it's not mature enough for you, you big-nosed piece of shit.
Everything eventually circles back. Phil at first would pay John Rambo 50% of all the earnings in the Let's Plays he was involved in, but as it becomes more difficult to calculate their earnings with DSP's expansive catalog of videos, instead he would just toss him $100 every time he visited.
That's also incorrect. June made a few mistakes here, or at least he's just going off of hearsay, okay? That's completely incorrect. I was giving John 50% of the revenue on the videos he was involved in when Machinima would provide me with reports on how much money the videos made. This was before YouTube had detailed analytics on YouTube. We're talking 2010, 11, and 12, okay? When by the time that those came out, we weren't doing this anymore, okay? So the only way I could get actual data on what I made on each video, I had to each month write to Machinima, my partner network, and say, can you please give me a report? Because I really need that data to pay my friend who's essentially my employee. And I would wait and wait and wait. And then finally, they would get back to me and send me a report. Eventually, Machinima had so much reorganization and change inside of their structure, they didn't ever provide reports anymore. I asked, they said, we can't do that anymore. So, and there was no analytics, so there was no way for me to know what the videos made. Now, we could guess based on, view performance and what we saw, previous we were making on a certain amount of views and stuff like that, per video. And basically what ended up happening was John and I came to an agreement. He would basically want, I think it was $100 every visit, every Saturday for his time. So $100 for the whole day to hang out and play video games and stuff like that. Okay.
That's way too low.
He wanted. That wasn't me saying, hey, I'll offer it. That's what he asked for. I would have given him more. If he said, I want $500 a weekend, I probably would have said yes, because I enjoyed the content we were making together. And for the record, again, I've already talked about all this and when I reacted to the John and Howard video specifically years ago. But to clarify,
years ago, by the way,
basically, I liked doing this so much with John. I didn't see it as work. He apparently did. I thought it was a hangout session we were getting paid for, so I would have paid him whatever just to help him out. By the end, by the last maybe year that we were doing co-op every Saturday together and I was paying him for his work, I was paying him more than the videos we're making. The videos that we were making for that one day, the co-op videos, we're not making $100 in ad revenue. They weren't. The views had plummeted. The views on our co-op stuff had gone way, way down for the most part. So I was paying him $100 a week when we were probably making $50 on ads. So I was out all that money, but I didn't care because I was helping my friend.
This guy, oh my God. And now he's trying to make it about helping his friend. But if you actually want to help your friend, you know how much you're making a month, which is thousands of dollars. And you're going to give this guy $100 every time he comes to you. And that's like your best and closest friend for years. It's kind of being a bitch. And I know it's a pretty complicated situation, this one in particular. But it's like, for me, it's pretty simple. Like if I make $10,000 on YouTube and I get my bestie to come hang out with me and be in a bunch of videos, I'm just going to cut him like a generous check, not like $100. Because it's not hurting me. It's not hurting my bottom line because I'm living like a king, playing video games and buying fucking statues and driving a BMW. And this guy gets $100. That's just kind of unfair. But that's just from my perspective.
You understand? Like, that's all I really cared about was helping him out. If he had asked for more, I would have given him even more. Okay? So there you go. That's plain as day, the truth. I've already talked about it 2 years ago, and my story has not changed. Okay? So I don't know if June's going to play my side or not. He's literally only playing John's side here when I have already reacted to this and given my side. We got a couple shout outs to do.
Nobody believes your side.
Kruger, who did a $10 super chat, says, I'm not going to lie, this is a lesson. You'll learn doing business in anything creative. Never take work from someone for free or they'll turn around under leverage and favor or lie about the agreement. Listen, I learned so much about this. Like, another thing I learned, even if someone's your friend, you always still have a business agreement in place. It's not just, oh, I'll pay you this or we're okay with this. Because look what happened. Everything along this whole ride where John was doing co-op with me through the years of 2010 all the way through 2014 when I moved. He didn't say a word that he was upset about money.
And again, your friends having to bring up money instead of the guy who actually makes the money having to bring it up and be like, hey man, I think it's fair if I give you $300 this time because I just had a really good month. And it would kind of suck if I have a very good month and I still give you just like $100.
The arrangement of how he had to come to my place to film, anything about Project 7, literally nothing. He never said.
Again, if you're a good friend, you're going to read the room, you're going to read the situation, you're going to be fair to your friends, because that's what friendship is, being fair to people. The people that like you and that support you, and not just support you by being in your fucking videos.
A word of complaint at all. He every once in a while complained, like, for example, that clip where I said, oh, I wrote that scene. He did complain about that because he was upset.
He never complained, but every once in a while he would complain.
It sounds like I'm taking all the credit for the show when that's not what I meant. But again, that was my detractors interjecting themselves into the conversation, pissing him off. But outside of that,
he said it was your fans.
They pissed him off because they told him about something that you said about him. That's how is that their fault?
So how would you even know that someone's upset? So you're absolutely right, Kruger. Moving forward, if I ever get into a situation where I'm making a show or I'm working with another crew, I'm going to have contracts in place. Oh, you can be well assured, guys, that Mike Klum documentary about me that didn't get made, we already had contracts in place and stuff about, you know, limitation of work, how if there's going to be any pay involved. That was all done up front because I learned my lesson back then about this kind of stuff. Never in my wildest dreams did I expect that John Rambo years later would be making a video on the internet crapping on me, saying that I'm such an unfair person and stuff, when in reality he never said a word to me about it in person, and I didn't think we needed to make contracts because we were friends. So I definitely 100% learned my lesson on that. Thank you, Dick Jones, for gifting 5 memberships to the community. And I also received a $10 tip from One Sick Puppy. A wise man once said, when things involve money, stuff gets funny. Yeah.
That doesn't even make sense.
Because again, until we started being involved in things like this, never was there a problem. It was just like a fun hangout set.
Usually things get funny when the money dries out and not when there's a lot of it. Because like in this case, he was making so much money, it wouldn't hurt him at all to be generous to John, his longtime friend and his best friend and closest compatriot, and just cut him a generous check, instead of buying a bunch of fucking toys that are now in a storage nook somewhere or been sold for 10% of what they're actually worth.
She come over my place.
But yeah, why do you need to teach a guy with no friends about what friendship is? He learned that. He learned all about that. That's why he has none.
We'll play games. Maybe I'll film some of it or whatever. But then all of a sudden, when now it's money, now it's a transaction, now there's serious work involved, that's when it all fell apart. You're absolutely right. And again, for me, I kind of still saw it as fun times with my friends. I didn't really look at this like, wow, this is like crazy hard work that we're doing to pump this stuff out. So to me, I didn't think of it like that. And apparently, you know, the other people involved did. And I guess that's on me for not being aware enough of the situation and really recognizing and reading the room. But again, they didn't say anything.
But that's, bro,
that's where reading the room comes in.
You're gonna say, okay, it's my fault for not reading the room, but then they didn't say anything. But yeah, that's why you have to read the room, so that they don't have to say anything.
Basically, they had passive aggression towards me.
So it's like, it's basically, it's my fault, but it's
they
not.
had passive
That's a
aggression
great admission
towards
of fault,
me.
DSP. That's why he's such an honest guy, and everybody respects him for being honest. Everyone really respects his honesty.
Pent up, and then many years later, they made a video about it instead of just talking to me about it, which would have helped me a lot more. Okay.
But also, virtually every time he did
I'm
visit,
pretty sure it wouldn't
DSP
have
would move
worked
things
out.
towards
Imagine
wanting
if
to
they were
record
like,
more
hey, Phil,
Let's
give us
Plays
money.
rather
He was
than
called
hang
him
out
greedy
outside the
and
realm
said
of
that he
YouTube.
wouldn't.
This all relates to the 2012 condo. From these repeat visits, John and Howard noticed many changes that really just amounted to additions.
Now, for the record, because he's going to talk about what I think amounts to jealousy, okay? But no, when John came over, the first thing we would do is hang out for like an hour talking. Like just hanging out. Just say, how you doing? What's going on in your life? I'll tell him what's going on in my life. Sitting down and shooting the shit. We would do all of that before we ever turned on a camera. It was a hangout session, all right? And then in between,
A decompression even.
we got a meal and hung out together. So was there work involved? Absolutely. But were they also hangout sessions? Yes. Now, outside of the realm of making videos for YouTube, there was a couple other things that we did to hang out. For example, we would go over Howard's house and he would be having people play fighting games in his house. And I would go over there without a camera, without filming a piece of content, and just hanging out with them, playing games and stuff, because I was good at Street Fighter and they liked playing against someone who was really good at Street Fighter. So the narrative falls apart when you actually hear the full story.
John was better than you at Street Fighter.
Everyone just wants.
Because your side is the side of a liar, a delusional liar.
The truth is, a lot of this stuff is fabricated or over exaggerated to try to prove a narrative that they're trying to prove that I'm a bad friend and a bad.
He is a bad friend, and he is a bad guy.
Invited to anything. Like, for example, there was never a party that they say, "Hey Phil, would you just come over to a party and hang out with us?" That never happened.
They didn't invite him to parties.
You didn't invite me to a party.
That's
why I didn't offer you money?
And I was invited to his house. And
Yo, this is crazy.
This has nothing to do with anything.
This is crazy. He says, people are trying to make me out to be a bad guy and a bad friend. And immediately after that, admits that he was such a bad guy and a bad friend that nobody invited him anywhere. Because as you guys know, people invite bad guys and bad friends to public events all the time because they just want to hang out with them so bad. Oh, get the fuck out of here. This guy. In the almost the same sentence, he says that. People trying to make me look bad. And then he's like, well, they didn't invite me anywhere. Yeah, that's because you suck. And they don't want to be around you unless they actually have to.
Or you know what I'm saying? Or Howard was having a cookout. That's the opposite. In fact, I did cookouts and things at my parents' house, and they came. So I have no idea what they're talking about here outside of the realm that maybe they wanted to do less work, but they never said that to me. So I don't know. Okay.
Like at least BMW.
We start showing up to your house, and what do we see? The guy starts buying figurines, starts buying all this ridiculous shit that there's no need to buy. Then we show up to his house.
Because it's my money, and I can do whatever I want with it, Howard. I'm the one who's working my ass off 7 days a week, pumping out tens of thousands.
You're not paying your friends. You didn't pay your friends.
So I can spend my money however I want. If you came over my house and I was wearing a fucking platinum mink robe from head to toe, and I had gaudy jewels all over me and a big metal grill on my mouth, and I had fucking cocaine all over my countertop, and I snorted.
But that's not even the point, man. That's not even the point that he was making a lot of money. The point is that he was making all this money and he was waiting for his friends to ask him for their share that they contributed to the fucking content instead of him just offering to pay him because he was making that much money.
You can't say anything because I earned it because it's my money.
Sure.
Being a YouTuber. What is your point? What this is, he's ranting because he was in a few playthroughs in Project 7. And he thinks somehow the few playthroughs in Project 7 that he was involved in would have amounted to like him making tons of money or something.
No, why did it have to be tons of money? It's on principle because you just didn't offer to pay anybody. That's the problem. You didn't offer to pay anybody. And I'm so fucking sick and tired of talking about Project 7. I can't wait for this segment to be over. It's such a shitty fucking topic.
No, Howard. It wasn't. It was me busting my ass in all those gameplay videos by myself.
He was busting his ass playing video games.
Buy all those figures and
Howard.
I the BMW with. So what are you talking about? You have no fucking point. All you're doing is you're exposing yourself for being incredibly jealous.
Incredibly jealous.
What does he have in the fucking driveway? A BMW. So how the fuck do you think I feel? And how do you think these guys feel after the fact?
I don't know because they didn't tell me. If they were jealous because I busted my ass as a YouTuber to make all that.
Everyone is jealous of this guy.
You know, they never asked me for anything. They told me they didn't want money up front. I'm not psyched.
How do you think they feel? I don't know. Okay, but if you had to, how do you think they would feel? I don't know. But if you had a gun to your head and you had no other choice but to say how you thought they felt about that, I don't know. Sounds like you're fucking retarded, dude.
Psychic. You know, I'm not.
No.
What exactly do you want? So because I'm a YouTuber who makes money, you just want me to start giving it out.
No.
People in my life all around me.
Be fair to others that work for you.
Or anything like that. You just think I should just hand out money. All right.
And then he learned nothing because he still to this very day doesn't pay anyone for their work.
Fair to the people that do free work for you, maybe. Just like nowadays, the people making thumbnail for him, people editing videos, upscaling videos, all that shit for him for free. He's not fair to them either.
Found me. Even though people distinctly tell me upfront they don't want
wanted money.
Like, okay.
They tell him upfront they don't want it.
I really don't know what else to say in this situation This is 100% pure jealousy exposed here with Howard saying
He's
this, because,
exposed,
again,
not
out of
me.
all
It's
the people who
him
had an
who's
argument,
exposed.
You could say maybe Respect the Pact had an argument because they did a lot of work on Project 7 that they didn't get any monetary compensation for.
Yeah.
John got paid
Again,
for his work.
like,
Maybe he was
like anytime DSP tries to quote unquote correct the record with shit, June should just respond, "I don't believe you. I don't believe you. You're a liar. You lie all the time. I don't believe you."
gruntled about the amount.
I'm gonna stick with my conclusion on the issue, and nothing you say matters unless you provide actual hard evidence, hard irrefutable evidence. Because you telling me the situation, I'm just gonna assume that you're lying.
Pay, but he never brought it up.
That would make DSP just blow up. We get another "go fuck yourself," and then it would be go and then hang up and then fuck yourself.
But literally, Howard appeared in a few things with me. Every once in a while, I'd have a big bash, and he'd come over and do some gameplay with us. Again, Street Fighter stuff and Project 7, and that was it. He was the least involved of all of us. Yet he's the one who's speaking out in this video about how I had so much money and so many things, and they didn't have it or whatever.
That sounds like
dude,
jealousy.
No, it's not about that.
Exposing yourself to the world, showing how jealous you were of me. John doesn't say any of this, by the way. This is all Howard ranting about this.
He doesn't argue with
in
them.
This video they made about me. And he never said a word about this to me, to my face either. But the funny part about it is, now that he said this publicly, it exposed the whole relationship that we had, because I had always noticed that Howard was kind of the guy who I would invite him and he'd always be on the fence, and a lot of the times he would cancel.
Because he didn't like you.
Do something that he would cancel at the last minute.
Because Howard saw through the bullshit.
Gatherings, and then he stopped inviting me.
Because you're trash.
Like John and all the other players in Connecticut, and not me. He just stopped inviting me out.
Because you're trash. Without telling me why. You're supposed to catch a hint. Like I said, when people stop inviting you places and asking you to hang out, you should think for yourself and think introspectively about why this is happening and not just blame it on them, trying to like alienate you or isolate you. Because it's completely within their right to not want to associate with people that they think are fucking trash.
Why? This was why. Because he was jealous.
Because he was jealous.
Spending ever more frivolously, in contrast to his
This guy is unfixable. He is unstoppable and unfixable.
2011 4-minute condo tour. This new condo tour took a total of 1 hour, 8 minutes, and 27 seconds.
This is all true, and I do regret spending a lot of my money like I did back then. I 100% do, because if I had kept it all in savings, right, like a hoarder, then probably I wouldn't have gotten to half the
hoarder
that I got into in the next decade. But instead,
saving money is bad? Question? Saving money makes you a hoarder, and it's not good. You should spend the money. This is the guy with a finance background, by the way. He has a degree in business. Okay. Absolutely. I agree.
A lot of it, because I never had money like that before, and I was irresponsible, and I bought a bunch of statues and clutter and shit. However, to be fair...
so he was irresponsible. There we go.
...of money. Like, take a look. My condo tour is 12 parts, about 15 to 20,000 views each. No exaggeration. This condo tour alone made me hundreds upon hundreds of dollars. Which
20,000 views is
if I
fucking nothing for a 200,000
Or it can pay a bill. It can pay a bill. You can save it up to buy something or have the money. No, that's hoarding.
Get back
You've
to me
been
when it's
hoarding
200K.
it for far too long.
Frivolously spending, but he's not making the money. I was making the money, and then I was frivolously spending it. You understand? This was...
I'm pretty sure Howard nowadays in Rambo 2 are more financially responsible in a better place financially, and probably much happier than this guy that they were jealous of. But hey, that's how life works sometimes.
I actually didn't even have like a credit card balance at this point in my history. I had nothing at all. I was clean. I had savings actually at this point in the bank in the tens of thousands of dollars. I think at one point I had over $40,000 in savings saved up. Okay.
Why did you fuck it up? Why are you so dumb? Oh my God. Get the fuck out of here.
It wasn't just about me. It was about Respect the Pact.
Phil was willing to give people ultimatums for less, so why didn't he complain until they did give him what he needed to pay his friends?
Yeah, that is true. But also, you don't need to bring it up.
Friend, the money instead of John asking for the amount? Why does
Yeah,
everything have to
more-
be demanded from
more
you?
quit
Get bent, Phil.
Because he can't read the room, man. He can't take a hint. He doesn't have the self-awareness to understand the situation. He just doesn't. That's why he thinks fucking Kino Casino are his buddies. When they've made him 20 times more toxic and more arrogant and smug. They're like the worst thing that can happen to him right now. And just because he got a couple of $1,000 extra, he thinks they're his besties. It's impressive.
Bernal Productions company policy is that employees need to request a raise first for them to be given LMAO.
Yeah. But also, I've seen this happen at some real companies too. You had to actually make a case for a
Jobs
raise.
aren't gonna
but you
offer
could get
you
a
a
raise at
raise.
any time if you could make a good case for it. You could present that you were doing a good job.
DSP just tweeted as of 15 seconds ago. Rephrasing for clarity because he knows. I mean, he doesn't know. He had to be told. Rephrasing for clarity, I would like to formally invite Medicare to a discussion when he is well and ready, via whatever method is preferred. I've opened myself up to discussions, and I now understand he's wanted to do one for a while. He didn't. You went on your stream, and you're like, I want to be interviewed. I want to be interviewed. You're literally slamming your fist on the table going, I want someone to interview me. And then people came to Medicare and were like, hey, how about you? That'd be a good idea. And Medicare was like, okay, I guess. And then you went with the side scrollers. You bitched and whined and cried. We all know all about that. And then the Kino cucks were like, hey, let's make this happen because we can order you around and make you do whatever we want you to do. And then it got reignited 3 minutes ago. What? Holy shit. Well, since tons of my detractors decided to, of course, negatively dump on my post from last night because of wording, which wasn't intentional but can definitely be seen as insensitive, I deleted the posts. I'll rephrase as to try and not be offensive. Sorry for being dumb. So, whose fault is it, actually? Is it your fault or is it the detractor's fault? Rephrasing, I would like to formally invite him to a discussion when he is well and ready. We all saw the tweet. He was like, do it before it's too late. I know you're gravely sick, but this is your last chance. Like shit like that. And then people were like, whoa, that sounded really fucking obscene. Yeah, before it's too late. I've opened up their discussions and now understand he's wanted to do one for a while. Get well soon and best wishes. I didn't realize I had to be fake nice. The wording doesn't fix his fucking health.
He's so deluded at this point. It's clinical.
Yikes.
It's been like that for a while, but now it's like it's unsavable. No amount of therapy can fix this. He will be like this eternally. The eternal downfall of Phil Burnell's mental state. That's gonna be the sequel to this documentary. Big ups Kevin for 13 months, dude.
Wrong, Dave. It wasn't just your money. It was money made from the combined efforts of your friends as well. You greedy pig.
Yeah, even though his friends, to his point, they did contribute comparatively little to the whole revenue, because he also made like a shit ton of videos by himself. So of course, he's not supposed to like throw away all his money or give it away to everybody else, but they were definitely unfairly treated financially. That's absolutely undisputable. And they didn't have to ask for anything. He's the guy who makes the money. He's the guy who gives the paychecks. Yeah, everyone who doesn't like him is jealous. And I get it. Some people that don't like him are jealous. Or at least they don't like him partially because they're jealous of him. Because it's like, this guy makes so much money off of sitting on his ass, not doing anything. And I have to go and work a fucking job and do this and do that. I understand it. But that's just one of the reasons why people hate him.
If he saved that money, now will be on WWE champion.
Oh yeah, probably. He would be the champion. He would be the number one every time. And now he just had to sell his account because he was so broke. Allegedly. He didn't sell the account.
But of course, what do my detractors do? They spin it and say, oh, see,
My
Phil's incredibly jealous of
detractors.
John. He can't even give him credit or anything like that.
They
That's
use their
what they did.
special
It was
mind
them
control
putting a
powers.
wedge between me and my friends with their comments and their drama and their effort to put that crowbar in.
Phil, your friends, and John in particular, and Howard, I actually respect more because Howard saw through the bullshit
I replied to that tweet saying, calm down, you're not that important, and then he blocked me. That's funny. All I had to do was say, calm down, you're not that important, to get blocked, because, you know, that fucking fucks with his ego. What a bitch. What a pussy. Literally just calm down, you're not that important. Hey, you're blocked.
Earlier on, while John had a sentimental thing going, and he tried to help Phil and save Phil from himself, and he failed, obviously. And Howard just saw this immediately, and he didn't want to deal with the bullshit, and that's why he stopped inviting DSP to hangouts and stuff like that, because he just saw it through the bullshit. But what I want to say is that those guys are grown-ass men who are intelligent enough to come down to that conclusion themselves, that this guy is a piece of shit, and this guy is never going to get better. They don't need a bunch of YouTube commenters pointing that out. They're just going to come up with this idea by themselves.
Okay? But my problem was I fell for it hook, line, and sinker. I took all their bait, and I said all that shit publicly that I never should have said. I should have just completely ignored them and gave them no time whatsoever.
What a stupid fucking
instead,
bitch.
I did entertain it, and
I actually am that important. I am. I'll show you.
Okay, let's continue.
On the surfaces of his apartment, sans some of the walls and ceilings, it became a challenge to now find a square inch of clear space. There was even an update on the corner, now wall full of boxes and trash.
It's now quickly become a graveyard of shit that I can't either. I have nowhere to put.
He's absolutely right.
For, I can't store. I don't.
For the record, my home now looks absolutely nothing like this at all. The only part
I don't believe you.
Office here,
because you don't have money for garbage
all over that I'm using, and my closet is cluttered. But outside of this room, this office, my entire house is organized and clean, and that's thanks in part to my wife, but also I like to keep.
Oh, because now he got somebody to clean for him.
Doing YouTube videos 7 days a week full time. I was a fucking mess. I was just constantly pumping shit into that place, and it was just a nightmare. I didn't take any time off to clean it or anything, so it just sat there, clutter.
I don't know what to do with it. All right.
Yeah, Asmund Phil, you're right. I in the past.
Asmund Phil.
Asmund Gold lives in like a hoarder's mess.
Yeah, that guy is a nightmare.
There was no trash.
That guy's a lot worse than DSP.
Like that. But it was a bunch of boxes and fucking shit all around me.
DSP had run out of storage for his baubles and memorabilia.
I don't know. It's too much. Too much. And the problem is I have nowhere to put this shit. If I had somewhere to put it or sort it, I'd probably be able to see it. But it's all just a jumbled mess on top of my chair.
It's all just garbage. So much garbage.
Stored was overfilled.
What I want to look at is just to show you what a mess the inside of my fucking closet is. I'm not going to go all the way because my luggage.
Look at
is
that nice closet
spilling out, but
space.
look at all the boxes I've got. From
Oh
the
my
models.
god.
Phil did not value or understand money.
And he's apparently too fucking stupid to know how to break down a box and flatten it. Like, they're empty boxes because everything that was in them is just sitting on his stupid countertop. Just unfold the box, flatten it, lay it flat. Instead, he's so fucking retarded. He just fills up his closet with just empty boxes. What a doofus.
Except when it came to others. Phil, when talking about Project 7, classifies it as a financial loss for the t-shirts he helped finance and, more importantly, the props they bought. This prop that Howard is holding is a Lancer from the game Gears of War and cost $300.
Wow.
30 seconds of screen time and was even less relevant to the plot, yet was the majority of shared expenses. He would use this and other items.
Actually, if you want to know the truth, the handgun I'm holding was more expensive than the Lancer because the Lancer was made of plastic. And the handgun I'm using was actually like a replica gun.
Isn't there a Twitter account that just mirrors DSP's tweets? I'll just follow that one instead. I've been meaning to do that anyways. I'm glad that he blocked me because he's paying for premium. Getting blocked by him ensures that you don't give him money. That's actually better off.
And other things on it. So that gun in my hand is like $4.99 when I bought it. And it lit up and it made noises and shit. We didn't use it for that in the thing.
But why would you say that? Why would you say that? It's even further solidifying the point that you actually don't understand and respect and value money. Literally what June the King just said. He's like, well, actually, this point is even more valid. Okay.
Size replica of the Avenger rifle from Mass Effect that lit up and fucking made all this sound, and that thing cost, I'm not kidding you, cost $799 because we had already had all these plans laid out of things we were going to do at the show. So I went ahead and got all the stuff, and then it got canceled after 4 episodes. So I lost a lot of money on this show overall. But they're talking about, oh, why didn't they just get paid? Because the show didn't actually make me any money at all. What was making me money was the insane amount of gameplay videos that I was pumping out on a daily basis.
Okay, but when a movie gets...
Also, I'm sure if you were complaining about how your show didn't make money, you could have emailed Machinima and been like, hey, my show isn't making me a profit. What should I do? And they would give you pointers and advice. But no, you would rather email them, begging them for analytics so you knew how much you could get away with paying John Rambo.
It's made, and it flops at the box office. Do the actors just not get paid because the movie failed and all the work that they did was for free because the movie was a financial fucking flop? Okay.
That's where
that sounds very unfair.
All my profits were coming from. This, again, like I say right now about my DSP throwback channel, I call it like a passion project. Project 7 was meant to be a passion project that hopefully we could finance and get off the ground, and then people would see what we were capable of. We could sell DVDs. We could appear at, circuits of conventions, get the word out there, and then maybe we could do other shows and shit. That was supposed to be like the whole idea, but it didn't. It only got 4 episodes, and then the whole thing just fell apart. So it ended up being a giant loss for me.
That was really
These guys
fast.
didn't lose
It was
anything
almost instantly.
Besides time. Respect the Pact are the biggest losers, because in this situation,
They're the
they
biggest
worked on
losers.
it the most with all the editing and everything. And again, I feel
think
bad
you're the
because,
biggest
yes, I
loser.
do feel like I should have paid them. If they had asked, I would have. We never had the conversation. If they said that we didn't or whatever, that's a complete lie. I'm sorry that they would lie about that because they were so angry or upset or salty about the
Or maybe they were jealous.
Totally not what happened at all. That's complete bullshit.
Just accuse them of being jealous and move on, like with everything else.
And Papa Gino with a $2 super chat says Howard sounds like a jealous bum. He's not a bum.
And also his it's also his fault that he lost a bunch of money, because what kind of a fucking investment is buying a toy gun? Just straight up buying it. Because a lot of productions, especially YouTube productions, they just rent the props because it's much cheaper instead of just buying something that you're not going to use after this one specific scene or this one specific episode or just this show. But he just went out and just bought a bunch of toys because he liked it. And now it's I guess, not his fault that he made these bad financial investments.
But I do feel like he had a lot of resentment and jealousy towards me that he would never vocally say. It was passive aggression, I feel.
You don't know
Guys,
what
if you're here
passive
tonight,
aggressive
please click like on the
is.
stream, get some engagement. It helps this channel a lot, and please support the stream if you're enjoying it so far. This is
Back.
ad-free.
It's about respect, man. You have no respect for your friends, for your family. You don't give a shit about anybody but yourself.
But he didn't justify that statement. All he did was say it, but he never justified it.
I think
What are you
everyone
talking
can
about?
see
When did
it.
I ever disrespect everyone around me?
You didn't respect the pack.
Didn't have any issues with me. These guys never even said they
If
had
you
an
respect
issue with
people,
me.
you
What are
compensate
talking about?
them for their
He's just
work.
trying to be overly crazy dramatic.
Overly
to basically say this is the
crazy.
end. I don't ever want to have anything to do with Phil again. So he says this over the top statement, but where's the justification for what you just said?
You know what makes this very interesting? Implying that this is true. And Howard was just trying to cut a promo and want it to be very overdramatic. You know who also does this exact same thing and says things just because they sound cool to say without actually backing it up? This boy. This boy. Very interesting.
You don't even have it. And again, if this legit was John Rambo saying that to me, that would hurt so bad. But the fact that Howard's saying it,
I mean, he
had
basically did.
minimal input and work done on my channel. Minimal. It was Project 7 and a few playthroughs here and there, if that. That's stupid. Like, who are
That's
you? Why are you
stupid.
interjecting yourself into the friendship that I had with John and into this conversation at all? You're the last fucking person who should open their mouth, because both Respect the Pact and John did more for my content than you ever did. So go fuck yourself, man. Seriously,
Go
like,
fuck
get the fuck out
yourself.
of here with this disingenuous bullshit because you want to look like an internet tough guy.
They all agreed
There
with
were
him.
plenty of examples of DSP's poor spending habits. Few trump his 3 custom-made quilts.
And I'm sure 99.99% of people who watch this video agree with Howard. Like, so fucking, he's never gonna learn to read the room. Read the room. Bleh.
Quilts.
Individually.
Get quilt.
I promise I haven't been drinking.
to.
I promise.
Cost Phil a minimum of $1,000.
Let me think about that.
Yes.
Probably right. He's probably right. Because they were very expensive. Yeah.
Expensive quilts.
Debt free, outside of paying my mortgage on my condo and this lease that I had on the BMW. I was debt free. I didn't have any credit card debt. I was making
Outside of the debt, I was debt free.
for all of this out of pocket. This was not me racking up any kind of debt. But he's saying basically this is laying the groundwork for overspending habits. I think that's what he's saying. So let's continue.
How much was Phil earning?
The good news is this, okay? I'm an intelligent person. I'm a finance major. I went to school for...
It's funny, like, I'm editing the Erdtree DLC in the background. It seems so archaic now. By the time I get this video out, it's gonna feel fucking nostalgic. How crazy is that? Shadow of the Erdtree came out this year. But this is like such a bygone era of DSP at this point. It's so crazy. But he's like what I thought was the truth, it looks like it's actually the truth. The Shadow of the Erdtree DLC takes place inside Mikola's dream, and it's like, no, that absolutely wasn't the case. Like the Land of Shadow is like an actual it's a pocket dimension basically, because that's where America sent Mesmer. Is like he didn't get sent to Mikola's dream. That's so stupid. He just thinks every story in Dark Souls is the same.
For finance. I knew day one when I started making money off of YouTube.
It's literally Dark Souls 4.
I was not going to go out there and invest in things that I couldn't get money out of. I'm still here in the condo. I didn't go out and buy a super over expensive house and
He did that.
buy a sports car. Yes, I am driving a BMW, but it's actually
But you get over it. It's not that bad.
On DSP Gaming alone, for the year of
Sure, it's a
2012,
BMW,
he
but
got
if you think that's lucrative, you're just
85.19
wrong,
million
okay?
views. Dividing that by 1,000 is 85,190. Multiplying that by $2, not $2.25, which it could sometimes be, but $2 as a base CPM for Machinima, excluding the possibility of bonuses, would mean that he made a gross of $170,380 for 2012.
Probably close to true. I don't know if that's exactly true, but it's probably very close. I think my best earning year was 2011. That was the year that I made big bank. And then 2012 was probably around that. 2013, it went down a little. And then 2014, 2015, it went down more. And then it just plummeted after 2015 because of the copyright strikes, which I'm sure we'll get to. By the way, thank you, Hard Nose, who gifted a membership and went to Hirikiri.
Sorry, people. I spent our budget. Nobody gets paid.
Sorry, you guys. I bought a bunch of guns. Nobody gets paid. And it flopped. So, well, too bad. Big ups Smooth Smoke for the sub, dude. And shout out time and time again for the membership.
For contracts. What this meant for Phil is he went from sometimes earning $2.25 per 1,000 views to at base $2.
In the year of 2012, my views really have dwindled. And what I
If
mean
John
is...
felt different, he would have stopped Howard.
That is a good point, yeah. If John felt any different about the whole no respect thing, he would have just said something about it.
Project 7 had promotional value beyond views.
It could have been something. It could have been an actual brand, but DSP, the guy who was responsible for the whole brand, was too obsessed with views and money to actually develop something. He's not good at developing stuff. He's good at having stuff handed to him, like the whole Kino Casino thing. That's what he was looking for years, is somebody to just give him viewers. Someone to just say, hey, go and watch DSP, without him actually having to develop that connection and that grow that viewer base. Very nice.
I believe in the year of 2011, I probably got somewhere over like 10 to 11 million views on DSP Gaming, and then in 2012 I only barely reached like 8.5 million or something like that. I don't think the final...
Okay, I think I'm gonna skip this YouTube nonsense. And here he was making a lot of money, and then it was bad, and then what do we got here? Addressing the negativity. What is this about?
God, if you ever want to test if there's a detractor out in the wild, just go out into a big area and say Meerkat Bob, and if you hear who in the background, wave your hand in the air, wave him over, and you made a new friend.
Oh, this is the PC. This is boring to me. I'm gonna skip it. We don't have all day for this.
The evidence about the price of the PC Chris had built. Chris, not pleased with this, made a video in response.
Buy them a beer, hell yeah.
He had made a video basically stating that he had sent us apparently $3,000, and that wasn't the case.
The Tractor Con.
Okay, are we gonna get a debunk? Oh, he's gonna debunk something. Look at this. This is the proof.
Here's, I think, the video in question.
I think.
Someone sent this to me this morning. This is the video. I'm going to show it to you. September 8th, 2013. Okay. This was a channel update that I made addressing the negativity. And this was directly addressing the situation with this man, Mighty Furtado. Okay. I think I have the timestamp right, but let's listen. Okay. It looked amazing. Had these lights and all these bells and whistles, had everything that I wanted. But I was looking at it, and it has this door. I don't know if you guys know, but on a lot of PC cases, there's a door on the front. You open the door, and inside you'll have your CD drive, your USB ports, and stuff like that. The door had a big crack on it. And I was looking at it like, how did that happen? Okay. But I didn't question it. I said, maybe, unfortunately, the case, you know, I think this is the timestamp because someone sent me the video this morning. We found it, but this may not be the timestamp. We're close to it, though. It showed up damaged or whatever. I don't know. But I thought Chris would have told me that this case has a giant crack on the front of it, but he never did, all right? So I finally hooked the thing up. Come to find out, when I finally booted the thing up, okay? This is what I wanted. I wanted the amount because I say the amount in the video here. But
we have to watch the whole video?
I think it was... Shit, I wish I had saved the tip message. Hold on, let me go back a little bit. We might want to have this amount of RAM because if you're going to be doing that amount of video editing, you might need this amount of RAM, okay? So initially what I wanted to be maybe between $700 to $1,000. By all is said and done, first of all, I can't even tell you what it cost because I can't find the damn receipts. Chris actually, when the PC was done, he mailed me all the receipts to prove that he obviously didn't waste my money, which he didn't. He did not, absolutely not. He was very upfront, transparent with what he did when he built that PC. He sent me all the receipts. It's filed away in literally thousands of documents, and I can't find it right now. But what I did do is that I went on my PayPal to see how much money I sent to him directly through PayPal to build this PC. It ended up that I paid him almost $1,600 to build this PC by the time it was done. Now that... Okay. So... On September
but he
8th,
also said 3,000.
I said publicly in a video addressing the negativity. This is in regards to this Mighty Furtado guy constantly going out and saying negative things about me, criticizing me, saying I'm a dinosaur, basically like doing a whole bunch of negative things towards me. And I'm like frustrated at my wit's end. I don't want to have to make this video. I just want to move on with my life and do content. You know, at this point, I've already paid the $1,600 for this, what people would call a lemon PC, where half the RAM didn't work, the door case was cracked, and there were other issues with it too. I just, fuck it. What am I going to do? Why am I going to sit here and keep talking about it? This guy kept talking and wouldn't shut up. He basically became kind of a detractor as a result of the situation, when in reality, he never really disproved the fact that the door was cracked when it showed up, that half the RAM was either misinstalled or didn't work. You know what I'm saying?
He had nothing to do with that.
So... You know, for him, it was like, I must have said the wrong amount of money. In reality, I don't know what I spent on the PC. I don't have receipts for it anymore. I say in this video, September 8, 2013, 1,600.
Hey, you know what? I'm going to actually give DSP credit this time because we saw something that we've never seen before, or at least we're not used to seeing, which is him actually opening up a video and showing you proof of what he said to basically prove that he wasn't bullshitting. Even though multiple points around that video and when it was made, he said it was a different amount and blah, blah, blah. But he misspoke, you guys. He misspoke. But he did actually put in the effort to find a video. So I guess credit where
No,
it's
someone
due
else sent it to him.
for this one simple time. This time.
People in chat are saying, oh, there's other videos in the future where you said $3,000. Maybe I did.
Maybe I did. But I said the right one once.
Post or something where I said $3,000. You're right.
Yeah.
I'm wrong.
Maybe I lied like 5 times, but I told the truth like once in those 5 times. So that has to count for something, right? Right?
Nah, not really.
I don't. No, I don't think so.
Nope.
But this is the original video where I addressed it, and I said $1,600. Okay? So,
And he also said just before this that he was asked like, oh, if you want this, you gotta pay more. If you want that, you gotta pay more. So you're saying that you got nickel and dimed. So the earliest statement you made is actually the least accurate. The ones that you say after are more accurate.
Oh,
according to him, according to what he says.
Information are we going off of here that this becomes some big fucking controversy? I said 16.
Oh yeah, so somebody else sent him the video. Well, okay, I take back the credit that I gave him, much like the government did. But also, well, yeah, that's kind of it. Yeah, he didn't even bother to find it.
Right here, black and white. I said I went through my records, and that's what it said from PayPal, correct? You just all saw it. I didn't make it up. So there it is. Now let's continue.
You're also
with
a pathological
the
liar.
actual amount a DSP paid for the PC, as shown through Chris's receipt.
And also, he debunked his own proof by saying, yeah, maybe I said it was 3,000 times, therefore justifying why that guy dislikes me because I just lied about him. But I said the right amount like once. Yep.
Extra that was sent was off by a maliciously large margin.
So he's showing $1,200, and I'm saying $1,600. So we're off by that. But keep in mind, I said I checked my PayPal. So that was every transaction towards him from PayPal amounted to around $1,600, probably a little under, right? Maybe there's other things involved there, shipping. I don't know.
So I had actually made my own video defending myself, and I had shown the PayPal receipts of DSP sending the $1,600.
Like, everyone has the right to be pissed off at this fucking dude. Think of all the research that June had to go through and how much he had to pay his editors to put together all the evidence for that slam dunk proof that he's down from the rafters, just for DSP days later to, as he's watching the video for the first time, to be like, yep, that was me. Like, dude, you realize all the time I spent doing that? If you had just said this earlier, then we could have focused on something else. You fucking asshole.
DSP to this day
I had
cannot
to
provide
because of
evidence
the
or reason
trackers
why
or
he claimed
something,
the PC
okay?
cost $1,400 more
Get over
than it actually did.
That was like days ago.
I have no idea.
Move on.
I showed you the original video where I said it was 1,600. Maybe there was confusion. Maybe I don't know. I literally have no idea. What I can tell you, all I can tell you, because again, this is from like 2013, so this is over 11 years ago. I remember feeling like I really got screwed in this situation. Okay, I went out of my way to build a PC with this guy. I could have went with a reputable company. Okay, let me go full screen for this. I'm gonna talk for just a little bit. I could have easily gone with a reputable company that probably would have charged me around the same. Remember, I said in the video right there, I only wanted to go with $700.
They would have taken it off the top.
I wasn't expecting.
Like Mighty Furtado gave him the computer at cost, but I could have got it with a reputable company. You would have paid more. Stupid.
Spend $1,600 on this thing. And as I was working with this guy, Mighty Furtado, basically he was like, well, if you want this, you got to spend more. If you want this, you got to spend more. And it just kept...
Yep, there it is. If you want this, you got to spend more. If you want this, you got to spend more. So the earliest amount that he gave was $1,600. It was probably more than that, according to him, because he wanted more. And so he charged more, and he gave more money. So it probably did end up being $3,000.
Adding up.
It kept adding up. This is what he's telling you.
Adding up. By the time that I gave him the money, I was not happy, but I was like, as long as the PC does what it's supposed to do, I guess it's fine in the end, right? I kind of felt like he was going to leave me along. I get the PC and it's all fucked up. The door has a crack.
And shipping.
The fucking half the RAM doesn't work in the PC. And it's like, dude, so not only did I pay this guy way more money than I was expecting or wanted to spend, but now he hosed me. He gave me a PC that's fucked up. So I call him out on it, and he freaks out like I'm a villain for saying...
Wait. He just said that Furtado told him, essentially, if you want this feature, you need to pay this amount extra. Then why didn't you just say you don't want this feature and take a PC that you wanted to get within your budget? Why not just do that?
And there's no PC. Like, literally anytime you buy a PC, if you buy the latest game that was released for the time that you got the PC, which at the time that computer was made for him was Rage, no PC. Like, if I bought a PC right now and I was trying to play like Black Myth Wukong, right, at like high settings, and I was running OBS at the same time, streaming at the same time, recording in OBS at the same time, and trying to play that game at high settings, it's not going to run well. But he acts surprised that he got the same experience at the time that he got his computer. It's like you're not going to get that promise from anyone. You have to use a different platform for streaming than you are playing the game if you want it to run well.
It sounds like you agreed to this and then you were salty.
I could have
and
a
I
fucking
understand him
4090.
being salty because the PC got fucked up during shipping or whatever, and it didn't work as expected. I understand this, but the previous thing, I don't get that.
About the situation, okay? In the original video, I said 1,600. I will guarantee you there will be people who will now say, well, we have all this evidence you said $3,000. Fine. I'm not going to be here to dispute what I said or didn't say because I'm not going to sit here and go through my history of videos. I have no idea why I ever would have said $3,000, whether it was confusion, whether it was me misremembering, because all I can really remember is the emotion behind this situation.
The emotion.
Like at every time that I thought the situation was over, someone would be like, hey, Phil, did you hear the new video Mighty Furtado made about you today, making fun of you again? Did you hear that he's hating on you again?
He's talking about it like this guy was PewDiePie or something. Dude, did you hear that Mighty Furtado made a video about you? It's like, okay, just mind your own business. Why are you getting bothered by every single guy to ever make a video about you?
I was like, what the fuck are we still talking about Mighty Furtado for? I bought the website from him, so it's not in his hands anymore. He already hosed me for the PC. Why is this still a discussion? And people just kept bringing it up. The guy wouldn't shut up about me. So it was an ongoing thing. He was getting internet notoriety for being a hater of mine, and it pissed me off.
Here's the reason. Here's the reason that somebody was getting clout on the internet off of him, and it pissed him off. That's the reason. There we go. DSP deleted the Medicare tweet? So he really was drunk. Oh, man. He really was drunk. Oh, I'm opening up, they call me DSP. I need to fact check this. If I'm not blocked already. I'm not. Rephrasing for oh, yeah. Oh, my God. We got drama. We got drama. I'm going to read the one from 18 minutes ago. Well, since tons of my detractors decided to, of course, negatively dump on my post from last night because of wording, which wasn't intentional, but can definitely be seen as insensitive, I deleted the posts. So you admit it was not appropriate and people corrected you on that, but the first part of the sentence says, tons of my detractors, of course, decided to negatively dump on it. And then you admit they were right? And you got felted and you deleted the post? I'll rephrase as to try and not be offensive. Sorry for being dumb. But you just said that they erroneously negatively dumped on my post. That's what he says. In the same post, he says sorry for being dumb. This guy's lost his fucking mind. Legitimately out of his mind. And I think he's trying to do that to get even more attention by Medicare because he tagged him twice and I guess he didn't get a response, so he's going to try and do that again. Rephrasing for clarity. I would like to formally invite at Mr. Medicare to a discussion when he is well and ready via whatever method is preferred. I've opened myself up to discussions and I now understand he's wanted to do one for a while. Get well soon and best wishes. Very nice, DSP. What a fucking bitch. This is such an iconic tweet. Oh, my detractors decided to negatively dump on my post, so I deleted it, and I'm sorry for being dumb. All right. Based.
It kept going on and on. So here we are.
Okay, I'm gonna skip this whole segment. This shit is boring as fuck. What do we got here? This is, yeah. Oh, yeah, people. This is how you don't play. Because we got another full screen bullshit. Oh my god. And who is this guy? The Eternal Downfall? Oh no, this is... What is this? Oh, we're completely lost in the woods.
Okay, well, he's saying that.
Opposing him or whatever. The one
Why I unsubscribed from DSP Gaming. Okay, let's hear that, man.
that really got me was the one that was made by Chris, of Chris and Teo.
No, there weren't. At this point, there weren't. It was This Is How You Don't Play videos were the ones that were coming out and getting traction. There wasn't a lot of videos that Phil's been exposed and shit. That's bullshit. Videos like this were getting like a few thousand views. It was This Is How You Don't Play that was blowing up. and was getting hundreds of thousands of views. And those were the ones I was worried about, because what I was worried about was, if people are just going to go watch This Is How You Don't Play instead of my raw gameplay, that means my business is going to suffer. They're not going to watch me put out the videos on my channel. They're going to wait for someone else to make the This Is How You Don't Play, and they're going to get my view and my revenue that I should have earned on my original content, and I never did. That's where my concern was. I didn't give a shit about people making this kind of video.
Who designed DarkSidePhil's website for free and built him a computer.
This is also kind of a really weird thing to say. I don't care about videos of my former fans talking about why they're my former fans. What do you mean? You're fine with people just stop watching you because they don't like you anymore, and you're not even willing to hear why they don't like you? Sure, it can be some bullshit reason, like he played a game that I like and he thought it was shit and I hate him. But it could also be some valid criticism. You don't care about that? I guess not. He didn't care about any criticism, and he still doesn't. We just pretend to care about feedback as long as it's stuff that he wants to hear. Nice.
Community of support. One that was built on the common dislike of Phil. The threads were being intertwined in such a way that new channels making This Is How You Don't Plays would sometimes pay homage to Evil AJ.
Yep, this is totally true. Again, this is all my fault. I will take all of the blame for everything involved with This Is How You Don't Play. Okay? Here's why. If I had reacted differently, if I had laughed along with them, if I had maybe even taken advantage and started making my own, or having someone, paying someone to make these for me.
You tried. It failed.
Channel, I could have capitalized on all of this, and it would have been a completely different situation. I actually don't even feel that today I would be in a situation where so many people hate me and I have these detractors. If I
No, he still would.
reacted completely differently to This Is How You Don't Play. But publicly, I will tell you all this, all right? This is a confession. I've already said this before, but I'm going to say it again for the purposes of this.
So it's not a confession.
I, at this point, thought my shit didn't stink.
It's just a reiteration.
And he still does. He still does. His biggest problem has always been his personality. And that's not something that he's going to change or has changed. He's still the same guy with the same personality he had back then. Nowadays, he can't afford to say the things that he did back then, because then he would get kicked off this platform just like he got kicked off Twitch. So yeah, that's not going to change. It's just DSP's personality. Because even the people that defend him have to resort to the logical fallacy of pointing out how someone else is worse than him. Therefore, he is not as bad, and therefore he doesn't deserve as much criticism. At which point, you just straight up admit he's kind of trash too.
The impression that if I was a successful YouTuber for 5 years, I knew what was good, and everyone else didn't know anything. Just because everyone else was going direct capture and live stream didn't mean I had to. I didn't have to follow the trends. I was being a contrarian, right? Everyone says, no, Phil, you're a dinosaur. I'm like, well, fuck you. Then I'm the dinosaur that'll keep making a good business, and you can go fuck yourself. That's what my attitude was.
But it was never a good business.
100% the wrong attitude to have. Because even though there were people coming at me in a negative way, saying it in an insulting way, a lot of people just wanted to see me continue to win. And the fact that they saw that my channel was losing views, I was starting to...
This dude's place is just infected with bugs. There's bugs and shit flying all around this dude's room. Look at this. You can see them. Come on, play. Play. I'm clicking on play. Okay, Premiere. You're being really annoying right now. Play! There. You see that? You see there's one that flew up there. This one that's flying up, and then less than a second later, there's another one that's flying to the side. Did you not see that? Anyways. Premiere's ruining my moment. There's that one there, and then there's another one that flies to the side. I could have sworn I saw it. That's the one. Yeah, there's another one right there. It's like coming from this side. Yep, there's another one. They're just everywhere. They're just buzzing around all the time. There's that one, and then like right after, there's another one. This isn't dust. It's like bugs.
To get made fun of by people. People didn't like it. They're, oh man, he was such a popular guy, and now look, now
By the way, if you're wondering what he was talking about, if you're wondering what he was talking about during that, he was talking about, we guys have to have a discussion. We're gonna have to sit down. We got to talk about this. What can I do on my streams that isn't gaming related? I could do like Legos. Remember that shit? Remember the Lego saga that never was? I guess he figured out what he was gonna do on stream that didn't involve games, and it was drama and talking about the tractors. Really cool.
I didn't listen.
Analyzing like a UFO video.
I had opportunity to take constructive criticism and grow, but at this point, my head was so fucking big from being a popular YouTuber, from making the money I was making, and not giving in, not changing to trends, but still doing what I'd done all along and still being successful, that I refused to change for the better.
Because you were begging.
Okay?
There's no such
That's
thing
on
as
me.
a successful
That's
beggar.
absolutely 100% on me. Even when I adopted direct capture and live streaming in 2013, I ignored the stream chat. I refused to talk to people in the chat as if they were there and have a conversation. I was like, you guys are the peanut gallery. You can watch live if you want. I'm going to pretend like this is an offline video.
The peanut gallery.
What?
That's how much
What
he cared
am I,
about his
moron? Yeah,
family,
I was.
or
I literally
fan base.
100% was a fucking moron. I never should have acted like that. That was a gold mine to have that interaction with my live audience, to create new kinds of content, right? And I ignored it all. I streamed without interacting with the audience for 4 years.
That's actually insane. 4 years.
You know, but now I know that because eventually I said, okay, I'll change now. All right. I will.
He couldn't, like,
you know,
in between
totally listen.
recordings.
And in 2017, I changed, and all of a sudden it was like
What a
night and
fucking
day.
dork.
My God, my audience is talking to me. We're having a good time. Where people are getting to know the real me instead of the asshole. You know what I mean? And
Nope,
What
you're
happened in
an
2017?
asshole.
Could it be that the money dried up that he was making off ad revenue? So he was like, well, I'm a streamer now because streaming makes money too. And it's easier. I'm a streamer now, everybody. I love you guys. And the chat is the best thing to ever happen to me. And notice how when that happened, he completely stopped giving a fuck about the YouTube videos. The YouTube videos was just something he used to do because he got used to doing it. He didn't give a fuck about it. His channel became a landfill of garbage. And it was all Twitch. It was all the streams. All the subs and bits and tips and trips and ticks.
then I changed for the better over the last 7 years to not even think that way. Now I cherish your criticism.
Yeah, now he's the god. And he's the king and based. I'm going to skip this segment and go to here where he is officially a meme. Oh, Jin. Okay, here's about him being a meme, basically.
Exorbitant amount of games. I actually wasn't spending that much money at the time, you see. But people were lining up in droves to get those cases. I had a forums, and I'm not even kidding you, hundreds upon hundreds of people would post in the forum, and I would use a random number generator to pick. I mean, at one point there was like 1,000 people posting in the forum to get that empty box because it was from DSP, because it was a bunch of collector's edition content they weren't going to get because they didn't buy the collector's edition, and I would autograph whatever they wanted. So to them, I'm giving them a free piece of memorabilia of their favorite YouTuber, and they loved it. But my detractors spun it as, oh, he just gives away empty game boxes. What they failed to mention is the time I gave away whole games, the time that I gave away a PS4 at the launch of the PlayStation 4 because I wanted to help my community. I thought it would be a nice thing to do. I had an extra one that I wasn't using, so I just gave it away. But they won't mention that. To them, it's never happened.
He had an
All I
extra
did was
one
give
that
away
he
empty
wasn't
game boxes,
using.
you know, because that's the narrative they want to spin.
Well, you did do that, so
Dave
anyways.
Teed gifted a membership to the community. Congrats to Sofa Ninja.
DSP's expenditures. In 2013 alone, he took at least 4 trips. Every one of them, he paid for at least one additional person, whether it was John Rambo or Pen Lee, sometimes both. The reason this was becoming relevant was because of DSP's focus on his decline of views and earnings. his critics could be just as excessive with their own commentary.
Have you been on Darkside Phil's stream when he fucking flips out of people using adblock? About how you're it's like going into his house and robbing him and taking all his shit.
They should find out where he lives and rob him. Like, actually go to his house.
Man, you're taking...
Oh, the ad block, right? Because at the time, they weren't called detractors at this point. I think they were I called them trolls or whatever. They were literally going around saying, just watch Phil's content with the ads off, with ad block on, excuse me. That way, you could still watch him, but he makes no money, right? Now, today, I want you to think about that.
It's actually crazy the extent to which detractors run this guy's life. They fucking control him like a marionette. Detractors own this guy.
Today,
and the cool thing is that you can stop being a detractor anytime. And many people have, like actual tens of thousands of people. Very interesting. And he will never stop being Darkside Phil, and they will always own him.
Someone said, hey, it's okay to watch everyone's content with ad block on. A lot of people would be like, well, no, actually it's not. You know, that's kind of messed up. But back then, it was kind of a new thing. And so ad block was a hot piece of contention. It was actually things people talked about all the time. Should you have ads on? Should you not have ads on? Should you be able to make a living on YouTube videos? Is it okay for people to have ad block on when they're watching someone who they know that their living is made on YouTube ads? Keep in mind at this time, okay, during this time period, there was no live streaming. There was no super chats, no memberships, no subscriptions, no tips, none of that. It was just my entire living was made on ad revenue. I didn't even have any sponsorships or product placements. My shit was basically just ads. So if you're watching my content with ad block on, you are taking my livelihood away from me. And I directly talked about it, but I probably shouldn't have, correct? I probably shouldn't have said that at all. I should have just been quiet and never said a word about it and just let people do what they want. Because what happens is when you bring shit up like this, it just makes it bigger. So what happens? More people do it, right? So by me addressing it and bringing it up, immediately more and more people start doing the bad thing that I don't want them to do, and it ends up hurting me. And that's my fault. I'm dumb for having brought it up and acted and addressed it in the way that I did, right?
Making my money. That's just like if you use ad block on one of my videos.
But you know what would be great? You could really teach him lessons if we went into his house and lynched him.
4chan was also in on this, creating green text that accompanied other memes. As to only help the building tension, DSP set out on
so right. My favorite parts of this whole doc are when the man baby pre-bunks, only to have June immediately annihilate it in the first sentence.
Yeah.
He unpauses.
Yeah.
I never saw that doing this was bad for him and kept doing it.
Yeah, he just doesn't get it, man, and that's why it's so fun.
Hey, Gondola.
Because there's plenty of people that are similar to him on the internet. You know, you can have your Amberlynn, you can have your Onision, just like a raging narcissist, but only he is Darkside Phil. This whole like compilation of all these things that are so fucking funny, and he never stops being this. It's this 24/7.
Attacking other creators.
It's insane.
Towered over his own.
Holy shit. Oh, no. This is true. This was so bad of me because as I noticed that there started to be a decline and everyone started making fun of me, again, laughing at me instead of with me, I basically became incredibly
narcissistic
sensitive.
and egotistical.
You still are, buddy. What is this tweet? What are these tweets I'm looking at? Oh, my stupid detractors called out my post, so I'm gonna delete it and I'm gonna say I was dumb about it, therefore justifying what my detractors did. Very nice. What are the replies to this tweet, by the way? Let's go back to them. So we got Dabby. Shout outs to Dabby. Says Gin Brain tweets, which he probably just woke up. So yeah, he's probably still got that gin brain. He's hungover. We got a Kinda Sav. Shout out to Sav. Subscribe to her Twitch. I'm still waiting for her to eat her foot because she said she's going to do it if DSP admits he's down from the rafters, and he literally did. Shout out Infidel Castro, member of the channel. Almost like Jin tweeting at 2 a.m. isn't the way to approach things. What a loser. I still wonder why this guy isn't banned. DSP banned this guy. Block him. He's very toxic. You did this to yourself. A man dying of cancer has to talk to King DSP before it's too late. That's terrible. As someone who is also fighting cancer, I'm sure his priorities aren't you. So, yeah. Prayers in chat for Paul Langley. Hope you get better, man. Can't wait for you to look like a clown on your podcast and blame the detractors as usual for your own actions. Yep, that's going to happen in an hour. So I hope you're hyped for that. It's mega hype. You want drama. You're not interested in gaming, says Jason. You're incapable of being anything other than a selfish, lying, manipulative person. Even when you try, you fail at being anything other than this. And you know why all these things exist, all these replies exist, and why the replies are open? Because the king is back. This guy got the check mark. And once you get the check mark, you get paid for engagement. So in the end of the month, he's going to get a fat paycheck of probably between $6 and $7.
Guess he knows about me.
It's going to hit like crack. It's going to be so good. He's going to buy himself a quarter of a pull. Hell yeah.
Started lashing out.
Guess
at
I got
others
under
who were
his
doing better than
skin.
me, saying that I was better than them and shit like that. It was really bad. I would argue that this was a very toxic time of my life where I was saying really dumb shit and being very offended and offensive towards everyone. Another YouTuber who's not a giant fucking Tobuscus PewDiePie idiot who loves gaming, is doing it for the love of gaming, and he's actually showing up in my fucking related channels.
PewDiePie's channel had over 100 times the subscribers that filmed it. And there was no doubt that they shared viewers. So these comments assured that those viewers would not return to Phil. What's more is that Phil would talk about how big of a fan PewDiePie was of him.
Yeah, that's right. PewDiePie has said he was inspired by me to make videos. He used to watch my content back when he had no money. No, that he didn't say that. That's a lie. Here's me being stupid, right?
No, it's not you being stupid. It's you being a liar. There's a difference. Because smart people can also lie. You're not one of them. You're just the stupid liar. But here you're not just being stupid. You're just straight up being a liar.
So PewDiePie used to leave comments on my videos. I've seen some of the comments. Before PewDiePie ever even uploaded a single video to YouTube to make his own content, he watched my old content and he actually left comments on my videos. I've seen some of them, okay? Then, if you look at some of PewDiePie's early content, he talks about me. In his Heavy Rain playthrough, when the detective is on the wasteland where the first body is and Norman Jaden walks out, he's investigating the body in the wet area, and the first detective walks up who has a goatee, PewDiePie says, oh, he looks like Darkside Phil, right? So 100% it's proven he used to watch me before he even made content, and then he's referencing me in his early content.
You're a joke.
Does that mean directly that he was inspired by me to make videos? No. Okay?
And it's pretty interesting. I can remember a video that's more recent to the one he's watching right now of him talking about how he inspired PewDiePie. I can remember watching it in the last couple of years. I probably can't find it, but if you look it up on PicPicGo, you probably could.
He watched me at some point, and he did reference me in his early content. This is me grossly over-exaggerating that to try to get clout. That's what this is. This
Cloud chasing Pig Roach.
Being dishonest, overly exaggerating the situation to get clout. And it was dumb, because eventually, obviously, this kind of behavior was going to blow up in my face, saying dumb shit like this constantly, trying to act like I was bigger or more important than I actually was. Someone tipped me $5, but it got frozen by PayPal. I apologize. This happens from time to time. I can't see your message, so I can't shout it out. I'm sorry about that. Whoever did the $5 tip, PayPal is suspended.
Oh my god, okay, let's move on.
PewDiePie did, in fact, like some of DSP's videos back in 2011. Though as Phil's barrage continued, PewDiePie would have a change in opinion. As for now, the other leading channel that he was personally at odds with was Tobuscus, who launched his own gaming channel. On top of that, he promoted NCAA Football 2013.
I fucking hated this guy at the time, for a lot of reasons. I'm sure we're going to go into them.
And his video on it was used as an advertisement for the game on YouTube.
Because he ran
with what he
ads.
perceived as YouTube advertising his competitors.
What a legitimate
was quick
reason
make
to
a
hate
rant on it.
somebody.
And here's why I'm upset. I'm not upset that he's advertising the game. That's fine. It's even a gaming-related ad. I understand why it's on my video. But at the end of the fucking ads, there's a link to his channel.
Phil was thoroughly lambasting entertainers and games that his audience
No, the Jin
enjoyed.
the King documentary
Games
is
that
next week, the 13th. Friday,
were
the
rising in
13th.
popularity.
God, okay.
Like Minecraft for its lack of story. This made the
I actually didn't know that. I had no idea that Notch had said something. I don't think I did then. This is the first I'm actually seeing it in writing. But I have said this to this day. All right? I have said that my comments on Minecraft were some of the biggest examples of me being a misinformed idiot. Saying shit for absolutely no reason, talking out of my ass. All right? And then eating crow for it. Years later, after so many people telling me, Phil, you were wrong. You've got to try Minecraft. It's not just a kid's game. It's not some immature, stupid kiddie thing. You really should check it out. And then I played it, and I loved it. I was like, this game is really good. It's got crafting. It's got survival. It's got adventure. It's got exploration. It's got all these elements to it that are fun and neat and creative. And then when I got it, I was like, I'm a complete idiot because I talked so much shit about this game. And this is just one case. This is old Phil used to do this all the time.
Oh, yes, old Phil.
Tried to profit off the fact that he shit on it and was now playing it.
Bite me because people were like, no,
turned it into like a money-making scheme where he charged money to make things in
Minecraft. I was purposely trying to make trouble to get attention.
While breaking Twitch's terms of service.
Tremendously today, because today I look back at this kind of shit and I'm like, this is sad that I opened my mouth about shit I was not informed on. And the thing is, I had a lot of people who followed me back then, who listened to me, who believed me, who thought, oh yeah, Minecraft is a kiddie game and shit. It's not. But I was dumb and I talked out of my ass because I thought my shit didn't stink and I was smarter than everybody else. I'm a moron.
Because of DSP's
he also does this nowadays when he talks about streamer games. Oh yeah, it's this game that only fucking shill streamers play, and they just play it for like a week and then they drop it because all they want is the views. And then when he played a game with his buddies at the casino, he played a streamer game. What was that game called? Chained Together or something? Yep, that's a game that streamers play with their friends, and they play it for a week and then they drop it because it's the hot new thing. Whoops. I guess old Phil isn't all that old.
Decline, there was inversely a lucrative market to make content criticizing DSP.
Yeah, memeable games, that's right. Memeable games.
Seen across various channels.
Here we
the
go.
Kojima World Order, or the KWO, was the unified...
The memer streamers, very well said. The memer streamers.
The origin of the name came from Phil himself and his criticism...
Oh no, now we get into the SOK.
It is a good point, yeah.
Everything that Kojima has made...
He doesn't insult Minecraft, but he insults every game that's now coming out that's in the vein of Minecraft.
It is godlike, without question.
So he really has not changed.
Kojima World Order.
2013 ended far differently than it began.
Let's play the Coffin of Andy
DSP's
lately.
views still on decline
Everyone
and a
should.
decline in how DSP was viewed.
When's the next
made
part
for
coming
Phil's
out
worst
anyways?
year yet. And in 2014, the detractor videos and memes evolved rapidly. Phil could only add fuel to their fire.
Okay, what is up, everybody?
Oh yeah, this is the KWO, it's not the SOK. SOK is later.
That I freaking did an unboxing and I didn't unbox the game. Let's see what Jude has to say about this.
Phil here, and welcome to Release Day Unboxing for Tuesday, February 11th, 2014. And before everyone says, what on earth is going on, you probably hear an incredibly annoying, high-pitched, droning sound going on. That is the fire alarm in my condo facility. And the problem is, the fire alarm in this condo facility has a nasty habit of, during the middle of the winter, especially when it's very cold, of going off as a malfunction.
That was from DSP's release day unboxing video. The first 3 minutes, Phil is talking about the ongoing fire alarm. Then he shifts to criticizing prior games. Then to the fire alarm, and then DSP picks up the camera, takes it to the door, and shows he stuffed paper towels in the slits to muffle some of the ongoing alarm.
Stupid.
In the entire 14 minutes, DSP failed to open
I'm not embarrassed, actually, I'm laughing.
DSP's comments, realizing his mistake tied to the title.
Here,
of the
you think I'm
video
going to be
is what
embarrassed by it?
DSP
I'll
was
just
now
fake
known
laugh.
for.
Wow. There you
No
go.
few videos
That'll
of his
show
own
you
have
how hurt I am
captured
by
this entertainment
being
from
called a
failure
fucking
in
idiot.
such a way.
What's up, boss?
Is it time?
As predictable as Phil was
What a
in the
twat.
gaming space with his commentary,
fucking
his
goober.
decisions, especially the financial
I'm
ones,
not
were
embarrassed. I
seldom
can go
predictable.
because I'm going to pretend like that's not even
Finally
me.
committed to move. Some discernible reasons
It's someone
for a
else
move
who
were mainly
I
tied to having a larger
consumed.
living space, allowing for more storage.
became a better
and would
person,
give Phil and Panda Lee their own
right?
space as they were
Right?
seeking to move in together.
Ooh la la.
Ara ara.
Ara ara.
Ooh la la. Ooh la la. Ooh la la.
Much hotter than the current +1, as we all know. Look at it, Phil. Look at it. Look at what you got rid of.
Ara ara.
Stop, it's some help. Common strategies would suggest Phil would either sell or rent his condo and then.
Before we get into this, shout out to
Try laughing at that.
This will be a whole new saga. This will be a good one. Hopefully we can
He's
get
a
through this
Chinese
whole saga
bear.
tonight. I don't.
A whole new saga.
So it's must speak, misremember, and misinform.
Yep.
I thought he was married.
That's exactly it. Misspeak, misremember, misinform. The 3 M's of the GOAT.
Phil was drunk tweeting at Metokur Desam.
Yeah. You did see he also deleted the tweets because the detractors pointed out that he was praising him very suspiciously, and then he apologized. But also he said my detractors are idiots, so I don't even get it. Big ups Duce Falco for the 10 and Too Keen for the 5, dude. And I'm sorry that I missed out on your super chat last time. If you can just tag me in chat and repeat what you said, I'm just gonna give you the shout out now. Because it got fucking lost in the sauce yesterday. My bad. I apologize and take full responsibility. I was an idiot.
On the stupid PC, it wasted a ton
Yeah, I
of
think
time.
he's gay too. He's in the closet.
So I received a $5 tip. Someone says, everyone has turned the page, Your Majesty. For everyone to hate on you now, it's just ridiculous. There's no need for you to defend yourself. That was then and this is now. It's clear for all to see you've changed.
But he's worse
Game,
than he
so it
was
will
then.
Remain, long live your reign. Yours respectfully,
Long
I'm
live
troublesome.
your reign.
Thank you to I'm troublesome for a $5 tip.
Yeah, that was lame as fuck.
That's some corny ass
I'm going to be
LARPing, dude.
broadcasting for about another
You're
hour.
gay and
Okay, I'm
lame.
gonna be skipping for about right now. Oh, so this is
Long
when when
live
he started
your
moving.
reign, king.
$100. I shit you
Got
not.
him.
It's that
I'm a
expensive
good troll, right?
to move across the country.
It cost me way more than that. Way more than that. Because that was what the estimate was. And then when they actually hit me with the bill, it was more. After the move, I was like, what the fuck? And then, of course, I mean, you got to think of other things like furnishing the house, right? Getting a foothold out here, all what it costs to do that. So it was way more than that.
Phil had decided to move from Connecticut to quite literally across the country to Washington to purchase a condo for $265,000. What's more, for 2013, with Phil's viewership on his main channel, he had made just shy of $100,000 gross, a steep decline from the $170,000 gross in 2012. This indicates continued loss of revenue and pressure to pull back on spending. And even though Phil
can't
should
edit
have money
without
saved
fucking
up,
up
he was still petitioning his audience for
OBS.
donations.
All right, I'll have to
Right
close
now, I'll
the
be honest with everyone, the past month to 2 months,
close one of the
April
VTuber
and now
avatars.
May, up to now, have been pretty slow. But
Oh yeah, shout out to Too King to give a what. So he was saying yesterday that there was no way in hell DSP was ever gonna send proof to Craig, and the email not being read was a giant cope. Well, I don't think cope is the proper word. It's more of a gotcha. That's what he was looking for. Oh, Craig. Oh man, I was gonna send you that email, but you didn't read it. I guess you're missing out. Well, too bad, man. Too bad.
you know, I needed a little bit of help in these times when things are slow, okay?
The situation he was revealing was far more dire than initially thought. Phil was technically still in debt as he paid the minimum on his mortgage for his Connecticut condo, and as later revealed, Phil, as he claims, emptied his bank account to finance a move.
That's okay. So yes.
Oh my god, dude! I forgot all about all this because all this shit has been just going on. He wanted to play Legos on stream. He wanted to play board games on stream. He wanted to play single-player board games on stream. This is how desperate he was to try and find anything to do other than play video games. And I guess the Kino Casino filled that am hole for him.
Emptied my bank account to finance.
Because we don't talk about that anymore.
Went to like the down payment on the place.
Talking about playing fucking board games on stream alone.
Country. So
you have a stream chat there with you, but you want to play board games alone. Like, okay, he's just desperate for anything to do. And then Andy and Ashton were like, why don't you just shit all over your detractors? And he's like, sure. I mean, I said I wasn't going to do that for like 7 years, but okay, guys, give me money.
No cash left
Duty.
by the time I moved.
Duty,
Then I racked up a ton of credit
duty.
cards, which I'm sure is what he's going to talk about next.
Meaning,
Guess what,
somehow,
Duty?
the
You're a
hundreds of thousands of dollars
duty.
he should have
Yes,
saved
and you
were
should be
supposedly
flushed
gone.
down a toilet
In
because
addition
you're a
to
duty.
this, he began using
Yeah,
credit
I'm so
cards
witty
to
and
continue his
clever.
lavish lifestyle. That
I
was
took your name
What he
Duty and I
doesn't
made
know, or what
poo
he doesn't
jokes.
address, all the money I made in my early days of YouTube paid off a lot of debt from my previous life. So it paid off my student loans. It paid off credit card debt from the Evo days that he talked about earlier in this actual documentary. I had a lot of debt that I was dragging around for many years, and when I became a YouTuber, I had to pay all of that off. Okay, basically, by the time that I moved in 2014, I want to argue I had maybe like $30,000 saved in the bank, and the rest of it was, no, I spent it all. Like all my savings were spent on the move across the country, 100%, and then I went into debt. Because I had to basically keep paying for shit. So I had to keep racking stuff up on credit cards and shit.
You didn't actually have to do that.
I've talked about this over the years.
was far beyond unsupportable.
Like the lamest thing you can do.
Lots of people just
The lamest thing you can do is being in a bunch of debt and then freeing yourself from the debt and then getting in more debt.
Right.
Because you're just saying that you didn't learn your lesson. You learn nothing, just like you learn nothing from the bankruptcy, because he most likely has a credit card right now. So he's going to go back in the hole again. And this is not even going to be the first time this happened to him. It happened before. Well, okay, I don't expect DSP to learn any kind of lesson.
like me because I am successful and outspoken. I should have signed up here with a different name, but I didn't think that far ahead. I may do so now." Unquote. This was Phil in a forum for the mobile game WWE Supercard, which is
there we go.
A collectible card game of sorts with an emphasis on microtransactions themed around the well-known American wrestling organization. Quote, "I just got my second in the Hulk Hogan Challenge and spent around $200. For $1,200, I think, you can buy a pack of 1,500 title matches, which is enough to win the event doing straight +5s." Unquote. The jargon around the game was hardly interesting to any detractor. What was Phil's knowledge of the cost of items and his spendings of potentially thousands of real-life dollars in a time he supposedly did not have any money to spend.
I just want to plug this real quick. I'm going to drop the link in chat. If you want more information, and this rabbit hole goes very deep and it's super interesting, check out the WPIG stream that ALT did with me. I was there. Very fun. A lot of lore and a lot of addiction and a lot of gacha to be seen.
Yeah.
I've already fessed up to all of this. Okay. I've already fessed up to it. I moved out here and basically I financed some of the move with my cash. The others, I racked up credit cards. And yes, I got into mobile game. It was WWE Supercard was the first big one.
How desperate are you to move that you
Dragon Ball
max out credit cards? Maybe just wait until you save up before you move instead of just being like, I have to.
I fess up to that
I must.
entirely. That is all completely true. Okay?
He was financing Panda Lee's new soap-making business.
Just wait till you can
Phil
afford
also
it.
renewed
Like, what the
lease.
fuck are you
True,
running
too.
from?
My ex wanted to do something other than just a 9-to-5 job. So she wanted to make soap. And I
Did the
financed
East Coast
entire
FGC threaten to beat him up
upfront
again?
thing.
So he's like, I
bought
gotta get
all
out of
the
here.
Ingredients she needed to make the soap. I bought
Terrible idea, by the way. Why not just do both? Why not have a 9-to-5 and in your free time work on this independent business that you got? Because then you can have something to rely on if that business flops, which is what happened. It did flop. And, you know, they didn't know it was going to flop, but it did. So it would have been nice to have some security by having an actual job.
all the molds. I bought all the chemicals. I bought a printer so she could print all laser printers so she could print all the shit. I bought all the boxes. I did it all. I financed her entire business up front for her to make soap, and that would be her job / hobby. So she would have something to do to make some money and not be bored while I was working all day to pay for the move.
Big Guy showed something the other night that I never knew. When the bankruptcy docs showed, they showed he still owed $15,000 in back taxes. Meaning he never ever paid that off after getting it from the dent in all those negations. So fucking sad.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that kind of sucks. It kind of sucks, but it's DSP. You can't even be surprised at this point. That's why people weren't generally surprised that he admitted he's down from the Raptors. Because like, why are you surprised by something that you already pretty much knew? You just needed like actual final confirmation,
bro.
So it's like, it's DSP.
That's exactly.
I don't know what to tell you, man.
On a BMW,
big ups for the dollar bike.
2,000 miles a year. Evidence of Phil's poor spending had been mounting for some time, but never has it been this overwhelming.
Once my equipment shows up, my new PC, I'm hoping to get to work with higher quality videos for you guys. So next week will be an interesting week to test it, right?
1, 2, 3, or 4 if you include the capture card Phil is using. That's how many capture cards Phil has.
No. It's 3. That extreme cap is the one I used for a whole decade and never bought another one. The other 2 I bought and didn't work. In fact, that one intensity I just tried to use a year ago or earlier this year or last year, and it crashed my PC. The other one didn't even work at all. It was just the wrong card. That box, I don't know what's in there, but if I remember correctly, that was cables. That was HDMI cables. So no, there wasn't 4 or 5. I did buy 3 capture devices. Only one worked, the extreme cap, and that's the one I used for literally a decade.
He purchased 3 new ones to test them out. The comments discussed the absurdity of Phil's purchases. Quote,
yeah, what are they going to do now?
So he ordered
Where
one
you
capture-
hiding, Medicare? Cancer man, why don't you return DSP's tweets? I don't care if you're sick. You can go talk to the king or else. Yeah, that's right, Ashton. Ding, 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 ding.
Like, bro, learn when to fucking cut the cord with this motherfucker.
Card, change his mind.
What you
and
scared of, Medicare? Talk to DSP. You better do it. He asked you twice. I know he said the first time that he was too sick to talk to you, but he asked you again, so you better answer. Right, Ashton? Ding, 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 ding.
Another.
Fucking
then
losers.
changed his mind again and bought another all
Yeah,
before
clap,
the first
clap,
could
clap,
even
clap,
be
clap.
delivered.
I don't remember the specifics. I would think I probably ordered all 3 of them at the same time, but maybe I'm wrong.
You got more money than sense, or your credit card debt is rising. Wouldn't it be worth doing
both
research before buying them? Dude, you could just figure this stuff out with a Google search. Lol.
No, you can't. That's ridiculous. A Google search is not going to figure out the best option for your business. You do.
Yes, it will.
Around with equipment.
No.
I wasn't as tech savvy as I wish I was, and I needed to mess around with an external and internal. I needed to mess around with different things. Okay.
Unquote. What the comments miss is that Phil also bought a new, pre-built PC from CyberPower within the week of the capture card video, and did the unboxing live, taking his chance to mock the PC Mighty Furtada built for him by stating,
This is how you do ship a PC. Already a broken piece of plastic. Already a broken piece of plastic. That might be why the top is moving.
Yep. The top, even with this PC shipped that way, it still had things broken on it. To this day, it's still broken. It moved, the whole top moves when you touch it. It doesn't stay in place. It's fucked up. But it still worked. Don't get me wrong.
touch
the
it.
PC worked. It's
How hard is
how it was
that?
supposed to. It's just the fucking plastic was loose on the front.
It's the post that goes through that holds this in place broke off in shipping.
the price of the PC was $3,000.
Correct.
Here it is in action.
What the hell? Copy, look.
Yeah, this is that one. You guys already know.
Great, yep.
So he didn't know that there was an option to switch from encoding with your CPU and encoding with your GPU. Like he just didn't know how to use his PC.
Correct. That's absolutely correct. I was inept. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing.
I was inept, implying that now he is more experienced and knowledgeable of technology, which is even more inaccurate because now, if anything, he's worse. Legitimately, this guy is completely helpless with technology. Completely helpless.
Advice from like people on the internet on how to do shit, you know? And now, today, what I do, all right, is I direct capture with my, I think it's my CPU, and I stream with my GPU. But back then, you couldn't even do that. We're talking about 2014. There was no way to do that. Now in OBS, there's options. You could capture one way, you could stream another way, you could split the processing power to do these things. And that's, I'm
all right, I'm gonna split the processing power of the skip button by jumping on the next thing. Oh, and here he is making drama. Let's see this one. Please YouTube.
100% June is right on the money with this here. Okay.
In November of 2014, a Twitch mod jumped into Phil's streams requesting he lower his bitrate. This is basically asking him to lower the quality. While Phil complied, he was unhappy with the outcome, especially with all the money he invested in improving the visual quality. In an act of defiance, Phil deleted his Twitch account, opting to stream on YouTube where
I didn't delete my Twitch account. I think I deactivated it because I went back to it many years later and I used it again when Twitch upped their bitrate limitations and said, hey, you could do different bit rates and stuff. Okay. But yeah, that absolutely happened. I said I deleted it, but I didn't. I didn't delete it. I deactivated it and I went back to it many years later.
Oh, so you lied for something that there was no point in lying about?
This move that was meant
All right,
to
man.
increase viewership via higher quality streams actually had Phil.
I mean, if you're going to have one takeaway, just one, from this whole video that is like 4 hours long, is that this guy lies a lot. And he lies about shit that you don't even have to lie. He just lies because he thinks it's fun. Or he just can't help himself. It's just in his nature to just be a bullshitter.
As few Twitch native users were loyal enough to migrate. Phil was now going from blunder to
I was not getting only 90 views a video. That's false. That's bullshit. Even today,
we're back to default.
Even on today, when I have massively declined, like the least video views I'll get on a gaming video is like maybe 200-300 tops over a little bit of time. On average, my gameplay videos get around 500 views. You know, if it's not a popular game, if it's a popular game, I'll get thousands of views. It depends. But
thousands of views, also known as 1,000.
He captured a moment in time when those videos had just been uploaded and only had a few views.
to blunder, miscalculating, misunderstanding, failing only in ways he could. For example, he allegedly launched a fan art campaign. The participants on Twitter gleefully joined in and shared their art. Only they weren't fans. This contrast, this continued failure.
Hey! Whoa! This happened literally like a day ago. And it happened here. Me and June the King on the Level 1 podcast, Friday the 13th. Shower this post with fan art. And guess what you get? Guess what you get? You get this. This is what you get. Wow. A bunch of amazing fans. Amazing. I wish I had fans like this.
A nuance to DSP's thought process that was demanding exploration and criticism, especially when, in December of 2014, Phil was playing with the idea of starting a Patreon. But also in December, he was making more vlogs showing his continued poor spending habits that were discourteous even to his parents that Phil set up in a hotel instead of having them stay in the condo.
My parents are visiting for the Christmas week holiday, and they actually took the car. That's right. I let them.
That's right. I let them take the BMW.
But I trust my parents.
That's a lot of trust.
That's less than 10 minutes away. We got them up. We set them up at room and board. It's a nice hotel.
How is that discourteous to my parents? It was a hotel that was 10 minutes away. That was a really nice
Of course,
hotel
he don't
that
get it.
I paid for.
He just doesn't get it.
And they didn't have to
But he's
stay
changed, you
in
guys.
one spare bedroom of my
He's
house.
still
that
as
was really
oblivious
small
as
and
ever.
not set up to be a bedroom. How is that discourteous?
You literally just flexed about giving them your BMW and saying that demands, man, that required a lot of, I don't remember what he said, a lot of faith, a lot of trust or whatever. Like you acting like your parents are retards. The fuck is wrong with you?
Accommodation than what it would have been in my house. And I let them drive my BMW.
Whoa, I let them drive my BMW. What a nice guy.
He said that was discourteous.
Yes.
Huh?
They would have been
Now,
fine if
that
they
I'm
stayed in
really
your
confused
condo.
about. If you were going to go visit someone and stay with them for a week, and they had a small spare bedroom that wasn't set up as a bedroom, so you're going to have to sleep on like crappy accommodations, like a inflatable mattress on the floor or something, right?
What about
Or
a
if they said,
couch?
instead of that, I'm going to pay for you to have a
Why couldn't you give them your bedroom that is very big and nice?
Yeah,
why
that's
not do
better.
that for your parents?
Yeah,
Elderly
how about
people?
you sleep on the couch and let them sleep in your bedroom?
That actually gave birth to you, well, one of them, and raised you?
No.
I don't know.
What are you talking about?
You know the suite at a hotel room where it's like the giant room? Where you
The
have two rooms
giant
you walk
room
between
with
and it
the
has all that
dog.
shit. You know what I
All
mean?
the
really
shit,
nice
you
one.
know what I
I'm
mean?
gonna pay for that for you to stay there instead, and I'm gonna give you my BMW
Whoa.
Town while you're here. Would you be upset that I said I'm gonna do that for you, or would you like to just stay
He
in the
didn't have
house?
enough time to put foam padding on all the sharp corners of the house.
Oh yeah. Yeah. we need foam padding for the elderly parents. They're really not that bright, man. They're really old. So they've gone senile.
That's in a bedroom that's not.
Big ups Beetlejuice.
I'm a little confused about that one. That one, I really feel like now we're starting to get nitpicky. My parents loved the fact that we got them the hotel room. You know what I'm saying? Like,
No. They're not going to say
sweet.
that it was discourteous.
Actively
They're just going to
watching
be
DSP,
quiet about
who
it.
was streaming
and
around 6 times a week,
feel
for
whatever they
several hours
feel.
at a time was no small feat. What started as laughing at Phil's terrible gameplay had turned into a higher investment into his continuing dramas.
yes. So here we go. Here's when it goes from literally, okay, Phil is a bad gamer, to Phil is a bad person.
He is. Phil absolutely is a bad person.
His personal shit in his life rather than just deride his gameplay. This is kind of where it starts.
Tumblr tries to capture the drama in 2014. From this magazine,
Yeah,
that
I bet
states
they
Phil
wish they
whines
had
about
more
losing a
children
lot
than
to
him.
Phil spending and
So they didn't have to
helmets inside.
deal with only
Yeah,
him.
they needed
could
to
have been
wear
proud of at
helmets
least one of their kids.
in fluffy jackets. Just in case, man. You never know what's going to happen. They might fall down the stairs. You can't trust those people.
conflict with creators like PewDiePie, who was now in on making
Big ups, Jay.
Phil's e-begging, conflicts, forum drama, a list of over 2,000 words. The most shocking fact was that it was still missing a fair amount of Phil's exploits. To capture it all and understand it all for entertainment was a process that loses its entertainment value.
And that's the thing, like, I want you to think about that. So these are the people who become obsessed. Most people are like, I'm happy to just laugh. I'll watch the This Is How You Don't Play and I'll laugh at Phil because he sucks at games, right? And it became a meme and I reacted badly. But then you get the people who become the hyper-obsessed people who, like, it is now their agenda to memorize everything I've done, what they consider wrong, okay, in a year, and start fucking really getting crazy stalkerish, right?
Wrong.
The majority of people...
Again,
watching
like
your
I said
content
yesterday
is
on
not
TBS,
stalking you.
I understand people nitpicking everything he does because this dude lies so much. And when he lies, he's so fucking smug about it that you feel like you want to go out of your way to prove that he's lying. You want to go out of your way. Just a second, man. Just a second. Let me just finish my thought. I'm going to replay this. He lies so much and he's so smug about it. You want to go out of your way just to prove that he's lying. And people go to great lengths to prove that he's a fucking liar, and they successfully do it. And that's why we are where we are nowadays, when he's getting these fucking documentaries, and there's a search engine made about him, and there's a million messages on Kiwi Farms about him, is because he lies so much and he's such a fucking bitch. It just naturally makes you want to go out of your way to prove this and debunk him and dunk on him. And he can never take an L, which is really not in his best interest, because that makes people do it even more. When faced with the facts and faced with the evidence, you're still in denial. That makes people go out of their way even more.
His parents loved for him to go further into debt with the hotel suite.
Yeah, well, I'm sure they liked it. I'm sure they liked it because they got a nice hotel room and their son is super successful, big shot baller YouTuber.
Big shot credit card debt.
That's epic. But again, if that was me, I'm having them stay at my place because I just think that's the reasonable thing. And I'm not bragging about letting them use my car as if it's this huge favor I'm doing them. It's just like a normal thing. Big ups Mario Faker.
Are only interested in the wildest clips of Phil. And then you have those that watch hour-long This Is How You Don't plays, then those that interact with Phil to try to get a rise from him and seek discussion of him. And then you have an entirely different people, one that tops the spectrum of investment and are not motivated by entertainment, but malice.
The following announcement has been paid for by the...
I think it's more that he knows the condo is a hoarder home and doesn't want to be Mbar bunnies when his parents see it.
Well, I'm sure they've been there. Even when it was a quarter condo, they just threw all the stuff in the storage nook. That's probably what happened. That's my best bet. Yeah, and now we're getting into the Sons of Kojima.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the SOK cast. If you guys want to introduce yourselves, I'd be more than
What's
happy
going
to.
on, everybody? Fred Fucks again.
And Superior Artist, or Superior Snorez.
This is Renegade Operative here.
Evil AJ 2010 here.
That's okay.
And Carson, right?
Yeah,
Miles.
And we are going to be joined by Loophole 572 shortly.
That was his son.
At this point, I might just let this play for a while and I'll absorb it. I have literally heard absolutely none of any of this. I never paid attention to these people. I never listened to the I never paid a moment. It was only I heard things about them, but I just made content and ignored it. So I'm going to be learning along with you. If you didn't know anything about these guys, I don't know anything.
You said that they were better than your current
This channel rallied the prominent detractors of
Okay,
DSP.
so were you
Fred
lying
Fox
then, or
was
are
at
you
the
lying
helm,
now?
The name chosen through an angry video game nerd video.
Fred Fox.
There are many things that make this channel exceptionally unique. Primarily is that this is a dedicated channel that trumps all others in terms of effort. The members that ebb and flow always had Fred Fox pathing the way, creating multi-hour-long podcasts, and though they put in much effort, they were getting arguably the least amount of traction for their investment. Rarely do detractors get less views than Phil himself, but when it came to the SOK, rarely did any other videos ever outperform Phil. The reason was that they were at the highest tier of investment in terms of Phil. They reached an extremely niche audience in an already superbly niche environment.
Right. If you're going to make a This Is How You Don't Play, right? That's making fun of a playthrough of mine and it really highlights my shortcomings or whatever, and it's funny to the common person, that's going to work on YouTube. If you're hyper analyzing each aspect of my life in such scrutiny to the point where only the most obsessed person would know or care what you're even talking about, you're not going to get traction on YouTube. That's the difference.
But this is
get
so
more views
dumb.
than you do.
Why does he think those people want to get traction on YouTube? As like, for example, with my shit, do you think I want to get popular on YouTube by doing fucking streams watching DSP shit? I mean, come on. What? And also his idea that everybody who does shit on him wants to have some level of popularity. Because, of course, he's projecting because that's what he wants. He wants some level of popularity. He can't understand the idea of people doing something just for fun, just because they feel like it and because they feel like this is what they want to do, which is the case with like pretty much I don't know. I'm not going to make up a percentage, but I'm going to say most detractor channels.
Videos were made to laugh at Phil's failures. The Sons of Kojima was trying to interact with Phil and in many ways make his life worse. On the surface, they will promote what they believed was their moral superiority by leading a charity drive that funded the construction of a well in Africa.
Hell yeah, the Africa well.
Fred Fox Will attempted to dictate detractor communities beyond their own. They made the rule that detractors cannot monetize their channels and or make profit through Phil as to remain morally superior. Yet they, in the background, would work with others to strike Phil with illegitimate copyright strikes. Fan art played a central role in this campaign. In 2015, the Sons of Kojima ran free, and it's difficult to say how many trolling campaigns they were launching during this time. A time where Phil's views, for now the third year straight in 2015, were on a steep decline. The trolling community was active like never before, and Phil continued to suffer from the ramifications of his terrible financial decisions. Possibly to offset his continued losses, Phil was committed to launching this Patreon. But there was an issue. There was already a Dark Side Phil Patreon. This had many subscription tiers. On the lowest side was $1, or This Is How You Don't Donate tier. On the highest end was the 7 million tier, or the Theft tier. In between these were 15 more
7 million tier.
Making fun of Phil. This parody Patreon, as it reserved the name Darkside Phil, was sequestered, and in January, Phil launched his Patreon to mediocre success. In February, the number of patrons greatly rose to 74, paying out a total of $1,166. What influenced this surge was Phil redesigning his Patreon to center around milestones that once hit would guarantee the release of a video or a stream around a game.
And now I'll just say this, in retrospect, I bit off way more than I could chew.
Oh, no shit.
I should not have approached Patreon in this manner because already I was working 6 to 7 days a week so much, and now I'm taking on even more responsibility to do extra content on top of that to receive more money from Patreon, and I was not equipped to do it. All right? I definitely screwed up and then eventually completely changed the way that my Patreon works.
He could have just paid for an editor and be able to do so much more, because the editor would just take care of, well, all the editing that need to be done. And for the Patreon pledges, he could just promise to do a bunch of edited stuff and just pay an editor to do it. And all he had to do is just record it. It would have been so easy, but he doesn't like investing. He doesn't like investing, especially if he can't guarantee that it's going to make the money back. Well,
worked to not be doing these
what can you do?
Things over the years because I couldn't handle it. But I did. It's my fault. That's like I say today, I don't like to overpromise and underdeliver. I learned that lesson from my Patreon 9 years ago, from fucking it up. All right? So here we go.
Like Minecraft, that Phil had a change of heart with. Fans now understood that this was not so much a donation, but a guarantee, held by Patreon's milestone goals and Phil's own words.
But it's not just a way of saying, here, take my money and thank you. It's a way of investing. You spoke in droves.
You invest in DSP.
We want montages. We want better edited content in addition
The DSP stock market.
special events. You get what you want.
This had the added benefit of regaining some favor with his audience. He even began releasing edited montages around months or just his own game series. These, by their nature, were meant to compete against This Is How You Don't plays, or at least capture some of the market. As they failed to compete with them or even just surpassed his raw gameplay videos, he reserved them to a Patreon tier. Also during this time, some videos criticizing DSP were being taken down. While DSP blames these takedowns on Machinima acting in their own interest, viewers took it as DSP wanting to suppress the negative attention.
Which wasn't the truth at all. And I've already formally covered this. Last year, I did a special event on this channel about my history with Machinima, and I showed the receipts. I showed that Machinima, who was my partner network at the time, heard about This Is How You Don't play and heard about my detractors, and they emailed me and said, Phil, we heard about this. We want to take action on it now. So what we're going to do is we're going to use your channel to issue strikes and things. They screwed it all up. They never should have done it like that, because even they didn't understand the nature of DMCA law.
But you gave him the green light, didn't you? You bet your ass this boy agreed immediately. It's like, wait, so you want to take down all the slanderous, disgusting videos made about me? Go ahead, boy. And then they did it.
They were issuing these
Do you think they did it without his permission?
takedowns without the intention of ever suing anyone. They were actually doing it wrong, but they were doing it through my channel, so it made it look like I was the asshole doing it. So now all my detractors are pissed at me. Why are you taking down our videos? I'm literally not doing it at all. I don't have
I don't believe you.
on my behalf, I guess.
Every time you
And it's
lie,
kinda
I
messed
believe
up.
you even
so
less.
After doing that for a few months, like they tried to take down a whole bunch of videos, right? And what happened is all the people just disputed those claims, and so they all got reinstated. All those videos within like 2
but
weeks
they
got
all
reinstated on YouTube.
They all had to give their personal information in order to fill their claim. So whoever did the claim got docs information of every detractor, which was the secondary point of it. The primary point was to take down videos about you. The secondary point was to get docs information about them. So it was a lose-lose situation.
And I said to Machinima, you realize now you made me look like the villain because you did all this in my name, and now people think I personally did it to them.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I didn't realize he was talking about Machinima. I thought he was talking about Super Cuck.
Even though I didn't.
But you know what I'm talking about if you apply it to what I was talking about.
And now all the videos are back anyway. So now
Whatever.
everyone hates me and the videos are still live. So then
Sorry,
what Machinima
I'm editing in
claimed
the
they
background.
did, they claimed they went through the content ID system and they claimed my detractors' videos. But they never once explained to me how much money it made, nor did they ever give me a breakdown of
where's
the
my
payout
book?
for it. So I don't even know if they ever paid me a single penny for it. They might not have. They might have actually content ID claimed a bunch of my
Oh, yeah, I
detractors'
remember
content,
now.
and This Is How You
That's
Don't
something I wanted
plays,
to do.
and pocketed the money and never said a word to me.
Oh, yeah.
No evidence that they ever paid me for it.
Oh, that's a pretty tough accusation to make if you have no evidence.
2015, saying,
But Machinima is dead anyways, so who cares?
when I literally did not. Okay? I literally did not. And now everyone hates me. All my detractors are after me because of this. Okay?
As these
And I have evidence. I have the emails. I showed the receipts last year.
takedowns happened in March, the channels willing to fight the claims were reinstated in April. But
There
when
you
they
go.
were
Even less
reinstated,
now
they were
than it
immediately
did back
claimed,
then.
meaning that they could remain up, while the money would go to Machinima.
There you go.
The same month, DSP released a video of him performing various actions in front of a green screen. It only took 1 day for a scathing video that utilized the green screen footage to be released.
Yeah.
I knew that they would do that though. Like I did this because I wanted to have a green screen video up so fans could make shit, but I very well knew all my detractors were going to do it too. I didn't care.
This included reference to Phil's declining views,
didn't
his
care.
alcoholism, and the copyright strikes applied to detractor channels. Additionally, Phil's diet
It was just
of
a
fast
meme at the
foods was
time,
coming
and he wanted
back
to
in
be like a
full force.
meme
After
chaser.
all, current day, there is at least 17 and a half hours of footage of
Which
Phil
I guess is
consuming
fine,
fast
but,
foods
like,
or foods of similar quality.
That's
Yeah,
smart
my
for
foot
him.
is incredibly swollen. You
Hey, Gout Saga.
The Gout Saga. I didn't know he was going to put this in here, but okay. Tell from what I wanted to
Gout
show you
Saga.
there. It's about, I'd say about 1.5 times the chubbiness.
How's that gout?
So after doing a bunch of research on
Celebrate Gout 100.
I might have gout.
Fall gout.
Historically known as the disease of kings, is
The what? The disease of kings?
It's
Hold
not
on
really a
second.
flex,
King
dude.
Phil?
Oh no, don't.
King Phil has the king's disease?
Calling yourself king is cringe as fuck.
It's pretty funny now. It's pretty ironic now that that's what it's called, because now everything that's happened in the last month, the memes and everything about me being a king, right? But back then,
Yeah, you've got
it was
gout,
just like,
bro.
you know,
You
fuck.
can't
I got
turn
this
that
really
into a
painful thing
flex.
going on, right? So guys, just so you know,
So
we're gonna go
guys,
about
give me
another
money.
half hour tonight, okay?
So anyways,
Oh
give me
my
money.
god, get out of here, bro.
15.
Isn't it funny that I have gout and sometimes people call gout the king's disease? It's pretty funny, huh? Anyways, give me money.
It's literally what just happened.
His financial situation had gotten to the point that he was selling his
What a
statues that he
fucking
could not
goofer.
accurately declare the quality
All
of.
Uber.
Yep. Back of the box. As you can see, very durable. When it moved, it even got a little nick in it, but it did absolutely no damage to anything inside because it has lots of styrofoam inside. His comb has damage. Gotta call that out.
As poor as Phil was with communication, there was one instance that him reaching out very well saved his life.
They all have these super...
Oh, this is the welfare check, wellness check, vibe check.
Hold on.
Not a swatting.
Hold on, everyone. Here it is. I might have some cops outside. Hold on. 2015, this happened when I was playing Batman Arkham City.
In the afternoon of June 24, 2015, someone called Phil's local
God damn
police
it.
department claiming they had shot parents and had a hostage. This was a swatting and the police had to respond. Luckily, Phil had called ahead in fears that something like this would happen. Due to that, and because the caller did not identify themselves, they went in with the expectation that they were possibly not in danger. If not for these circumstances, this visit could have ended far worse.
Yep. Shame on you if you've ever made a "this is how you don't play" about me, if you ever decided to follow me, make a clone account on Twitter, do this childish shit on YouTube, if you thought it was funny to dox me, if you thought it was the DDoS attacks were funny, you almost got me killed. You. Yes, you.
Me?
This shifting of blame
Cool.
and unjustly targeting the detractor community as a whole for the deranged acts of one person further soured relations with the detractors, yet gained
Now,
a bit
did
of
I
sympathy
think
for
the
those that were
detractors
not
were
in this
responsible?
vortex.
No. But I
So-
said it anyways.
To
'Cause I'm retarded.
to look at it now, of course, I don't think that "this is how you don't play" has created that situation. But it's sad that what happens is you get the obsessive people, correct? It's like I said when I did the react to the Rich documentary on this channel with the guys from Kino Casino last month. I said, please understand that even though we're about to make fun of Rich, this is not us condoning and telling people to go out there and attack this man. This is not us
This
saying, hey,
man.
go harass him, go do horrible things to him. We're going to make fun of him, but we're not going to say hurt him, okay? There's too many people on this planet that don't have that level of intelligence. They think that because you're making fun.
Is that all you have to do to be relieved of all responsibility for something happening? That's all you have to do? Some weird ass disclaimer? Okay.
Fun of someone, that you should hurt them, that they are like a villain or Satan or the devil, and the world is good and bad, black and white, heroes and villains, you know, evil.
I mean,
and,
that's what Kiwi
and
Farms
justice,
says
and they
as a
don't
disclaimer.
understand that it's going to the extreme. It's like even on places like KiwiFarms.com, you know, Josh Moon, who I just spoke with a couple weeks ago, the philosophy there is you don't mess with these people who you don't like. You can make fun of them, but if you actually interject yourselves into their lives, to hurt them, you are a bigger lol cow than they are, right?
Yeah, that's true.
That's the problem is this person, whoever this nut job was, okay, who did this swatting, essentially
It wasn't a
was
swatting.
a crazy person who listened to This Is How You Don't Play, who listened to my detractors, who listened to everyone making fun of me and said, well, I'm gonna
You don't know that. You don't know that.
here we go.
You can't know that.
So here's me, you know, I'm so emotionally upset at what happened. The fact that I could have died that day, that I'm lashing out at
Good
the internet,
God.
saying shame
Like
on
the cops
you
would have opened
for all
fire
the
on
shit
you.
that you've done to me
Why?
now, because it's all led to this extreme
So
moment
insulting
of
to
messed up
police to
shit,
say, "I could have
right?
died."
To some extent, that's
Cops
true.
could have fucking-
But do I really think that the people
Like, it's like saying you could have gone to a rap concert and died. Like, it's just as offensive, just assuming that you would have been shot just because you encountered cops is just as insulting as saying you could have been shot if you encountered black people. Give me a fucking break, dude.
who were making This Is How You Don't Play
are
montages about my
insane.
gameplay wanted me to get swatted? Of course not.
Someone catfished me and said that we needed to meet up at a concert, and so I go to the concert, and it was a rap concert. That bitch almost killed me, because they could have shot me.
Like, it's literally the same kind of energy.
It's just sad. It's a slippery slope with the internet that there are people
Go
who are
fuck
this messed
yourself.
up who will do fucked up things because they don't understand the difference between a joke and messing with someone and making fun of them, or
The
actually wishing
rappers
them
would have
physical
shot
harm.
me.
And that's what happened on that day. You know, I lost my cool because, yeah, I felt like all those people were being irresponsible.
Still to this
with the
day,
power
you
they
lie
had on
and
the
call it a
internet,
swatting
not
and say you
realizing
could have
that the
died.
actions they were taking were actually leading to people hate me so much that they wanted to kill me.
Phil was frustrated
He
not
wanted
just
to
at the
kill
detractors,
him
but also the fact that
by
the media was
sending
not picking
two
up on the
uniformed
story,
officers to
meaning
his
that this
house.
message
Yeah, he
Could
wanted
have killed
public
him.
clout. He wanted to be an example.
to his own platform. Little did Phil know there was more negative attention on him than ever before. His streams, tweets, forums, Patreon were all being monitored and archived. The following month, Phil on his own forums equated using the chat function on his live streams but not donating as loitering. But it's lenient. As much as he claims to be.
What a great guy.
Both sides were not convinced.
That's absolutely ludicrous. That's probably me just being really angry at someone and being an asshole. That's absolutely ludicrous.
Look at, wow, the amount of times he admits to being an asshole, a liar, and ludicrous is very interesting.
It's the only time that I will get upset is, let's say, for example, right now, we're doing a stream on this documentary, right? And you guys have been talking all night. You're on topic. Imagine if someone comes in here and all of a sudden a whole bunch of people start talking about college basketball. And now the entire chat room is college basketball.
Yeah, but who cares? You just keep doing your show.
You're not supposed to do that. That's like
Why not?
place of business, not spending any money while you're in.
But hold on, buddy. Here's the thing. If people are talking about college basketball in your chat instead of what you're doing, then what you're doing is not interesting enough for them to talk about. That's just it. It's simple. You lost their attention. It's your problem.
But just standing around walking, taking up
Thank
all the
God.
space, doing shit that's unrelated to the business, right? It's not allowed. It's called loitering. But no, you can come in here as long
It's called loitering.
as you follow the rules and you're not derailing. Anyone's welcome in my chat. This is just me being really pissed off right here about dumb shit. You know, me being unhinged at the swatting and everything. It made me lose my cool and
wasn't
say dumb shit like this.
Especially with the troubles on his Patreon. A new milestone goal at $1,250
Here it
was
is.
Project 7.
I knew this was coming. So here we go. Let's tackle the Patreon thing.
Rebirth. Quote, if this goal is reached, I will take away at least 2 days, if not 1 to 2 full days in August to write, record, and work on the renewal of Project 7, with the hope that I'll at least have something to show for it by the end of the month. Unquote. In no way, other than to drive Patreon donations, does this goal make sense. The original Project 7 was a failure by all aspects, and now Phil was here offering to relaunch the series with just 2 days of work. Likely due to this, viewers were asking John Rambo if he was playing a part in it. Coincidentally, John Rambo on his own channel released a skit perhaps related to the news.
Hi, my name is John.
Well, I'll be honest, is a little disingenuous because he's not talking about the fact that we were supposed to be doing content. The moment that I moved out here, we were going to continue doing our wrestling podcast.
Yeah, and what happened?
Do gameplay over the internet. And basically, we didn't do any of it because John kept backing out and saying he was too busy. I didn't understand that he had that resentment towards me that was revealed later on in that video that we've already gone over. But
He still couldn't take a hint.
Like this just happened out of the blue. No, it did. Like John was already kind of ghosting me and dodging me on working together and doing future projects and things. Already the friendship had unraveled by the time that this came out.
And I'm special because I upload videos to the internet. But being so important does have its dark side. In fact, it means that my life is much more difficult than everyone else's. This is why I've opened a Pay Me Tons account.
My name is John.
It's an internet website that allows people like me to receive lots of creativity.
Creativity.
Simply log in and transfer the entirety of your bank account into my Pay Me Tons account. I won't even get out of bed for less than $50.
With Phil's relation with John Rambo in disarray and no feasible way to relaunch Project 7, in August he announced the project would not be coming to fruition and would be replaced by another goal.
Actually, that's not what happened at all. I'll tell you in a second. So Bloom did the super chat. He says, "How about them Celtics?" Thank you so much. And
Celtics aren't college basketball.
Let's go Bills. There you go. Thank you, Captain Based Pants. Also, I received a tip. I want to shout all this out.
Oh my god.
We're at 111, guys. That's what? 30 rinky-dink at the pack to make a creative piece of work that was different and completely, of a different level. The original series was basically that I was stuck in my condo and this character named Deathface, where you could actually see dancing on screen right here with the $10 tip animation. Hey, that's Deathface. That this guy had kidnapped me and
We get it, Phil. The plot
wouldn't allow me
sucks.
to leave until
It's
I
so
played one
dumb.
of my most hated games of all time, the original
And
version
full
of
of
Final
holes.
Fantasy VII on the PlayStation 1. And it was going to be an ongoing series where I do an edited, abbreviated Let's Play with skits and shit in it, going between me and this Deathface character, and basically ragging on the game, but also doing funny things that were outside of the comfort zone of just doing raw gameplay. So that was the original idea back then. Exactly, I got Jigsawed. It was like Jigsaw capturing
Oh my god.
Okay.
Well, yeah, the guy just went live and absolutely fucking scared the shit out of me. Epic moment.
Okay. So the series changed in 2012 when we did our version of Project 7. The Patreon goal was supposed to be I revived the original idea. So I sit down and offline, I'm playing Final Fantasy 7 and I'm doing edited videos and shit like that. Okay. That's what it was supposed to be. Had nothing to do with John, had nothing to do with Howard, had nothing to do with Respect the Pack whatsoever. But what happened was I 100% overextended myself. And that month I was so busy doing other things, I just didn't have time to get around to it. Yet I had already accepted an additional, I think it was an additional $250 to do it because I had tiered rewards. And I think the reward below was like $1,500. And then that one was like $1,750, or it could have been $1,250.
Oh my god, it doesn't matter, dude.
That supposedly I had accepted in order to reboot the
Supposedly? No, you actually did accept it.
is so pulled tight right now. We could do two things. Either we can cancel the whole thing and we'll have to think of something else, or I could do a trailer for Project 7 that's just a short video clip. You tell me if you like it. If you like it, great, we'll continue. If not, forget it. We'll cancel the whole thing and we can move on and do different goals next month. And
But that's not how getting money for something works.
care about this Project 7. This was you. This idea because you wanted to.
What a fucking bullshitter.
So don't do it. Like literally don't do it. We think that it's going to be boring. We'd rather see you play games and do other projects. And
So he got a bunch of money from a certain group of people. And then he asked a different group of people what to do with that money. And then he didn't invest that money in what he said he would. What a fucking great guy.
So I said, okay, we won't do it. Let's cancel the whole thing. So we did. And then I had another goal in place of it. Well, there was two people who were upset that were longtime fans. One forgave me, one did not. One literally said, I'm never going to deal with you ever again. Okay? I'm never going to do ever again.
It's the same thing Wing says.
FYI.
I didn't scam people to lose weight. Only one person was mad.
I said, you know what? Fair enough. If we never speak again, I accept it. It was my failure. I overpromised and I underdelivered. That's on me. Okay? Funny enough, years later, that person did come back and was a fan of my content again. But that was it. There was no controversy.
I don't believe you.
There was no giant, weird thing going on where people hated me for this.
They should have. They actually should have.
Because keep in mind, it was only like a few $100s that was raised for the goal.
So to see me do another thing, which I did, I think I did a different project, a different game or something.
You just played a game.
I was fine with that. There was no big controversy in my community and viewers. It was only outside that these people would.
But bro, there's never a big controversy in your community because your community is based on them agreeing with whatever the fuck you want. And if they don't, they're not welcome in your community. That's kind of the big problem.
Take this nugget of truth. Oh, Phil didn't reboot Project 7 like he promised and turned it into something full blown like, oh, he's a liar. He isn't.
He is a liar.
Stolen, pocketed money.
That is true.
His audience.
He did. All of that is true.
Okay. But they'll never admit that because they all talked about
because it's not true.
It was a big deal. They just fucking, blew it up. And now they all believe it. They all literally believe I scammed my viewers.
Yeah, you did.
It never happened.
Literally did. It happened.
Yeah.
Factually did happen.
I got a $5 tip.
Cool.
The art, which amounted to 600 videos
Yeah,
off his channel.
$5.
This amounted to
Very
around
generous.
4 million views removed. And on Social Blade, it showed that for the month of August, he netted a total of negative 1.37 million views. That's why in November, he insisted that through a strange, unverifiable string of events, that this deletion of views was causing a drop-off in his channel. In this near 44-minute, long-winded video, Phil recounts to his audience that it was Machinima that instructed him to delete those 600 videos that caused a small dent in his total viewership, but does not provide evidence of Machinima doing so because he claims he was instructed via a conference call.
That's correct. It was a conference call. Machinima was on the call with YouTube, literally got off the call, got back on the line with me and said, delete the videos now because if you don't, they're all going to get stricken. They said that there's a ton of fake
Can't you just say
strikes in the
struck?
pipeline. And if you don't delete the videos, you will get stricken down and your channel will be removed
Just say
from
struck.
YouTube. So I had to delete 600
Stricken.
videos, all of which had tons of views, 40 million views or something like that, deleted from my channel, showing that I had negative views that month. And it literally kicked my YouTube channel out of the YouTube algorithm, meaning if you searched for me, you couldn't find me anymore. You would only find my detractors' content.
Wow, cucked by YouTube.
Just went way down.
It hurt my business.
An anonymous insider told Phil that this subtraction of views brought him down in the invisible total rankings and that YouTube was still using that archaic system of promoting videos via their channel's total accumulated views. The only thing is...
No, that's not true at all. What happens is if YouTube sees that you have deleted several videos or if your channel has a huge deletion of views, it sees that as something very negative happened and the algorithm will no longer favor you. Keep in mind, up until 2015, the algorithm favored DSP gaming because for 5 straight years, I had been putting out so much content and getting so many views a month that my channel was at the height and forefront of gaming. Even though I wasn't nearly as popular as I once was, if there was a new game coming out and I played it at release day, I would be in the top search pages for new game releases, okay? After this happened, after I deleted all those videos, I no longer showed up in search results for big game releases ever again. I was gone. I was erased from the YouTube algorithm because of this change of deleting all these videos. Has nothing
According
to do with
to
overall views. It has to do
nothing.
with YouTube seeing you delete shit. Then the algorithm says, oh, something was wrong, right? Like the channel had bad content and had to be removed or whatever, and the channel was punished. Now,
You can
funny
see on
enough,
the graph
okay,
that it bounced back.
YouTube didn't mention this to Machinima. When YouTube told Machinima, tell Phil to delete his videos, they didn't say that. We only found this all out after the fact, months later, when my channel was no longer getting as many views as it used to. It was way declined, and I wasn't getting any view boosts in the fall. When notably, I used to get giant spikes in viewership for new games. I just stayed plateaued and declining. So I used to go like this in the fall, and instead I went like this.
Oh, we got hand graphs. I love that. It's my favorite thing.
That all existing evidence works against him.
Hand graph nation.
And he
Rise
unpauses.
up.
All existing evidence
Stating
works
he
against
has-
him.
Phil needs to be taken off
Like,
the
look.
gout throne.
Oh, he's gonna take himself off the gout throne. Don't worry about that. And he doesn't have a gout throne anyways. He has a high horse. But he married it, so it's gonna be a little bit harder.
Tip and fill the cat's coffers. He is a professional adult-style human now, but this is still a work data stream. It's been slow. Please tip if you can.
Thanks for the begging segment, Vikes. And I appreciate that. You'll see all the influx of positivity thanks to this segment. Big ups. And big ups to Calith for the membership, dude.
Had far worse drop-offs in views, and actually late 2015 were the most stable than they'd ever been. From November of 2011, he was losing over 1 million viewers on a daily basis.
That's
Yet
true.
now, in late 2015, he was worried about a small fluctuation of around 200,000 viewers. What's more, the deleted views against Phil's total views would have been so insignificant, it would have no effect on his channel. Then again, there is a benefit in—
That's wrong. Well, my point I was making is, in the fall, and you could see it on Social Blade, every fall, when the new games came out and I was playing all the hot new releases, I would get a spike in views. After these false copyright strikes hit and I deleted all those videos, I never received a spike of views like that ever again. Why? Because YouTube wasn't promoting my channel for new releases anymore. I wasn't in the algorithm.
Or I don't know, man. It's not really the evidence, because you can't like actually factually back it up. The evidence is that he didn't get a lot of views after this point, but it could also be because he got a shit ton more competition at the time. And there were people that were eating his lunch every time they would upload a video, because they were just much better than he is. And that's what's happening nowadays too. So I guess there's no evidence. There's just make-believe. There's just fan fiction.
Parts of Social Blade.
and framing this natural downward trend as an emergency.
But when this shit happens with YouTube and I have no control over it, I need your help. And if you really want to help, Patreon's the way. $1 a month.
This hardly helped his Patreon that was already being scrutinized due to his unfulfilling of initial goals, and more than just his patrons were distrusting of Phil. On Thanksgiving 2015, Phil uploaded an Ask the King episode where he answered fan questions. Fans seeking an update on John Rambo asked Phil where he stood with him.
I hope that people don't take this the wrong way, but in life, if you have something that you want to say, or you have an issue with someone, all right, say it, bring it up, hash it out. If something happens and you don't bring it up and you let
Do like I
resentment
do.
build
If you
up,
want money, just say, give me money.
that's when relationships get ruined, right?
Be a
Fans
shameless
unstable
asshole
with
like
Phil's
I
answer,
do.
like
Don't
with the
beat around
relaunch
the
of
bush.
Project
Just say,
7,
give me
were
money.
reaching out to John Rambo
That's
on
what John Rambo should
Thanksgiving
have
to
said.
ask how
Should
he
have went
felt
up to me
about
and said,
Phil.
give me money. And I would have appreciated that. And I would have given him all my money.
Oh, you mean call me beggar?
Highly doubt it.
Call me beggar.
Fans reaching out to John Rambo, my detractor.
Call me beggar.
My trolls who were telling John Rambo.
And of course, he saw one guy called Call Me Beggar. Very nice, by the way. And that means all of them. That was everyone was a detractor.
During Project 7 that I was taking credit away from him by saying things like I did in that video previously to
But
me.
you literally said that, didn't you?
It was always the detractors. They were the ones
Always.
letting themselves into the relationship, causing resentment, causing stress and problems, and harassing John into saying, I don't want to have anything to do with Phil anymore because look at all this stress that it's caused me.
2 days later, on November 28th, they, including—
But okay. Right now, if I say that ALT is older than the pyramids of Giza, and somebody goes and tells ALT, is it their fault? Because they're being fucking dirty, disgusting trolls ruining our relationship? Or is it my fault that I said ALT is older than the fucking Great Pyramids? Think about it like that, and then realize how it doesn't make any sense.
given their answer.
Hello,
Here it is. Here's the video.
I'm John, and I'm joined by Howard.
This was the same podcast that was used earlier in this video that talked about the production of Project 7. John Rambo decided to upload this to a separate channel and then deleted it about a day after. Then it was re-uploaded in perpetuity by channels archiving the material. And
Yeah, you have to wonder, when he uploaded it, right? He uploaded it, but maybe he felt bad that he had uploaded it after retrospect, especially because he probably saw a troll. It basically gave the trolls exactly what they wanted. And I'm not sure that's what he was going for. I think maybe he was trying to just put something out there to get his emotions out of how he felt about our relationship over the years. But it fed into what the trolls wanted. So I think he thought, oh, maybe if I delete it quick, it'll go away. But no, that's the problem with the internet. When something's out there on the internet once, it's out there forever. So immediately it was re-uploaded here and here and here. Every one of my detractors re-uploaded this fucking thing, and it was just there forever.
And so in permanence,
Oh, no.
there's this about hour-and-a-half podcast of evidence where John Rambo details his falling out with Phil. From Phil unfollowing him on Twitter, to Phil drunkenly messaging him late at night.
Oh yeah, that's one of my favorites.
And not calling him, even though John Rambo said he preferred that over text. It was all this, plus other minute issues like merchandise both parties invested in, Phil's susceptibility to trolling, his self-destructive tendencies, and other private elements that caused his falling out. At the end, John Rambo offers an olive branch by stating that a phone call could fix this. But Phil never did call, and so Phil lost touch with the last friend he had. Not even a month later, now closing 2015, Machinima informed.
By the way, he was not the last friend I had.
He literally was, though.
It's just, that's way over dramatic. I still had friends, just
like who?
Friends like John Rambo who were public.
Like who?
You have no friends,
That's absolutely
bro.
ridiculous.
No, that's a cope.
The full story, okay, from both perspectives. A couple years ago, I reacted fully to that 1.5-hour podcast that John and Howard had released over on
I
my
doubt this
DSP
dude's
gaming
neighbors
channel.
can even
You
tolerate
search
him.
for it there. It's like DSP reacts to the John and Howard video, and you will find the full story of that over there, okay, in detail. I basically play the entire thing and I react to the entirety of the thing so that, you know, you'll get my
His
full
cat.
reaction, because
Nah,
he actually
I doubt
didn't
it.
cover the whole thing. So obviously you're not going to get the true story, both sides of the story there. You're only going to get what he played there. Okay.
Phil that they will no longer honor the $2 CPM contract and would instead swap
God damn it,
paying
I'm
him
looking
with evil
for-
ads, which would further
looking
decrease
for
his
audio
earning
of,
potential. Everything appeared
Hers
to be
is saying
working against
requip,
him,
but I
and
can't
the idea that
find
was meant to
anyone on
breathe life into
YouTube
his channel
actually-
did not come. What did come was something else.
Oh,
yes. There we go.
For tonight, I said the incident would be a perfect place to end.
Oh man, we got it halfway through. That's crazy. But then he kept doing a bunch of other shit and watching the video. What?
We'll end it for tonight.
So we didn't end it here.
What is up, everyone? Hello, and welcome.
Ew.
Oh, the camera's on.
Been on the whole
Camera's
time.
on the whole time, huh?
This makes
It's
Cat
so
cry.
funny. Why is he
Cat
laughing about
cries
this?
whenever this shows up.
I swear, a year ago or so, he was talking about how the people making fun of the incident, in
Cat
particular with
cries.
UTech USA, was hurting his family, and Cat was crying when people made fun of the incident. And now it's like hilarious. Oh, look at this, you guys! I jerked off.
He was doing
so funny
various stuff like scratching his leg.
That's right.
The bombardment of memes and other media
Cat
would not allow Phil
cries.
to dismiss this so easily.
Whenever anyone
It was
sees
already
this.
clear that he was pleasuring himself on stream and forgot to turn the camera off.
Yes, that was a lie.
Drama Alert, a trending drama channel at the time, quickly picked up the story. It was then that Phil came clean and admitted to what he was doing. After Drama Alert and the internet as a whole spread the news, Darkside Phil would be known, above all else, for this. A new nickname was passed around as DSP would be known as The Guy.
You didn't even know the camera.
The guy.
Every inch of my dick and balls, right?
Because in theoretical conversation, when one introduces the subject of Darkside Phil, the other participant will respond
yeah,
with,
Phil's
"Is
the
that
one crying."
guy that pleasured
And, like,
himself on stream?"
There's more context to that. Because he was saying that the fat face was making Cat cry, and he told Richard Vutek that in order to force him to stop making fun of him for the fat face. So he just lied about her emotional reaction to it in order to pressure him into not making fun of him. And he didn't, because why the fuck would he? And then he used it as a way to say, oh, Rich doesn't have any morals because I told him that it made Cat cry and he did it anyway. So he doesn't care, not just about me, but he doesn't care about anyone.
Phil handled this remarkably well, making jokes about it and
Yeah, I think I found one video. There's a lot of fairy tale videos because it's a big fandom. This one, Urza all requips transformation. I probably will find a clean one here. Let me look.
accepting his new identity in stride.
You're absolutely right. That's what I'm known for.
You got exposed for doing that.
I got completely exposed.
His partners and Machinima were not so enthused and sought to take down any re-upload they could find of the event. Whatever goodwill Phil had gained through the acceptance,
They're trying to sweep up for the jerk man. For the jerking guy.
To do that at all. They did it on their own, and I actually came out to me, like they wrote me.
So
and
many
I literally
AMVs
responded
that
to
just-
them saying, "No, do not."
that
do
don't
anything.
even have her
I'm
saying
cool with it.
anything.
I
It's just
don't
music.
need any help. Everything's fine. And apparently, they went behind my back, and they did shit to people who were actually like talking about it or showing it on their streams and shit. That was not me. That was Machinima. And again, if you want the receipts on that, last year on this very channel, I did a whole event about it, and I showed
And I need
all
the
the
English
receipts.
dub,
They
too.
wrote me saying they wanted to take action for it. It had nothing to do with me. I told them, no, don't do it. I even showed that on stream. So if you want the receipts for that, you could find that already on the channel in the separate event from last year. Okay. We got a couple of shout outs. I got a $2 tip from Only Ice Infinite. Name one friend besides John Rambo.
Yeah.
At that time.
At all.
First of all, I was living with my girlfriend.
That doesn't count.
Doesn't mean anything.
No.
I had many friends from back home who I talked to, and like old school friends from.
Like who? Just say somebody. Many friends, millions.
Harry Lord and Coruchado, who I did co-op with.
And internet guys.
Arid
the Arid Lord.
Guy
a
who doesn't
guy
talk
that
to you
was like
anymore.
obsessed with DSP in the worst way that you could be, like a parasocial, jilted lover obsessed.
Online. I had other people like Brian at the time. I think that
Brian is not your
I
friend.
was playing Street Fighter with. There were tons of people, and that's just
Tons of people. So many friends. My girlfriend and a few guys on the internet. Wow, so many friends. This guy is so popular. Speaking of this guy, another guy is going live, and this guy very remarkably resembles this guy. I wonder who that guy is. But this specific guy has a very, very awesome intro with some really cool rock music. Yeah. I'm just gonna switch to Raw Phil, because then we get the chat on the screen.
Here you go.
Oh my god, get the fuck out of here. Sniffing his own farts again. Oh my god, it is so dumb. It looks so stupid.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the show.
Hey, you got this shitty ass shirt again.
Content here on DSP Gaming. Or is it? It's a short week for me. An odd one, actually. We'll talk about the scheduling on today's show.
Of course you will.
I'm glad to be back. I'm happy to be here chilling with all of you. We got some various topics to talk about, including an end to that non-stop marathon of drama that we just had. I mean,
A marathon of drama. He's glad it's over? I thought it was amazing content.
and we'll talk about how basically now we're moving on way more positively with gaming.
He's glad it's over. He hated it, even though he told us every day it was amazing and he loved doing it.
Appearance of June the King on this podcast later on this week. Also, something that I wasn't originally planning, but has happened. The
He
Essential
bought more stuff.
for the controller that was donated to me a couple days ago.
Yeah, he bought more stuff.
And we're going to unbox it live and see exactly what's in it. Maybe test
Yay, buying stuff. It's so cool.
the controller. That's the Xbox Elite 2. And I'm sure we'll have more to talk about.
Yep, he bought a
on the
new
show.
controller.
Also,
And of
today's
course
the
he's gonna
premiere of
lie and say someone
Astrobot,
sent it
which
to him,
is
which
massively-
no one would do,
massively
because
positively
he hasn't even
rated right
asked for
now.
one.
So obviously, I'm excited.
Top tier rated.
We're excited. I hope everyone's excited for today's episode of the Level
Give
One
away
Podcast.
pancakes.
No, we're not gonna have the intro music. Instead, I'm just gonna sing something. La la la, ha 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 ha, ho ho ho, ha ha ha. Big ups oink oink ack ack for the $2. If it's always the trolls, where did they come from? Well, they're all bred in a farm by Keemstar and Evil AJ. They create the trolls. And that's how life works. Big ups Grazing Poro on the 4 months.
Today is Saturday.
Shout out to Vikes for the $2. Honest question. Do you think this documentary combined with the Craig interview was bad and narcissistic enough for Sir Moist or something of his channel size to review and give their opinions of it? I really hope it happens, but not sure if it will. Some big YouTubers probably going to end up watching the DSP documentary. The problem is that it's 4 hours long, so they need to commit quite a long time to actually watch it. Because the Review Tech USA one, that's more manageable. It's like 90 minutes or so. That's fine. But this one, you need a big commitment. Also, I don't think... I wouldn't count on it. I think it could happen, but I wouldn't count on it.
Right? You gotta do what you gotta do. So today, we're back to some semi-normalcy. All right? And I'm happy for that.
He's happy about that.
Podcast and a full day of gaming here on DSP Gaming. Tomorrow is going to be a full day of reacting like we do every Sunday. And then both Monday and Tuesday, again, will be relatively normal days with gaming and fun rather than worrying about, oh no, there's crazy things happening. There's drama happening. I have to react to my own documentary. No, we're back to normalcy. And the thing is, we need to get back on the tracks because with all that derailing that we just had for the last week or two, I'm way behind. You know, normally if there hadn't been so much crazy stuff going on recently, I would have already beaten Black Myth Wukong, and we would have been jumping, you know, head first into all these new releases coming out in the next couple of weeks. But
what about games that have already come out, like Star Wars Outlaws and
Black Myth Wukong?
Okay,
So,
I guess fuck
I mean,
it.
there you go. You can see how games
Those are old games.
taking a back seat with all of this other stuff happening. But now things are going to get back on track. We're going to talk about that, the schedule for the week, how I'm planning to tackle new releases, because we really needed to start taking at some releases here.
I guess System Shock Remake is fucked.
Exactly, I'm going to cover them.
Thanks, idiot, who donated it to him. Get fucked,
them all. Like, there's a lot of games coming out soon that I want to play, but I'm not sure how I can with the scheduling and everything the way it is. You know what I mean?
What do you mean the way it is? You're doing too much drama? The thing you said you wouldn't do and you hated doing, but then you love doing it? You hated doing it, but you love the money that comes with it. Sounds good to me. This guy is super genuine.
Is that if you contribute to the show
and begging
this podcast, I will shout you out right away. For example, Spider Dijon had become a member earlier this morning, and I want to say thank you to Spider Dijon for that. Any contributions are greatly appreciated. As you can see, 37 straight streams.
Oh yeah, we're back on the streaks. This is gonna be annoying as shit.
And he's not even confident about it. He said the other day that he thinks a lot of this shit's going to get charged back. So it's not really a flex. It's saying, "Oh my God, the king's coffers have been filled." When you in the back of your mind are thinking, "Oh, they're going to take it away. They're going to take it back." It doesn't really hit as hard, dude. When you're trying to rub people's faces in it.
Things as well. I've seen
Fucking
regular
goof.
increases to likes in my content, and I'm
Whoa, increase in likes?
Likes that mean nothing because you private the stream after you're done with it?
It's kept the momentum going. More people are checking out the content and enjoying it. The channel is definitely in a big upswing. In fact, weirdest thing. If you remember,
I don't think it
about a week
is.
ago, maybe a
I don't
week
think
and a
you're
half
confident
ago,
that it
we
is
looked at
either.
Analytics on YouTube. The YouTube analytics in my channel page on desktop don't agree with the analytics of the YouTube app on the phone. The phone actually said that my channel had such a big boost to views that I've gotten almost 900.
Oh my
you okay,
God.
dude?
The track to hit a
I'm gonna
million.
slow down.
Yo.
Hit a million views on this channel in many years. But when we were looking at the statistics just a few days ago, it said it was 650,000. I just think YouTube analytics, sadly, are just not very reliable, which is stupid because you're supposed to use them to gauge how your business is doing, and I don't think you can. How am I looking at two different versions of supposedly the same data, and the data is completely different in the two different versions? I just don't understand. I'm you know, it's really dumb.
I don't understand. You know.
The channel
How
is
would I know?
definitely
You
in a
don't
big
fucking know.
upswing. Everything's going
You
well.
know.
I really appreciate that. Okay, so let's keep that momentum going. If you contribute this morning, I greatly appreciate it. I will shout you out. no
I
matter how you
appreciate money
contribute.
if you give it to
Let's
me.
hit this tips goal today. Let's keep it rolling and keep the king streak alive. Now, I will say this: if the king streak ends today, I honestly wouldn't be surprised.
You say that every day.
Literally the vest streak all over again. He said this every day during the vest streak.
Yeah. It's just a way to try and scare people into giving him money.
Guys, if it goes away, it's fine.
They've now
I
been on
don't
break for a couple of
care.
weeks, and apparently they're still on break for another week or two.
It's cool. I'll be
Looks like
okay
they're
with
gonna
it.
be back
Oh,
to do the
oh my
eighth.
God! Someone just gave me $100 tip.
Attention
Cool.
boost. You know, there are people who've come over, and I really appreciate all of you who
Jesus,
come over from
dude.
there, and or if you're from somewhere else as well, because I am well aware that there are some people who've come over from other sources too to check out my stuff. But without other places talking, you kind of lose a little bit of that momentum, correct? If I was still doing stuff with them, and if that's, you know what I mean, it would have, more people want to come in.
Are you saying that drama is giving you momentum, also known as the thing we all know already?
I had a big boost.
He had a big boost. Drama.
All week I was reacting to my documentary by June the King, correct? And then I had, an interview here on Thursday. And of course, that's the kind of stuff that brings in new attention and new eyes and new support and all of that. But as of this week, things are calming down. I have to get stuff back to normal because if I don't, I'm going to be so backlogged with games and releases that I'm never going to be able to catch up, and I'm going to end up missing out on some of the best games of the year. At least I personally feel that way. I don't know about you guys, but these games that are coming out soon apparently are being reviewed highly, and everyone's saying, wow, they're really good. And so therefore, it makes sense that I focus more in on that and do my normal thing. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to, oh, you know, let's do all this stuff outside of the normalcy here. I don't want, as I've told you guys, I don't want this channel to be completely derailed all the time at all.
Just sometimes. Just when we need money. Yeah, sounds good to me. All of this makes sense.
New audiences, I want to do good variety of stuff, right? And I feel like the only way I can do that is to really get back on track now, because now I am behind on a lot of stuff. And we do need to catch up. So I will be focusing on that heavily this week. Next week, you're going to see. Now, that doesn't mean that there's not going to be other fun stuff going on. For example, as I already just announced, we're going to have an interview with June the King later on this week. I'm actually just hammering in the exact details of it, but he said, I gave him a bunch of dates, and he said he wanted to appear. He purposely wants to appear on Friday the 13th. And I was like, I guess that makes sense. I mean,
Why?
How unlikely would it be that he would be on my show after I just reacted 12 hours of reacting to his documentary about him?
Whoa, so much reacting, man. How is he not tired of so much reacting?
The biggest, most arduous, most stressful self-inflicted harm that I did on myself by reacting to that thing, but I had to do it, right? I had to man
You just
up
said it
and
was
say,
all fake
everyone
and
has
that
their
you're
time to
cool
fire you,
anyways.
You're a public persona. I literally just reacted to the Review Tech USA documentary. It only made sense that I react to my own. It wouldn't be fair if I didn't, even though mine was the longest ever. So anyway.
Anyways, whatever that was.
I'm gonna have him on later this week.
Yeah, big up Scopeside Phil for the $5. He's so desperate for the casino attention or anyone's attention, and it's pathetic. He knows drama brings in the attention, not his shitty gameplay. And that's why he said the streak might end today and he wouldn't be surprised. Hint, hint. Because today he's actually playing video games instead of doing drama or shitting on somebody or whatever.
Will there be future guests? Yes. I can already tell you I have about
But somebody's gonna bail him out.
interested, and I'm trying to get them like figured out and lined up.
Maybe if I can just find like isolated voice lines from like one of the fairy tale video games.
So my wife gets her work schedule. I don't even know when I'm gonna be here, so I can't be like, oh, let's do it, and the next thing you know, the schedule's different every week. Like, oh, so I kind of like have to do it week by week. I will tell you this: at most, I will do one interview a week. But I even don't know. I'm kind of a little apprehensive about doing that. I feel like here's the thing: like if we did the interview and it was just a segment for the show, and then we went right to normal content, that'd be great. But what you're seeing is with a lot of these interviews, people want to talk and decompress after the interview. They immediately want to have a conversation about it. For example, what if after the Stuttering Craig interview that I just did, instead of doing the decompression like we did, I started playing Street Fighter. You know,
that would have been completely normal.
Like, what was he doing? We want to talk about what just happened, right? So I try to play
You can
Street
do that
Fighter.
while playing the game, right?
Chat
Or I
would
guess
literally
not.
just
I
be
guess you're
people
too
talking about
stupid.
the interview and no one paying attention to Street Fighter. So what's the point, right? So I hope that eventually we could do these interviews, but then we can move right into other content as well and keep it flowing, keep the schedule going. We'll see. I would say this one coming up is going to be the most positive one for sure. I have no beef whatsoever with June. Like I have no issue with his documentary. Were there a few?
You said a lot of things. Okay.
Kind of skewed one way. And there was
now let me just walk back everything I literally just said. Okay. No problems other than the problems. Gotcha.
Available. I do feel like that's the best documentary ever made on me. You know, it's unfortunate it was made when it was, and then a month happens where things flip, and people see me more positively, and people are coming and checking out my content. And
dude, it's all
I'm
fake.
changing for the better. I'm fessing up to my past mistakes, and none of that hits the documentary, right? Like none of that is in there, right? That sucks.
Okay. Well, you only did that because of the documentary, so how the fuck would that have even worked?
It is what it is, but hey, I have no ill will towards the guy at all.
This guy gonna get banned. Hold on. Let me just read his super chat before he gets leaned. You think with the way the Craig interview went, it might have scared off future interviewees? You do a good job with the guests, minus telling them to fuck off.
A little bit about basically topics regarding being an internet like documentarian. I really am interested in finding out about what is his methodology of doing stuff, and how does he pick his topics, how does he research his topics.
Dude, fuck off. Why do we need, like, how do you make documentaries?
What happened when he was working on
June, how are documentaries made? Tell me.
So long, and, you know,
I do research and then I pay someone to edit together the footage with my voiceover.
For sure. Like I actually
wow, I didn't even know that. So anyways, what do you think about me?
So that's coming up. on Friday. In fact, piece of art already made. You can
Stupid
see it already
cornball.
back here. But what am I doing? Wrong mouse. But no, it is the right mouse. I'm confusing myself with my setup. Yeah, we already have a nice piece of art made for it.
That's a nice piece of art.
You guys will mark your calendars for this Friday the 13th.
A nice piece of art.
When it's 100%.
Excuse me? What is this supposed to convey?
Whatever.
Sure, dude. Great fans.
It's nice compared to the other shit, I guess.
So there you go. Excellent.
There's worse than this. Let's use this line of logic.
But outside of that, the rest of this week is going to be very normal. All right? Meaning there's not going to be any zaniness or craziness. It's just going to be a lot of regular podcasts and gameplay like you've come to expect here. You know, now I'm not saying if something happens that we won't talk about it on the podcast. Of course we will. We have been doing that. And the podcast, I think, has been better since we've been having these kind of topics brought up. If one of my idiotic detractors does something dumb, I'm going to call him out.
Really? I should do something dumb. So I can get a shout out from DSP. I want to do a shout out.
Anywhere.
Oh.
Kind of weird, right? Like, so obviously a lot of stuff happened between Dr.
We're
all and Twitch.
we're all on blast. We should look behind our shoulders, look behind our backs, make sure we don't do anything stupid, or else DSP is gonna make fun of us. Oh no, I'm so scared.
Admits to something pretty bad.
He's gonna get us one by one.
Months saying he's going on vacation,
Some
comes back
gay.
and says, "Oh yeah, it's all fake. It's bullshit." It's like, huh? The whole situation is so confusing, and the weird thing about it is there's no info. Like Twitch is not putting out any info. He has literally not released any info. Like people are saying to him, just release the chat logs that you had with this person that would, you know, show that what you're saying is true and you're innocent. And he says, what are we, 2 years old? I mean,
huh?
There's different kinds of situations. Like, for example.
Well, hey, this guy does the same thing. Mr. Rafters. Hey, Phil, why don't you show proof of yourself in all the things people accuse you of doing and show that you're innocent? Oh, what a fucking idiot. What a fucking moron.
He actually did just release chat logs.
Huh, that's very interesting.
Identity of the person? Does it see what I mean? I don't even know. Does anyone even know the identity of the person he supposedly was chatting with? I don't even know that. Maybe that's what it is, right? I have no clue. But anyway.
Why are you even talking about this, bro? You're no better
it's
than
very
he is.
confusing, and it's like I could see.
Yeah, you should do an interview with Dr. Diddlerspect.
Because there's really no reason to. We don't know anything, right? Like if there was definitive evidence
shut
that
up.
to discuss, I would discuss it. When last time we talked about Dr. Disrespect is when he posted on his Twitter and we discussed what he posted. Now it's kind of like we don't even know what's going on because now it's just
I don't
he said, she
care.
said, no one proves anything with anything, so does it really matter, right? So I don't know. To me, I really, honestly, I just don't really care about the situation.
Sounds like you do care, or else you wouldn't have brought it up.
I don't see the point of caring about the situation. So
Let's see,
yeah,
is this
until we know
one
something, I'm
English
just
or
gonna like,
Japanese?
I'm gonna be hands off on that. I just don't see the point, right?
Wrong? You really want to talk about him?
So anyway,
obviously.
but that's what I mean. Like, if stuff happens, if some bullshit happens with detractors and stuff, of course we're gonna bring it up. We're gonna publicly embarrass them on here, like I have done.
Yeah, publicly embarrassed them.
Yeah, look out, attractors. DSP's gonna get you. Let me see if this is in English or not. What? God damn it.
You know, this kind of derailing stuff.
I hate
right?
YouTube.
All right, let's do some shout outs because some contributions have come in.
It's not even
And
quotes,
then
it's just
I'd like to get
text.
to the first topic, which is basically ending the drama, but laughing at how hilarious the last 24 hours has been. Okay.
Oh, and more drama. So more drama.
He was Perry the White, but now he just changed his name to Perry. He gets the 10 memberships to the community.
This is gonna
How do
be
you
a
know those
Twitter
are real?
segment.
Membership, I
Have fun.
2 last names, 17. Good job with guests, minus telling them to fuck off. Literally, there's nothing wrong with the interview at all. He goes off on me first.
No,
He's the
you
one
went
who
off on
lost
him
control,
first.
not me. He's the one who took his mask off to reveal who he really was.
You wanted a guy to apologize for not checking his email. What are you talking about?
And exposed for what he had already said. So then he says he wants to donate the money from my detractors to charity. I tell him that doesn't really make sense. That doesn't save face that you want to do that now. If you wanted to do that, you would have done it previously. Then he basically tells me to go F myself. And
No, because you were trying to shame him. And he was sick of it. He was tired of you trying to shame him for something that he didn't need to apologize for. And how fucking weird is that? DSP tries to hold this moral high ground and say, you got money from my detractors. And Craig is like, well, if you're so incensed, if you think I was so immoral for getting money for doing a stream making fun of you, tell me where to donate the money to charity. And DSP is like, no, don't. So a charity that could have gotten money now doesn't have any money because DSP just got a fucking hair up his ass. It was like, I don't want you to. I don't want you to have the moral high ground. I want me to have the moral high ground. So don't donate that money because I need to feel better than you. It's like, this is such a bad look, dude. And he just doesn't get it. He literally doesn't get it.
That
He's such a fucking idiot sociopath.
he says he wants to send me a super chat, and I say I don't want your money. It doesn't make any sense. The guy is falling apart.
He's crazy.
You know what I
He's
mean?
collapsing. He's having a meltdown. You know what I mean?
Have you read your comments from your fans?
We never see. He never usually acts like that in his own content. Everyone knows he's Mr. Nice Guy, but when you actually see him get pressed on things he's done wrong, he falls apart.
What
He
are
acts
you
like a fool,
talking about?
Which is really his real personality, right?
Yo, crazy projection.
I thought we
crazy
squashed the
projection.
beef
This
and
is
now we're
some
insulting
IMAX
him again.
4K level shit.
Is how my detractors latch
You just described him.
Okay, hold on. Let's see. Is this English? Ah, god damn it. Sometimes the fairy tale fan base pisses me off because they never want to like have actual clips. They just want to make dramatic AMVs.
spin them into toxic negative things they're not. Because me ending the interview like that basically said, that's the end of that. I'm done with you. You're in my rear view. I've had enough of you and your nonsense. If I had allowed
Apparently
him
not,
to
because they're still talking
disingenuously
about
extend
him.
the olive branch like he was trying to do by not apologizing for anything at all, but instead just saying, yeah, you can still come on my show. It's like he thinks he's some big shot and it's a big deal that I need to be in his content. I don't. It literally doesn't.
You think
benefit me
you're
at
a
all
big
to be
shot.
on his
He's
show.
bigger than
I
you
was trying to
are.
help him out last year, not vice versa. He took it.
You were the one begging for an
Did not
interview.
get the big slam dunk he wanted during that interview, and that's why he turned it into this ongoing shit show where he just milked my detractors for money. He wishes that I had used.
Why are we still talking about him if we were over it?
But you lied to him. Are we gonna ignore that?
And now
I didn't. Why not?
really embarrassed. And
Now
it's
he's
never gonna
publicly
change. Literally,
embarrassed.
that interview was so poor for him. So
For
poor
him.
The only people who like him are my detractors. That's it.
What?
So if that's the group he wants to hang out with,
That's just not true.
but outsiders who have brains will watch that and be like, "Wow, that was telling. Holy crap, did that expose Craig for who he is?"
Really?
This is just delusion.
Is that what your comments say?
Right. So
That's what DSP says. That's like the only guy I've heard this from.
I'm not afraid that that interview is going to change anything for anyone at all. In fact, I can tell you,
This is so weird.
some things lined up. I just need to solidify my schedule. I'm not even kidding you. Like, I have a few people who want to come on the show, but I have to, like, my schedule is consistent. So I can't even lock in dates or anything right now because I don't even know when I'm going to be here, you know?
No? What are you even saying?
Yeah. And I want to say thank you to those who did check out that interview. I do apologize for the drama, but it's done. It's over with now. Like, the only reason I'm bringing it up is because Red King literally addressed it.
Okay, so all people
really
have
have
to do in
nothing to
order
say
to make you
about
talk about
the
it again is to bring it up, but
I'm
we
just
put
moving
it behind
on.
us
And
and we
I
moved
don't care
on.
about it.
Unless people talk
I
about it and then
really
I'll
don't
talk
have
about
any
it.
association.
Yeah, we don't care about it until the next time we care about it. Sounds good to me, dude.
So what is it, like a year and a half later? That show isn't even the same show. Like, half his cast quit and moved on to do other things.
Okay.
It's just a show about politics now. It has nothing to do with any of the content that previously it was.
But bro, what? Did you just lie to the guy again? Because I thought in his interview with Craig, he said the show is not about politics. He just straight up said it. And now we're backpedaling. And now it's about politics again.
Making it another popular game show that he wanted. He failed at it miserably. So he had to aim his show towards something completely different.
Mr. Drama? Mr. Drama talking, by the way. The guy whose gaming show was so trash, he needed to make a bunch of fucking drama shit to have a new gimmick and a bunch of new streaks and get some more money. Come on. Get out of here, bro.
A spectrum of discussion that already was popular, especially because of the upcoming election.
This is insane.
He just jumped on what was easy to do. Which, as I told you guys, I could do too. People have been asking me for DS politics, but I don't want to do that.
Yes, you
You know what I'm
do.
saying? I don't.
Yes, you do. Keep lying, bro. It's gonna work out great for you.
Anyways, so that's done. And let me tell you now, let me address the entire June the King documentary and my reacting to it. Get this in the rear view as well. Man, that was
Let's talk some more drama.
stressful.
Nice.
Tiring. It made me sweat, right? Because I knew all along he was going to cover all those topics. And I knew that I wanted to basically,
Hello?
you know, tell the truth about everything. You know what I mean? Like, I knew.
No,
this was my
you
intention
still
all
haven't.
along.
You
I just
claimed you
needed to
sold
wait
the
for right
account when
moment.
everyone knows you
And that
didn't.
was definitely the right moment, right? When I have a bunch of eyes on me, I have all this newfound popularity again, which is really cool that I have.
This guy's lost his mind.
That was absolutely possible.
Newfound popularity.
I did it. I'm glad now we can move forward from it. And you know, I understand that some people are upset, and that rightly so. But
Why?
now we can say, okay,
Can you explain why are they upset?
it's gone.
I'm a new viewer. Please tell me why.
Awesome fall gaming season, and say there it will not be. Oh, you see, Phil, you know, basically.
What the
skipped
fuck
half
are you
of it.
saying?
Notice what he just said.
You know,
what?
Right? No one.
This guy
can
can't
say
even
that, 'cause I
talk.
actually tackled the whole thing, and I think that actually, you know, people have been reaching out to me saying, "Wow, good on you. That was tough, but at least you did the whole thing. You're a man about it. You didn't skip past the tough parts and stuff." Like
Oh wow, yeah.
if you didn't see it yet, 12 hours. 12 freaking hours.
Yeah,
of me
you're one
reacting
long-winded
to that
fucking
documentary, facing the
goofball.
music, right? That's over on the DSP Reacts channel. That's at DSP Reacts. You can find it. The entire 12 hours.
Just desperately
are in one
flailing,
playlist.
trying to
Watch
just
it as
confuse
one
the
big thing
topic of
back to back, although I
discussion
can't
and then
imagine
call it a
someone sitting 12 hours
debunking.
straight watching it. That's insane. By the way, I have not checked this recently. I'm curious how the documentary is performing.
And live metrics check. Epic moment. I love this stream.
As if
We're
he
getting
made the
drama view
documentary.
counts live on air.
40,000 views. That's good.
Cool. It's not
But man,
your
I'm gonna be honest with
documentary.
you guys, I was really
You
hoping
didn't
this
make
would
it.
do
Just because it's about you doesn't mean you have any claim to fame when it comes to the view
biggest
count.
one. This is the one everyone asks.
Oh man, I'm not as big as a lolcow as I thought.
But it definitely seems like it's plateaued. You know, now in a day, it only gained another 50,000 views. So it's definitely kind of. You know what I think it is? I mean, do you want to know the truth? Here's what I really think.
It's probably because it's 4 hours.
I don't want to know the
things
truth.
about me over the years. Terrible things, right? And you watch the documentary, and you're like, wait a minute. So Phil's not a groomer. Phil's not a pedophile.
Nobody thought he was a pedophile.
You just
He
defend
did run a charity
pedophiles.
that was fake and took everyone's money and never donated it.
Okay.
This, he hasn't done this. So what are his biggest egregious?
Oh my god, the Kino logic. He's not a baby rapist. So he's a nice guy.
Work well with his friends because they're disgruntled. Apparently, I guess they didn't get paid.
I guess apparently they didn't
Right.
get paid.
Oh, he spent his money on mobile games but begged people for money.
Yeah? That's nice? Is that a cool thing?
And it's kind of like, in perspective, it's a 4-hour documentary, and it's about what? Not much.
About you being a
interesting stuff.
lying asshole.
Honestly, that's what I've been telling people all along. I don't think I'm that interesting of a guy. People just hear that from my detractors, and they believe nonsense.
Now
It's
this
not
is
true.
cope.
If you listen to my detractors, I'm the most horrendous person on the planet.
No one
But then
says
when you
that.
actually analyze the facts, it's like,
You're just the worst gaming
not really at all,
streamer.
right? And the fact that now, you know, things are different, right? Like today is not
Right?
representative
You
of that
know?
entire
Right?
history that's covered in that documentary. It's kind of like, wow, it's 4 hours. It's great to hear his history, but now things are different. So what was the point? You know?
This is such a weird segment. I have no idea what's happening.
It's insane
See
coping.
different things that happened over this year, including what just happened in the last month. Because that would have been the perfect way to end it. No. What
No?
that would have been the perfect ending. So we just talked about all this, but here we
I
go.
wanted a
Look at
happy
this.
ending.
Whoa, look at this.
Are doing stuff with him.
Look at
People
this.
love
A guy who
Phil
showed
now
his
'cause he
butthole
does a
on
bunch of
stream called him
drama
a
shit, and
king.
people use him to get entertainment. They straight up bankroll him They bankroll him because they want a train wreck that never ends. They want a reality show that never ends. So they just support him. Wow, that's such an epic ending. I agree.
Doing different content, people like him. He's
No, they don't.
And again, this whole gimmick of like, I'm not as bad as people make it out to be. This video still has 600,000 views. Just because it doesn't have 1 million doesn't prove his point. That's just an arbitrary number. I don't really get it. This video, keep in mind, is 4 hours long and still got more than 500,000 views in like a week.
I can't find a clean just voice line of Urza saying requip. Am I going to have to like rewatch the anime and record it myself? All the anime sites are down. They're all dead.
for the better, and that couldn't be. It literally couldn't be in there because the negative documentary was the spearhead for me to react to it and have that change. You know what I'm saying? So
sure.
You know, I don't know. I wish it would do better. Because you know now when he's going to be on, it'll have been about a week and a half since it's out. I mean, I hope it gets 1 million views. I really do, because he put so much work into that. This is the longest documentary he's ever done. Can you imagine the amount of arduous work that went into that thing?
Yeah, it would have been shorter if you weren't lying about half the shit in
we'll
it.
see. All right.
Maybe you would have admitted that you were down from the rafters earlier. He wouldn't have to work so hard to debunk your
Why are we
fucking
doing
bullshit.
shout-outs
Stupid
outside
fuck.
of the normal shout-out segment? Is this a thing he does now?
Yeah.
Who told him to do that?
A lot of time on it, but I'm talking a little bit about the detractors' behavior in the last 24 to 48 hours.
Oh yeah, we're gonna do
Okay,
that.
we're gonna get a detractor segment. Cool.
We're getting a detractor recap from Mr. No Drama.
Sitting around talking about it, they literally staged a giant anti-DSP campaign.
What?
Sent people over in droves to my content. I'm going to talk about it. And
What?
Have a good laugh with
Wait, what?
The fuck is he talking
Who
about?
did that?
Thank you to Dick Jones for 5 gifted memberships. I appreciate
Yeah, I'm gonna do some shout-outs myself. Big up Scopeside Phil. Phil has been gaslighting and lying to Craig and questioning his character for an hour. I honestly don't know how Craig held it in for that long. It was very composed. I gotta give him that. He got a lot of patience. Big up Sinfidel Castro. So delusional. Paige will win, by the way. I haven't watched wrestling in a long time, so I got no idea who he's even feuding with, but I guess if you say so, then he probably will. Big up Scopeside Phil. The comments on the stream are his dance stalking. That is true, yeah, it's the DSP fans. And they were giving him very good faith advice. That the Kino guys, they're not his friends. They're using him to get this fucking crazy clown show to keep going and be crazier. Shout out Aid Robertson, big ups. 100% cope from him. Big ups from Aid and Becca. Shout out to you, Aid and Becca. Happy recovery to Becca, who just had a surgery. So shout out to you. Big ups Wesley H. So if effectively nothing changed in Phil's relationship with Craig, he's still shit-talking his podcast. Obviously the beef is squashed. Yeah, but now he's a fucking liar and he's disingenuous. Because all the shit he just said about Craig's show, he said the opposite during the actual interview. Like 2 days ago. So he's just straight up being disingenuous to his guests. Super cool. Super cool. Very cool. Shout out Copeside Phil. It's almost like Phil isn't that popular. He really isn't. Outside of our circle, there are, of course, crazier lolcows that are more interesting and have more interesting stories. But the overall story of DSP is very interesting. I just don't know if most people are going to give that video 4 hours of their time. But they probably should. I would advise you to do that. And also, Copeside Phil says he just wants this doc to have more views than Rich's, and which it will. It definitely will. But Rich is much shorter and much more digestible. So
that's from Nico.
Let's get to the drama recap.
Doc, the FGC stuff, I'm going to go back and reminisce for it, because if he went 2 hours into my past, back then, I don't think people would have cared that much. Everyone just wants current drama. That's the silly part. Everyone wants, oh, what's he going to talk about? The current drama. So anyway, after having reacted to this thing.
Yeah, I agree. 650,000 views in 5 days isn't low at all. But DSP is trying to form the narrative that it's actually low and it's a disappointing video, because that ties into the narrative that he's not as bad as people that rape people and that murder people. So therefore, that ties into the narrative that he's not interesting, which ties into the narrative that people are just lying about him.
All week long. All right. I'm happy I did it. I'm happy it's done. The content is there. You can watch it whenever you want. Take your time. Share your thoughts. All right. And now I can get back to normalcy. Because, man, that threw me off. To give you some perspective, dude, that's a week of content. That's 12 plus hours of gaming I didn't do. So now I'm way backlogged because I got Black Myth Wukong. I'm only halfway through, correct? We're starting Astrobot today. I'm definitely playing this game. People are saying it's a game of the year contender. I turned on my PS5 and got it updated. I downloaded the game. We're good to go. I'm excited for Astrobot today. I hope you guys are too. I think it's going to be a really, really
And he's back to being a gaming streamer now.
that I'm going to be balancing with everything else. Tonight, I'm still going to do the Black Ops 6 beta one more time tonight. And this time, we're going to be using this cool Elite 2 controller, which we're about to unbox accessories and test accessories with. That's going to be neat to be playing with the Elite controller this time around. And then tomorrow's React Day, but then we're going to have a balance between Black Myth Wukong and Astrobot coming up. And we have to determine, here's the big thing we have to figure out, guys. Do I play Space Marine 2 or not? Warhammer, 40K.
Yeah, why wouldn't you play it?
And the reason I say that, all right, I don't know how I'm going to fit it into the schedule. I'm just being honest. Already juggling 2 games, and then I know people want Street Fighter in the mix at some point. I don't know how I'm going to do this.
Is he still playing Street Fighter? Why?
Space Marine 2 plus Astrobot plus Black Myth Wukong, and guess what the next game is? The Marvel vs. Capcom collection, and that comes out on the 12th. So how am I going to juggle all that? I just don't see how I can do it. Now, a lot of people are saying that Space Marine 2 looks amazing too, but others are like, I don't know if you should do it. So now I don't know. Look, I'm not even kidding you. I'm going to read the chat right now. Are you ready? Space Marine looks mid. I don't think Warhammer will go good on your channel. Space Marine looks really good. Space Marine is fantastic. Don't skip it. I rest my case. Like, how do you judge when the internet is like this? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Why don't you just decide for yourself as the veteran OG gamer you are?
I really don't know what to do. I honestly have no clue what I should be playing coming up. Oh yeah, Jade, don't worry, the drama is done.
Oh yeah, Jade is crying.
On the podcast where I just want to address the detractors' behavior in the last 48 hours.
Yeah, the drama is done. I just want to talk about the people that hate me for drama.
And then we're gonna move on from it. But I feel like I should address it. It is the elephant in the room. These idiots have gone crazy in the last 48 hours. And
No, they haven't. Nope.
As you can see, guys, just so you know, after my documentary now being out all week and me reacting to it, and then the Stuttering Craig interview ending the way that it ended, obviously no one's here to watch my content anymore.
Of course, we use that shitty ass logic again.
Almost 100 likes, and I didn't even say a word about likes yet. We got.
Well, I didn't even beg for likes.
Coming in. Oh, I guess that everything's changed for the worse, right? Wow, things are really falling apart.
We're gonna come back to this a couple of weeks from now, Phil.
Do you see my point? These people create this bizarre alternate reality narrative around themselves. They really do. It doesn't make sense, the things they say and do, but they believe it, and then they act like a victory. Where's the victory? Exactly. Where's the big V? Because remember,
Incredible projection again.
you understand that? Every day, guys, that we hit this, we are just showing how dumb they are. And right now, they're really, really hoping that today's the end of the streak. And you know,
Oh no! Come on, we can't do that.
drama's over.
We can't do that, man. Come on, that's just straight up manipulation. Straight up. Wow. He started off the stream by saying, "Hey, you guys, I'm pretty sure today might be the end because it's just a whole day of streaming and streaming video games and no drama." And now it's like, yeah, you can stick it to the trolls by hitting the king's goal. Come on, it's just such transparent, disgusting manipulation. What a piece of shit.
And we might not have as many people coming by to support today because I'm playing games again. And you know what? If that's the case, then so be it. I had a great run. 37 was great. But every time that we've hit this, they're shocked, they're appalled, they're freaking out, they're seething, they're crying.
No, they're not. Maybe Super Crazy is, but he's always seething. It's kind of his gimmick.
Let me explain. So as you know, I reacted to my own documentary, and then there was the interview on Thursday,
yeah, I can separate the
excuse
music
me, on
if it's a good enough
yeah,
clip.
Thursday. Man, I can't even keep track of days anymore. And none of that went the way, obviously, like I thought it would. I thought that the interview would have been a lot different than it went, and it totally did not, go so well for Craig. And at the end, I basically said, that's the end of it. I ended the call insulting him because he had already insulted me. He's the one who
You insulted him before that, and he was totally justified in insulting you.
And we talked about it. We had that decompression session about it after, and some people don't like the way I ended it. Fair enough. If you didn't, that's your prerogative, right?
Yeah, you
Say
can post
if
it
you
to YouTube
something
link.
or
Anyone
not,
can.
right? I get it.
YouTube is whitelisted.
But for the most part, it's done. It's in everyone's rear view. And quite frankly, most people are happy that I'm just not going to do anything with that guy, right? But what my detractors did, this is what they always do. They have now turned that into, that's the end of Phil's comeback. It's over. Because when he did that,
no one said
showed
that.
how unprofessional he is.
He is.
We're going to want to work with Phil. No one's going to watch Phil's content. Yada, yada, yada. Case in point,
No one said that.
They came to the channel, and every video about Craig, they mass downvoted. And it's funny because if you look at the like to dislike ratio, I got exactly the same amount of likes on those videos. Like
all of your videos get mass dislikes. No one likes your shit.
Content and everything. They came in mass downvoted it into droves, like hundreds.
Into
Like,
droves.
you never get even that many likes and dislikes on the videos to begin with.
Could it be that those were Craig's fans? Because he got a much bigger viewer base than you, seeing how he averages like, what, 2,000 people?
So you literally just...
But no, it's the detractors. Because today, as DSP admitted, the streak might end. And he's going to, by any means necessary, gaslight and manipulate you into giving him money so you can continue the streak. And he's willing to say anything.
Audiences come over here and downvote Phil's content, right? That's what they did. And then they started quoting it and tweeting and putting it all over the internet. You see, this is the truth. This is the end for Phil. This is the truth. And it has nothing. What are you talking about?
Like, the truth.
But what they've all done is they only clipped the end of the show to show me shutting it down, as opposed to actually showing the entire interview where it was Craig who was very unprofessional with me, refused to apologize.
But this isn't this the same guy that clipped the actual, and I'm going to show
Why
it to you
did he
right
need
now.
to apologize?
This is the same guy that clipped the video himself and put a title on it that pushes a specific narrative. He just straight up did it. And that's like the final
refused to
video on his channel.
apologize. And then he told you to go fuck
Look
yourself.
at this. Craig
because you
exposes.
demanded him an apology
He
from
never
him.
gave DSP a chance by reading his own emails. Craig admits he only talked to detractors to prep for the DSP interview. Craig interview is a disaster. For him, you see this? Who is pushing a fucking narrative here, Darkside Phil? You fucking rat-faced piece of shit.
Alternate reality where they spin everything to be their own narrative. That's what they've done for 10 years. So now that's the end. That's the downfall of Phil. That's it. He's not going to...
The downfall of Phil.
Let's go downvote his content.
The downfall of a guy that's fallen down already.
That's what they've been doing. For 24 hours straight, they did it. I'm not kidding. I was on my day off, and I keep going back and checking stuff out, and I'm just like, wow, this is ridiculous how they're behaving. It's not reality, but this is what they think because they're just nuts. They've always been
Wow, this guy is completely cooked.
circle jerking each other around with these kind of toxic things about me. So not
Your
only did
entire
they
stream
mass
is
come to the
nothing but a
videos,
circle jerk,
downvote
dude.
the videos, of course, left negative comments all over the videos. They're all over Twitter doing it and stuff. I totally ignored the Twitter shit. I don't care about that. They can
No, you
he
didn't. You
totally
blocked
ignored it.
people.
Outside of replying to a bunch of people, he ignored it.
So then last night,
We totally ignored it, outside
I
of
was
blocking
about to go to
people
sleep.
for
I was pooped.
telling him he needs to calm the
Very
fuck
tiring
down.
day for me. As my day off, basically my wife and I tried to compact a bunch of things into the day again, and it didn't
Compacted
work
a bunch
out
of
very
food
well.
into
Like,
her
for example,
fucking throat.
It was so hot
Fat
outside.
fuck.
We were originally gonna go out and have a fun day, and we didn't. Like, we didn't even go out because it was too hot. It was 95 degrees here, and you're not gonna go
It's
out.
too hot to handle.
Bullets, but I still had to go do errands and stuff. And I did. When I came home, I was so tuckered out.
So you went out?
I was so
And a lamp that we have that hangs above our dining room table broke and almost crashed onto the table. So I had to disassemble the lamp.
It
so that
almost
doesn't do
crashed
that.
onto
And
the
now it looks like
table,
we have
so
to
it
get a new ceiling
didn't?
lamp, which is fine. It's not a big deal. The ceiling lamp had been there for over a decade. I'm sure. It was there when I
Okay.
moved in.
Sure,
We were
dude.
thinking about getting
Totally
like a new,
believable.
fan for the dining
How
room
does something
to circulate air
almost
down there. That would be
crash?
nice. We're gonna look into getting something like that. But anyway, so all this is
Anyway,
happening. Very stressful,
lie.
tiring day. And so it's the end of the day, and I'm sitting down.
Did it
and I'm actually
miss
now
the
reading
table,
messages. I'm
or-
getting messages all day about how the week went, how the react went, what people thought about the interview. People are DMing me back about possible future collaborations and stuff. And basically, I remembered, I was like, oh yeah, wasn't it like 2-3 weeks ago when originally it was Kino Casino that had reached out to Mr. Medicare on Twitter and said, hey, you should, Phil says he's willing
Hey,
to
you
talk
know.
with you in an interview or whatever. Would you be up to it? And he responded and basically said,
You know.
it's nice that these guys are trying to do a Make-A-Wish effort for me, but you know, I'm really not feeling good because of my cancer, so I'm gonna try to recover.
Get well soon from your cancer.
Right? And that was several weeks ago, like at least 2 weeks ago.
It's
right?
cancer.
Maybe
It's not
even
going to
longer,
get
'cause I don't
better,
even remember the
but
time.
okay.
So it's like I'm about to.
Oh, this segment is gonna be crazy.
I realized I should, you know, do it myself. It's one thing to have someone speak on your behalf. It's another thing actually doing it yourself, because then it shows now that I've reacted to my whole documentary, right, and all that shit's behind me. I feel like that would be an amazing positive thing to sit down with a guy who's been very critical of me over the years, and just have a nice conversation. And I know he's probably gonna talk shit about me. And I get it.
And you're gonna tell him to go fuck himself and hang up on him.
I deserve it.
Not in that order.
You know, the things that I've done. But I feel like that's something that should happen. And it doesn't even matter where. It could be here. It could be on his end. It could be on a third-party neutral show like Kino Casino. It doesn't matter where it happens. I don't care. It's not about me like monetizing it or anything like that. I just feel like it's the right thing to do. Like people are telling me, dude, this would be the ultimate positive thing you should do. You should do it. Like, you should man up and do it. And I'm like, all right, I want to do it. So I actually tweeted out to him directly last night, right before I went to sleep.
He already gave you an answer.
Basically, the way I
leave him alone.
I taken offense, or did they? Because you can't tell anymore. Like I said, my detractors have been all over me for the last 2 days.
Hey, Arkham.
Trying to shit on me. Everything I say is wrong, right? So the original tweet was worded in a way that I was like, I said, basically, I think it would be a grave mistake if I didn't do this. If I didn't reach out to you and say, hey, let's do this. Let's have the conversation that everyone seems to want us to have. And I think that we should do it before it's too late. And, you know, I'll do it in whatever format you want. I said, I've learned how to use Discord myself. And then basically,
I'm doing a new trick. I want to show you.
Why is he talking about it like you need a PhD to use Discord? Something children are using.
I don't care. That's not what it's about. The point is I'm open and willing to do it, and I wanted to say it myself or whatever. So I go to sleep, and I wake up this morning, and I check, and immediately 5 zillion negative responses, right? How dare you say that? How could you? Because I said grave error, and I said before it's too late.
But then why did you delete the tweets? If those people are fucking idiots and they're criticizing you when they shouldn't, and you stand by what you said, why did you delete it?
Okay.
It's so funny. They're so stupid, but I deleted the tweet anyways.
These people, again, they're so
You're crazy.
So now
why?
Everything I say
You're
is
stupid.
incredibly offensive. I'm in the wrong, right? No matter how I say it. Or
Why did you delete it?
So first off,
why did you say sorry? I hope you're feeling better and I learned how to use Discord. Let's do it. And what is the other tweet? I'm going to show that because I'm petty as fuck. And also, we were gathering some skip juice. X.com. He straight up apologized. X.com/ they call me DSP. He said sorry. Why are you apologizing for stuff you don't want to apologize for? Which wasn't intentional, but can definitely be seen as insensitive. He admits this. I deleted the post. I'll rephrase and try not to be offensive. Sorry for being dumb.
So you were offensive.
Sorry for being dumb. Apologizes for being dumb. And now everybody sucks. And it's all their fault. And his detractors are unhinged.
in the original response that Medicare had given to the Kino Casino guys back, what was it, about a month ago on Twitter, he literally made the joke. So they're reaching out like it's a Make-A-Wish thing, right? You know? And obviously he's joking like that, right? So do you think...
I mean, that's what it sounds
even if
like.
I said it in an offensive manner, he's going to take offense? No, he's not. I don't think he's that kind of guy, at least from everyone has told me. Obviously, that's not what the intention was with the tweet.
Why did you apologize?
For emphasizing anything. Maybe you could argue, all right, that was a bad choice of words.
You should stop drinking, man. It's bad for you.
And I said, all right, well, I'm just going to delete the tweet and I'm going to rephrase it so that it sounds better, because obviously that wasn't my intention or anything. You know, listen, I'm a dumb.
I'm a dumb, but everyone's crazy for calling me out.
It's the troll's fault.
And I say things in ways that people
He's dense.
sometimes find offensive. I don't mean to most of the time.
Yeah, that's
Like
called
I
autism.
literally didn't mean anything offensive whatsoever, right? At all. The way
Yeah,
I
you're
see
just
it,
an asshole, just natively.
I do want to have,
And you have no filter, so you
while
can't
it's still
hide your asshole
I want to do
nature.
it while people care.
You want to leech off from the guy with cancer.
public thinks that something good will come out of it.
Because all he wants to do is basically be like, hey, Mr. Medicare, can you come on stream and confirm that I'm having a comeback before you die? Because that's going to make me look good. He doesn't give a fuck about the beef they used to have because they never had beef. They never had beef. DSP didn't know this guy existed up until like a year and a half ago when he was looking for people to interview him. And Mr. Medicare, he just shit on DSP in like 2016, 17, 18, and then just moved on to doing other stuff.
Right? Who know? I already told you guys. I know that success is fleeting. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't think you understand
that. He knows
that.
that the cloud is going to go away. So he needs to cash in while it's lasting. What a fucking despicable piece of shit.
Don't last. So it's very possible that, hey, within a couple of weeks, nobody cares again about Dark Side Phil.
So we need to get some more clout.
I'm not going to be upset at all. I was happy with who I was before this big increase of popularity happened.
No, you were looking for things to do besides play video games.
Know that it's pertinent. See what I'm saying?
No.
People want this now. Now it's people asking for it. Can't even say that he asks for it.
But that's what I mean. It's kind of like the same thing that happened.
The same.
That's taken out of context. When I'm playing that game and I'm talking about, this child being like kidnapped by this heinous guy in town who basically runs all the crime in the town, and he's going to be sold to the slave trade and stuff. And people are like, well, that's a racial joke. It's not. It's not a racial joke at all. You could argue it's a bad joke. It's a stupid joke, and I'm a dummy for making the joke.
We're still butthurt over Craig.
They're literally doing exactly the same thing again here. Is let's analyze his tweet, find ways.
Why did you apologize then?
He's a heinous villain, and then just keep talking about it. And they did. Like, I was asleep, and I wake up this morning, and everyone's, you heinous piece of shit. How dare you make that tweet? I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Look at that dent in his head.
Trying to be nice.
There's like an actual dent in his head. That's crazy.
So I apologize.
Not that Medicare will hear this or anything, but I apologize if that was, if it was harmful.
I don't think Jim would care about that.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if it was anything bad towards you, Jim, I didn't mean it at all. I was trying to be nice and just say man to man from me.
You're just not a nice person.
In whatever format.
You don't know how to be nice.
Not about me monetizing anything. This is about me saying I've been told it's the right thing to do.
This is about clout. It's not about money.
He's such a fake asshole.
Because he wants to maintain the drama clout. Because he is paranoid that once it goes away, he's going to be back to level 1. Having to play games and beg dance for tips. And that's just, he can't take that. And he knows that's going to happen at some point. But he wants to extend the clout as much as possible. So we're going from publicity stunt to publicity stunt to publicity stunt until there's just nothing left. And then we're back to level 1.
I'm totally down for it. It doesn't matter what chat format we do or what video service we use, if it's on your end or my end broadcast. So people even say, if we do it, why don't I do it in a venue that basically like Jim can benefit, on his side, like make some money. I'm okay with that. 1,000,000%. I'm okay with that. Really, I don't care. I'm fine with that. I want to do the right thing here. Okay, so there you go. So anyway, this morning I deleted the tweet. All right.
I thought people were crazy. Why'd you do that? I
posted it for clarity. So what do the detractors do? They respond with the original tweet. Like responding with a screen grab of the original tweet. So I deleted the tweet because they said the tweet was offensive because I was an idiot. So I deleted it, admit I'm an idiot, and I post a better tweet, and then they just put it back. Like, why did you do that? You said you wanted me to remove it because it was offensive. So I did. And now you posted it up again anyway.
Again, notice how the detractors are a hive mind. They all think they're all one unit. They all have one Twitter account and they all post on it. It's my turn next time, sometime next week. It's my turn to post it. I'm just going to drop the N-bomb, I think, to get us all banned from Twitter.
Who's the hypocrite here?
You.
Right? This is just the point I'm making. It doesn't matter what I do. At all,
but you did it anyways.
That I do is wrong in their eyes, and that's why I don't know why people even bother listening to them or caring about what they say or do, because they just move the goalposts.
More people care than care about you.
If the original tweet was perfectly worded to never be offensive to anyone, they would still say it's bad. They would say I'm clout chasing.
Well, it wasn't.
He is clout chasing.
I was told is the right thing to do. and that it needs to be done.
I was told by who?
That makes sense with urgency. Like I've been told that it should be done with urgency.
I've been
already told you.
Who is telling you this stuff, DSP? Who is ruling your life and telling you what to do?
Keemstar, I
As
guess.
a middle-aged man, you got other people in your.
Keemstar, the fucking dork, the guy who's just about as dorky as DSP is, probably DMing him on Discord, being like, "Hey, you should remind Medicare to talk to you because maybe he forgot. You should bring it up again. You should tweet at him again. That'll be cool." Okay, Keemstar, I'll do whatever you say.
Your ear telling you what to do? Do you have the people that are supporting you in bad faith so you
probably
can
what
keep
happened.
the clown show running and you can be as emboldened as possible so you can pull more publicity stunts that make you look bad, like the one you did on Thursday? Are you listening to those people? By all means, please do, because I'm loving the content. We got a lot of stuff to talk about in these last couple of weeks. So please keep it up. Listen to those people. They think in your best interest, buddy. They love you.
All right. So I'm like, okay, then let's do it and let me admit to it.
never
'cause
gonna find
it
this
wasn't
clip.
me saying this last
I'm gonna
time.
give
It was
up.
somebody else speaking on my behalf.
I'll try
Let
again
me
some
actually
other
do it
time.
for myself this time.
Somebody else
Just
speaking on
rewatch the
his
entire
behalf.
anime.
Middle-aged grown-ass man.
It'd be a good
He got
excuse.
people talking for him.
But no, I'm bad. I'm the bad guy, right?
Yes, you are. You're
There's not much I
legit
can
just
do,
an
guys,
asshole.
about it. All right.
At
know?
your
So
core,
anyway,
you're rotten.
It is what it is.
It is what it
right?
is.
So
You're out of
so
it
that's
is what
I mean.
it
Like
is.
in the last 48 hours, okay, since I have basically been off the air, not doing anything, having my day off, it has been detractor paradise. Ha! He's not there to say anything. So let's sit here. Let's downvote his videos.
You can say stuff now.
All the videos with insane toxic comments that we know he doesn't have time to moderate, and then let's destroy anything he says on Twitter. Let's just do it, guys. Dog pile, right?
What?
Well, guess what, folks? I have a lot of shout outs to do. You guys don't hate me. That's a good thing. Let's get stuff going. Let's keep the positivity rolling.
Let's rake
Let's
in
not
the
let
money
these
from
morons
idiots
do
that we're
feckless
manipulating.
shit.
Very
yeah,
cool.
I mean, you see this? You see this straight up just running a cult. We're just running a cult right now. And it's amazing to see. It's such a fascination to witness this live. A dude just manipulating people to support him because he himself made himself look bad. Wow.
For the last month, let's keep it rolling. And the thing is, eventually, things are going to pick up again as well in regards to like new content. Like people are saying, what about Kino Casino? They're going to come back from break and whatever they want to do. They want to come have me as a
They
guest
want to
on
fuck me in the
show. They
butt?
wanna
It's
come have a
fine. They want to
collab.
stick
If
their
they're
dick down my
interested,
throat?
I'm
It's
down.
fine. It's
If they're not
cool. Let's
interested,
keep the money
I
rolling.
don't care. That's fine. I'm busy.
Cool.
You know what I'm saying? Like either way,
You know what I'm
it's cool.
saying?
I got people who want to come on my show and as guests and stuff. That's cool.
Cool.
You know, so we're good. Like there's nothing, no negativity. Everything's good right now. Good shit, right?
Wrong.
So let's just keep it rolling, shall we? So now let's do shout outs. And then what I want to do is I want to do this unboxing. I'm gay. These cool accessories of the Elite 2, and I'll tell you how this came about and see what's in there and test
bought
the
it.
controller we tested the other day. But
Oh, I'm going to skip through this.
but we got
I'm going to skip massively.
First of all, on the YouTube side of things, we've got just a black guy 01 who did a super chat.
Of course.
The amazing content, definitely going to help for this upcoming deployment. Oh, he's basically saying he's like watching my content, especially when he's on deployment. I'm going to make a recommendation for you.
Yikes.
If you get YouTube Premium, so when I started, it was like
what?
a month. Now it may be way more than that now. But if you get YouTube Premium, okay, if you subscribe to someone, you can set it up that on your device it can download a lot of the content offline. So, for example, let's say
Just
you're
use
deployed to someone where
JDownloader,
you don't have
bro.
good internet consistently.
Yeah, the trenches. The trenches in Ukraine.
And it auto downloads and stuff when you're like
Oh my god.
connected to the internet. It's really useful. It's a really
Bro,
useful tool
if
for
you
people
find someone
who don't
enlisted who's
have a
listening to
good, consistent
DSP,
connection.
like,
And it sounds like that was right up
unironically,
your
he needs
alley.
to
So I'm just gonna
get
throw that
beaten
out there.
with
No,
the
I don't get paid for plugging
sock
YouTube.
full of
I'm
soap
You do actually.
by everyone in
What do you
his
mean you don't get paid? You
in his
literally get
platoon.
paid.
just
Because you
beaten.
get no ads with YouTube Premium, but the guy you're watching gets paid as if you watch the ads. He straight up gets paid.
Big Mac has become a member again. Thank you, Big Mac, for the membership this morning. Spawn Killer with a $2 super chat. Are you dropping Star Wars? Yes. I played it one whole day when it came out. After the one,
Yeah, that game sucks.
no one is convinced that they want to see me play it again. everyone is like, that game's not very good. I'm kind of in the same boat there.
I thought I was joking, but I guess
I don't think it's a very
his
good game.
sarcasm is just so bone dry.
Maybe
It's
it does pick
sometimes
up and get
hard
good,
to
but the thing is, there's just no
pick up
demand
on.
for it. You know what I'm saying? There's literally no demand for it.
Yes, I drop every game all the time. But okay, I guess
the Space Marine
this
game,
is
they wanna see me
fucking.
play. The
Just
Marvel
saying it.
collection coming out in a
Just
week. They
yeah,
wanna
no
see
more
Street
Star Wars.
Fighter. They want to see the stuff I'm doing. They don't want to see me play more Star Wars. It seems like that game is dead in the water. So I have to remember.
Another Ubisoft L.
Subscribe. Let me see if I can do it now, live. Now that we're talking about it, this might be.
Oh yeah, go.
Oh yeah,
why
that's
would it be
absolutely
the
right.
best way to do it?
Like if Star Wars is off the conveyor belt, then System Shock is definitely not getting returned to.
When you waste other people's time. Yeah, I guess it is the best way to do it.
Ubisoft Connect, that's what it's called, right? The Connect app. I wonder if through Ubisoft Connect I can unsubscribe to Ubisoft Plus because I want to get it back again when Assassin's Creed Shadows comes out and get Shadows that.
Okay, this is getting skipped.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that. All I care about is that the intelligent people who watch that in context enjoyed what I did there. Because again, you noticed
Just lying to
He did
you.
it to himself.
And they're
I did it
just
on
laughing at
purpose
how
that way.
stupid you are.
I was like, dude, he's gonna read his own emails. This is delightful. This is the best case scenario. I don't even have to like say or bring up anything. He's doing it himself, thinking it's gonna prove some kind of innocence. It does nothing. Then when I expose him for never having intended to give me a fair shake, he didn't care about that. He just wanted the benefit from this interview. He didn't get the interview he wanted. He got a nothing burger. So then he turned it into hating against me.
What
for
do you
weeks
mean a
of profits.
nothing burger?
What do you mean he got a nothing burger? He got a shit ton of views and you lied to him. And you admitting you lied to him made this interview worth even more. You made it much cooler when you admitted you lied to him. Because now, objectively, you're the bad guy.
When I exposed him for that, he literally crumbled like a house of cards. Couldn't have any.
He
any
literally
way. His defense was,
crumbled.
I don't check my emails. I don't check my emails.
He
Wow,
just
that's
dissolved
professional
like
to
he
do.
got
He's a
Thanos
businessman.
dusted. Like, what are you talking about, man?
Yo,
You need to learn how to
remember
use the word
Barbara
literally.
Walters? Rest in peace, by the way. But what about if Barbara Walters has Donald Trump in an interview?
Okay, thank
and
you.
then the next day, very interesting again, the next day, she jumps on her podcast called the Barbara Walters Podcast, and she shit talks the guest of the interview. Hey, what if that happens? I wonder how that would go.
Ever done, and you tell someone to send you information via email, then you.
What a fucking hypocrite.
Exactly what interesting, real people would do, right? But anyway, after he got exposed, he says he's going to donate all the detractor money to charity.
Yeah, because you're trying to like moralize to him. So he's saying, "I'll give you your moral victory if that's what you want." And you're like, "No."
Super chat within 2 minutes. I can't believe it happened within 2 minutes. That's like a record of like bipolar bouncing back and forth.
Bipolar.
Holy
Way out of
moly!
it, and he's freaking out. Right?
Pray
He's
God
freaking
BPD.
out.
Confirmed.
Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. It worked. It went exactly as planned. Basically,
Exactly as planned. He fell into my trap.
I literally would not have any problems whatsoever. And maybe I
Wait, are you trying to say that you interviewed somebody just so they can fall into your trap? Which is what you accuse them of doing?
Oh, cool. Thank you, Myth Stark. That's
Wow.
exactly what I'm looking for.
Moment of silence. Think about it. Think about it. This little segment
Thank
right
you.
here.
That's perfect.
Just like reeks of hypocrisy. It stinks.
would have even considered doing something with the man in the future.
That
he literally
man.
refused to apologize. So
Because he had nothing to apologize for.
apologize after doing things wrong.
They all thought you were lying. They said they thought you were lying, and they were right. Why the fuck would they apologize to you?
Okay.
They shouldn't have said that I was lying, even though I was. That was unprofessional when they said they thought I was lying.
Snow Carl. 20 months as a member, do you think DEI is what has destroyed Ubisoft?
I don't even know what that
Ubisoft
is.
has had tons of factors destroying them for a long time. There's many things considered here, but we're not going to analyze that today. That's not a topic of this show. All right.
Our topic is
tips.
detractors.
Let's get the tips. Let's see how
Money.
we're doing. Again, guys, the goal is to hit 150 by the end of the stream and continue the king streak. Again, these
Somebody's gonna send him like $100.
for 2 days have said
Yo, this is so fucking fun. Listen to this.
That's it. The Craig interview and him and the documentary, it's over for Phil. There's no way he could possibly continue to be successful, despite the fact that I have over 500 viewers, over 100 likes. In fact, we're at 127 and climbing.
Because you beg.
A good amount of super chats, tons of gifted memberships. I mean, you know, I'm not successful. It's all over for me. If you guys didn't know, it's falling apart at the fucking seams. Okay.
You definitely are mentally.
All right. So here we go. I received a $2 tip.
We can see your mental
And here's the
breakdown in
troll,
real
so I'm just gonna
time.
ignore this person.
Okay, very nice.
Fuck yourself. There you go. You get it too. It's just a dumb troll. I received a $5 tip.
What a fucking
Space Marine is a
weird
good game, but
fucker.
meant for a
What a
group
weird
play.
fig. Shit I
It's
can't
not
say
gonna
on
be a good
Twitch.
fit for the
Okay, I'm skipping this shit.
and we're getting back on track. No drama, gameplay.
No drama, you guys.
If you like the stream, you'll
But we had a detractor update like 10 minutes ago.
likes are at 137 right
And
now.
begging.
Please consider supporting the stream.
Begging.
Anything is appreciated. Super chats
Begging. Begging is appreciated.
would essentially prove the detractor's wrong
Oh.
What a cult, bro.
because you like it.
What?
Support my content because you want to felt the detractors. I want you to
Well,
support my
you-
content because you're enjoying and you want to see this continue and you're having a good time.
What? What did you just say? What did you just say? What? Dude, this is I don't even know what to say. This speaks for itself. I'm not gonna say anything. Resume.
Thank you. Let's continue.
Unreal.
This guy is insane, bro.
$20 tip. From one sick puppy. Here's
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Long live the king. Anywho, in case the streak ends soon, what will you do with the money? Vacation, stocks, and bonds?
Yeah.
Yeah, of
A
course.
few things. Like number one,
He's gonna take your
dishwasher
money
has
and
been
totally
broken
invest
for 2
it. Be really
years.
smart with it.
And also, it looks like our washer and dryer are conking out. Like, no lie.
Wow. Like,
Remember I just
shit.
told you our lamp broke in the dining
Everything is broken. It's falling apart. It's burning.
disassemble this lamp because we don't have a
Cat is in danger. Jasper's in danger. Help me. Extend the streak, please.
the tablecloth and everything. We throw it in the washer. The washer says uneven load. Uneven load? It's a fucking
Uneven
It was like
load?
pre-smash.
My wife is a very even load.
And a few clothes for my wife. How the fuck could it be an uneven load? So definitely the washer and dryer are wearing out now. So literally we're thinking we're just some of this extra stuff that I've made in the last month is going to go towards
Extra stuff?
We're replacing some of this stuff that's been busted for ages, that's been sitting around in disrepair. And I think dishwasher,
Okay.
washer, dryer are
Let's see if
probably
this
like the
works.
big three things. And like I said, maybe we're gonna get like a fan for the dining room now because the lamp
Nice.
is broken. So that's it. It's not super exciting stuff that you guys are gonna be able to see on stream, but it's
jeez.
gonna help.
Oh, it's a scary
lot.
one.
All right, it really is. This support you guys have given me in the last
Try a different
month has been tremendously helpful. And it's gonna help a ton, and I really appreciate you guys. And by the way, I
Yes,
will
you
tell
really
too,
appreciate
if-
money.
If and when we make
There we
these
go,
improvements,
Gwynpool.
I'll let you know because you're a part of it, guys, for helping and supporting as much as you have, you know.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
So thank you so much for that.
This guy is such a monster. And it's a troll?
The Dan Man.
Oh, yeah.
Give me clip notes on your day off, so I don't have to rewind. I didn't talk much about my day off because it wasn't a very good day off because it was too hot. It was like 95 degrees outside, so I just ran around doing the errands. I came home and we did some house cleaning. We broke the lamp above our dining room table, which I had to disassemble because
Yeah, this is getting skipped.
Oh no, it's for
and all of this. And
it's for the costume change for you know, the VTuber avatar. And I just wanted to requip because, you know, it fits.
now all that's behind me. So maybe now
Thank
things
you.
will level out back to how
He is so fucking nervous. Look at him shaking.
If that is the case, then thank you all for the awesome month. That's all I can say. Like I said, popularity is very fleeting.
Yeah, man, we get it. You're paranoid. The trip is gonna end, and he's not gonna be the king anymore, and he's gonna go back to being a peasant, or even worse, a slave. But he's always been a slave. He's been a slave to views. He's been a slave to members. He's been a slave to subscribers. He's been a slave to tips, and he always will be a slave because he
Slave
likes
to his
slavery.
own
Slavery is comfortable for
lack
him.
of
It makes him
dignity.
feel good. Slavery makes him feel like a king.
So now moving on, I've shouted out. Oh wait, I put Andy on the leaderboard. Hold on. And what's this? Hold on. Now I'm confused. What is this?
He hurt himself in his confusion.
And he's a slave to the Hogans.
Okay, I thought so. Okay, so I've done all shout outs. If any more come in, I will shout them out live. What I'd like to do now
is unbox a controller. As if we need a controller unboxing.
He's unboxing like shit. And I'm going to be doing some shout outs. Big ups forever 901TN. I've been in the hospital for the last 2 weeks with a stroke. I just wanted to thank you and other detractors for keeping me entertained. Big ups, y'all. Big ups to you, man. Hope you recover soon and everything is back to normal. And you're back to chilling, hanging out, and having fun. Massive prayers to you going out, positive vibes and chill energy. And best wishes, man. Can we get some prayer hands in the chat, please? And spread that positivity.
Yeah, this is just cardboard.
Big ups.
So, I mean,
shout out Copeside Phil. Those can't be Craig's fans. He only gets 2K viewers. Yeah, man. You know what? 2K viewers, that's not a lot. Those can't be Craig's fans. They don't even care about him. He got no fans. DSP got all the fans. Except the one that broke. Or no, that was the lamp that broke. It's all fucked up. None of it makes sense. Big ups Infidel Castro. This boar is going to have a mental breakdown within the next 6 months. If you ask me, this is a mental breakdown. Like, this is fucking insane. This pre-stream got me speechless. Good thing he's unboxing some shit right now. Some random toys he got, and he's looking at him like he's a troglodyte. Or a borderline subhuman, because he got no idea what's going on. But man, good thing that's happening, because it's a fucking break from this whole first part. The first part, wow. Peak narcissism. This dude is like, they unlock the beast that will never be contained. And it's self-destructive in ways that I've never thought it could be. But, you know.
On the back of the controller, there's these like pinholes.
You know how it is. Big up Scopeside Phil, who says he believed Jim when he said it was a Make-A-Wish. Well, he mentioned earlier that he says that we're joking about the Make-A-Wish, but it would have been crazy if he actually believed that. Shout out Brotherhood of Steel, man. We are officially in the dark age of Phil. He thinks he's on top and everyone loves him. How long till the honeymoon is over for him? It already seems to be getting over since today. He was teasing the whole king streak ending, and it's close. One of these days it's gonna be over, and that's to him that's gonna signalize. That's gonna signal the end of the king. The king has fallen. The king has died, and now he's back to being a peasant.
It doesn't work.
But until then, we can buy some more toys. Look at this. This is such a great toy. Look at this. It's an elite controller, an epic controller, a royal controller. Shout out Copeside Phil. Before it's too late, classy and professional. Yeah, that's like, that's kind of out of pocket, to be honest. Pretty out of pocket. Shout out time and time again. Phil isn't even a pimple on Medicur's ass. Yeah, I don't think why Medicur, a guy who very rarely does streams due to, having cancer and all that, would take some of his time to talk to fucking dark side fucking Phil. But I guess in the end, Kino Casino might actually make that happen. Unless they are done with DSP, which now would be the perfect time for them to be done with DSP, because they went on a summer break. When they come back, they can be completely separated from him. They can react to his documentary, maybe shit on him. And if they do, he's going to be betrayed again, backstabbed again. Wow, look at this. Hold on. We got to derail the super chats for this amazing look at the dome. Wow. Oh my God.
You could just charge.
He's surprising me in ways that I never thought I could be surprised. Look at this hairline. It's been a while since I zoomed in on his hairline and made fun of it. It's happening now. Have fun. Let me play some sound clips to tell you how I feel. Yep. Let's move on. Let's move on positively.
Oh, it does. You're absolutely right. It does. Hold on. So it sits in the case on that.
Shout out to Dunning-Kruger. Very fitting name. Kino stepped in and tried to show Phil why he needed to cut Derek off. Someone needed to do the same for Kino about Phil. I think they know what they're doing. And if I'm right, they're gonna start distancing themselves from him and make him feel isolated and back on level 1. And I think that's gonna be the proper play in this case, because they got all they wanted out of him. They made a bunch of content. They got him unhinged and crazy, and you know, they made him feel like he's on top of the world. And now the world can come crashing down, but you never know. You never know. I guess we'll just lean back and see what happens. That's kind of how it always works. Big ups to Brotherhood of Steel, man. If Phil talks to the Cancer Man, the cancer will increase. You know, you might be onto something.
Yeah.
You might be onto something. So hopefully that doesn't happen.
Maybe I can move that stuff around.
Jim's a fun guy.
And this can just sit behind.
Shout out Greedo the Green. It's super funny to me that he's begging Jim to talk to him, and Jin will not be a Kino Den. He will destroy DSP with no mercy. I would love it. I'm not exactly sure that would happen. I'm skeptical in regards to that. If it happens, it happens. That's going to be a lot of fun, but I'm not expecting that. So I'm going to be tempering my expectations, as I usually like doing. Because, you know, the less you expect, the better the payoff. Because if you expect a lot, you're going to be disappointed sometimes. And if you don't expect nothing, never going to be disappointed. That's the thing with expectations. And DSP has taught me a lot of things about that.
So what we got here?
Because DSP expects everything every time, and it doesn't happen, and then he gets cranky and cries about it to the internet, and he tries to make it happen.
For the back of the control.
The Gwenpool costume looks oddly fitting with the antlers. I like it. The latest episode of Deer Anime has been pretty good too, if you haven't seen it. Check it out on YouTube, because apparently that's where they're all at now.
Big up Sculpside Phil. He's never watched Jim's content. He has no idea who Jim was before Kino brought him up. But now he's a fan and wants to stream with him. Well, he knows that Jim talked badly of him back in like 2016, 17, made fun of him, and now someone told him that he really wants to talk to Phil, and Phil wants to fulfill his final wish.
You know what would be cool? It'd be cool if Jim like pre-planned ahead, and he like ran like a mental experiment, and he just exposed what we all know, which is that you can get this dude to say literally anything depending on how you approach him. So like if you try to like challenge him on something, just like fuck with his oppositional defiance disorder, you know what I mean? You can figure it out if you've been in the Snortex for long enough. But if Jim really thought about what he could say, he could literally get DSP to just contradict himself, depending on the way you ask him a question. And just do that over and over again, just to show this guy has, like, he's just mental gelatin.
Which is, that's something. That's interesting.
It would take some
What is this guy fucking showing right now?
It'd be very easy if you think about it.
Yeah, whatever. DSP flag it.
You know what I like about you, Phil, is that you've never changed. Yeah, you're right, I've never changed. Then like a minute later, you know what I like about you, Phil? You've changed. And he's like, you're right, I did change. It's like, wait, a minute ago you said you didn't change. Yeah, well, you know what I mean. It's like, okay, yeah, I know we can just get you to say literally anything if we just wrap it up in a compliment, because you're a fucking pussy-ass dumb bitch.
Says, I'm super behind, but DSP clipping Craig, telling him off, without the part where DSP questions his character, is exactly the stuff DSP would whine the detractors did to his quotes. And notice the titles of the videos, man. It's literal fucking clickbait narrative pushing headline bullshit. Is the stuff he complained his own detractors did about him when they make a video saying DSP says that he's 1 minute man. That's exactly what he claims they do, and he does that shit. And not only does he do that, it's not even that successful. He got like 1,500 views on this video that says Craig admits he only talked to detractors to prep for the DSP interview. It's not like this shit isn't working. And he's still trying to push it because he's so fucking desperate. He's so desperate. It's ridiculous. Big ups ES. Imagine being under fire and you hear DSP's voice. Yeah, that would be bad, man. I wouldn't be listening to some DSP in the trenches. Or maybe you could, and imagine that your enemies are DSP, and that's going to motivate you to defend your country.
Even though I still
and then you just save your country from the evil DSP invasion. That's possible. Big ups DSP flag it. In 3 months, Slayer says, did you fix the washer and dryer? you know, I wanted to, but I can't refinance my house because the government, so nothing I could do. Maybe someday. It sucks, you know. Yeah, you know, that's interesting because now he just told us all the stuff he's gonna fix. And a couple of months from now, people are gonna start asking, hey, Phil, did you fix that? And he's gonna get super fucking pissed off. Super pissed off. And big ups ES with the final one. Phil's bald spot is as close to Japan as Cat will ever get. Oh man, I'm pretty sure that is 100% factually based. Factually based.
So there's 2 sets.
Jesus Christ. Okay, skipping to live.
An extra tall thumbstick on there.
He's obviously bought them for himself.
What do you think?
I think you need to stop blowing your money and actually save some of it, or else you're going to be begging again
Do you think the extra tall
in no
thumbstick
time.
would help
I
for
mean,
Call of Duty?
you never stop begging,
We'll find out
but holy
tonight 'cause I'm
shit.
playing the Black Ops 6 beta.
Yeah, it's gonna be so obnoxious. Oh, you guys, I got like 6 kills this round. It's because I'm using the new controller. It's helping me out so much. It's so good, man. The thumbstick, and it has like a really good grip. And I'm totally like owning these noobs. They're getting so felted.
Better aiming, so it should be the right, not the left. Then, correct? Okay.
Correct. Because it always happens. He buys a new fight stick and is like, oh my god, you guys, did you see how it destroyed this fucking scrub? And it's because, like, this fight stick is so good. Like, my inputs don't drop, and, like, there's no lag. I don't even know how that happens.
The right, I use mine on that side. I think of it like those Control Freak thumbstick attachments they had back in the day. Okay. So that's that right. Now there's also another one. And this one, unlike, I think it's concave, convex.
What?
I think this is convex, meaning it has like a cave in. See that? This one's concave, which means it goes out. See
No,
that?
this is the
Maybe I'm wrong.
opposite.
Maybe this is concave and this is convex. I was getting
Valedictorian,
confused.
guys.
So what would I want that one for? Is that the one I use on the left
Concave
thumbstick
means
then?
it caves in. Like, this is very easy, very simple.
Let me try it.
What a retard.
I'll put these thumbsticks in here.
So
Oh my
stupid
God,
about
what a fucking
everything.
Crazy ass pre-stream. This guy has gone crazy. And the wildest shit was, aside from being an absolute hypocrite towards Craig, which amazing. Like, you actually have to watch the interview and the way he talks about it today to actually understand how incredibly hypocritical he was. And you probably should go back and watch every time he shit on the side scrollers.
And I'm wondering
If you actually want to get the full picture, it was insane. But outside of that, the whole gimmick with the tweet he made to Mr. Medicare, and that his trolls made him correct himself, and there were idiots, even though he did correct himself. I don't know what the, like, if they were idiots and wrong, why did you correct yourself? Why did you delete the tweet? Why did you apologize for being dumb?
they're just smooth as opposed to
I actually don't get it.
What'd you miss?
harder outer rim. See
No,
that?
DSP
This is
just being a
wider,
drama
flatter.
queen.
And I bet this
Drama queen
also, if
bitch.
you're just gonna be like moving and
But maybe I just don't get it because
As
I
always.
think too much, and it really isn't even supposed to make sense.
He had like a really crazy wild Gen Brain tweet at like 2 a.m. in the morning, basically like harassing Medicare and saying, "We need that interview, or else you'll make a grave error. We need to talk before it's too late." And then people were just like, "Dude, this sounds really fucked up the way you worded this." And then he deleted the tweet and then blamed detractors for why he deleted the tweet, and then admitted that he worded it stupid, but also it's the detractors' fault for making him look stupid. So, and just being just a chasing clout goblin, just being really rude and insensitive, and just can't read the room whatsoever. Just completely illiterate.
This dude is
like the guy's got cancer and he's like, "Get well soon." It's like, bro, it's cancer. You don't really get well from cancer, you dumb ass.
Just saying
this isn't
stuff-
fake boogie, you're just fat cancer. This is actual dying needs 20 pills a day cancer.
that make him feel good and stuff that he thinks are going to
Jesus.
result in him getting more money. I think that's what's actually happening.
tall concave setup first. We'll try that.
And I can't keep it contained. I tweet at him and I say, "Calm down, you're not that important." And then he blocked me on Twitter for it. So all I have to do is I literally just make a new Twitter account, and there I can see his tweets again. What a stupid idiot.
We'll see how that feels.
Wow, it's so hard to get behind a block.
Perhaps I'll swap out to the Xbox 360 style. Okay. Now, as for the paddles, I have no clue what
paddles.
So it says, rotate the paddles 90 degrees.
He really hated being told that he's not that
pull
important.
Straight out to remove.
His entire ego rests on him being so important that Medicare wants to talk to him, even though he really never did.
What?
What is 90 degrees? You mean like Fahrenheit or Celsius? Huh?
Paddles are for extra buttons.
Buttons?
How is Kat doing? She's good, Jinx.
She's fat.
She's actually relaxing today. It's her day off from work. She's home relaxing. As much as you can relax when it's hot. And, you know.
Don't you got like an air conditioner in every single room that exists?
Oh,
You can't even open the door because it smells. You're like, ugh. But, yeah, she's good. Thank you for asking.
You're welcome.
So that, wait, the paddles are extra buttons. Is that true? Paddles are designed, you don't have to remove your fingers.
Yeah, you didn't know?
Quicker reaction time.
You didn't know that? You actually didn't know that. Wow.
You sent me an email.
What a real gamer.
All right, I'll have to check on that later. I will check on that later. Paddles are extra buttons, great for Call of Duty to do quick drop shots. You can jump in Call of Duty using the paddles and switch weapons with the other paddles.
Yeah, he's not doing any of that.
Okay. So for any other game, I'll never use it, but for Call of Duty, essentially, it's giving you.
Yeah, I thought we built our schedule
Yeah, you're
around
not
her
gonna
days
use
off.
them anyways.
It's a good point.
I don't know if I'll go all at
It's
that
not.
all out, but definitely I'm gonna try this.
No, what happened? What the hell happened? Did it just end?
He confirmed for me that he genuinely enjoys being a cuck sideshow that will take any attention, even if it's getting annihilated by a pro in the game. Soon enough, we'll get confirmation that
No, it's not live anymore. Guess he ended the stream.
Yeah, you didn't know?
I was too far back.
Action time.
You didn't know that?
Yeah, Nikocado.
You actually didn't know that.
Nikocado spent the last 2 years getting in shape while publishing videos that were scheduled that showed him being fat, and then he just comes out and he's like, "Look, I'm thin now," which is really weird. Like, I don't know. He's getting some surgery done because people don't just get that fat and then just drop it off and look like that.
Wow. What a real gamer.
But it's funny. I mean, it just shows you like nobody really has an excuse. If you can just be hardcore workout mode for 2 years and lose that much weight, then Amberlynn doesn't have an excuse, Wings doesn't have an excuse, Boogie doesn't have an excuse. Anyone can do it.
On that later. I will check on that later.
Just don't want to. Just no willpower.
Paddles are extra buttons, great for Call of Duty to do quick
No
drop
discipline.
shots. You can jump in Call of Duty using the paddles and switch weapons with the other paddles.
Yeah, he's not doing any of that.
Okay. So for any other game, I'll never use it, but for Call of Duty, it's giving you some extra things. You could use your fingers.
Yeah, I mean, he has a bunch of other problems, like losing weight doesn't unfuck his asshole. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're not gonna use them anyways.
I don't know if I'll go all at that all out, but definitely I'm gonna try. This D-pad feels good. Like it actually feels like an old.
Might not even try. Because it's DSP, dude. Come on.
But for sure, that would be the D-pad I want.
This guy barely even knows what a Call of Duty even is.
And the thing is,
He thinks Call of Duty is like a detractor meme from Duty stream.
I certainly could, but what's the point? Because right now I have to use USB to use the controller because it doesn't sync with my PC, correct? However, guess what? I'm not kidding you.
Sweet. Alfred just recently drove into Texas state lines, and we'll hang out tomorrow. So no stream tomorrow. I'll be hanging out with my best bud.
Person who ordered me this controller
Excited.
and then ordered me this accessory set.
Oh yeah, they ordered him everything.
It's been
Uh-huh. Who is that person?
Here tomorrow from Amazon.
Is it Bill Purnell?
Arrives. Now I have the whole set. Like I wouldn't even have to use USB cable anymore. I could just use the wireless adapter, this controller, and every day I could just put it over there and maybe have it charged behind the TV. And that's how I'm going to use it. I don't
We're
need
just
the cable,
friends, okay?
which is cool.
Completely
It has a
platonic.
battery in it. You can't remove it, so maybe that's how I'll use it, just like this. Oh, wait a minute. Uh-oh.
Zoo time.
You can't close it because the thumbstick's too tall. The tall thumbstick is too tall to close this. What about the regular thumbstick? The regular thumbstick works, but not the tall thumbstick.
Oh, this guy is such a fucking alien.
Tall enough to accommodate the tall thumbstick, huh? Well, we'll see tonight. When I play the Black Ops 6 beta tonight on the late stream, 6:45 p.m. Pacific time, by the way. I'll test it. I'll do different tests. I guess I'll just have to do it like this thing, right?
Nice. Base super chat here. Let's see. Cat is unemployed and you're a deadbeat. $2 from Cat downstairs. Don't give him your money. But that's funny. Yeah, he absolutely bought that controller.
Big ups Punish Lasagna for the super chat. Concave equals the shape of the heads of DSP
Yeah,
fans.
I know, right?
True.
I'm sure it is.
Or for the charger.
I think the concave is actually his head because that's where the cons come up. That's how you come up with all the cons. In the concave,
I do like it.
that's his lair. His mind palace.
Tonight we'll be using this controller to play the Black Ops 6 beta with these new accessories, and we'll see how it feels. Right now, I'm not going to use this to play Astrobot, and Astrobot's on PS5, so we're going to be using the DualSense controller for that. But I'm excited to test this out tonight with Call of Duty, and of course, Black Myth Wukong this week as well. We'll be using it. We're going to get some good use out of it. Okay. Very nice. Very nice. So cool. Again, thank you to the person donating all of this.
Oh yeah, totally donated. You didn't just buy it yourself. Gotcha.
Never had an issue
Very
with my
believable.
case using the longer thumbstick. Very weird. Yeah, it seems.
Why
like
the
it
fuck would
doesn't-
anyone buy
it
you a
won't close.
controller? You haven't even been
It
asking
won't.
for
It literally
one.
won't close, but it's on the charger dock too. So maybe that's what it is. Yours wasn't sitting on the charger dock.
Like $100 controller
All
at
right, let me just
least.
Toss all this stuff back in.
At least.
And
It's probably more like
stuff.
120
I've
or
actually
something.
tested some interesting stuff here on the show recently.
Hello?
Like, can you imagine?
Burnell? Hey, there we go.
Can you
Burnell's
imagine how
back.
pissed off he would be if he got donated like a $120 controller and then that ended the tip streak? He'd be like, "What the fuck? He should have just given me the cash." Obviously, he just bought it himself. Cobra
Cool.
almost shot himself. Wow, gotta look that up.
He did another super
Cool.
chat. When's the last
Andy.
time- Oh no, I already read that one about the holiday. Gotcha. Here we go. Andy says, "Have you seen Nico Cotto Avocado's insane weight loss? He was-
Yeah, it's crazy.
has lost all the weight."
It's crazy. Get a load of this shit. If only this could happen to Cat.
Nico Avocado. He's the guy who eats too much, right?
Well, I mean,
Or he
sure.
power eats on his streams. That's his content. Is that he power?
I mean, the
eats
reason
everything?
he goes
I mean,
by
he lost
Nikocado
weight.
Avocado is because he was a vegan. Like, he was a hardcore vegan. That's why he went with avocado. And he just got fat as like part of like a fucking fetish. Made a bunch of money with fetishes. Then I guess he was tired of it.
That's good for him.
Yeah, look at this guy. Holy shit.
I mean, that's not good because that's actually bad for your body. If you're eating,
Yeah, you hear that, Cat?
and
Don't
you're
lose
eating a lot
weight.
That's unhealthy. And then you
And Cat did the reverse. Cat did the reverse Nikocado. God damn.
That's really bad. The human body is not meant to gain weight, lose weight, gain weight, lose weight, gain weight, lose weight at a rapid pace. So,
Well, 2 years is not that
okay.
bad. I'm sure he had proper nutrition throughout because he's got the money for it. I'm sure he didn't just like starve himself.
Okay, so guys, we still have like 10 minutes left on the show. If anyone has anything to talk about, please tag me in chat. I believe I have shouted out everything correct. I didn't miss anything. Thank you so much for your early support. We're gonna have a nice, fun stream of.
And
But I mean,
are we
good for
gonna
him.
beg?
He's a
Oh, you bet
fucking-
your ass. He's gonna beg.
He's a massive
Animations that were
degenerate.
made by the Divoom
But,
community, the people
I mean-
who, you know, submit stuff to this frame. There was some really nice Astrobot animations that I'm going to be using today during my premiere stream. It would be pretty nice. So,
Credit where
good
it's due.
stuff. Thank you guys again.
Beg? Big.
37 straight streams where we have hit this.
Straight up.
If we hit it again, it's 38 and it continues. It would be great if we could do that. If you
It'd be
like
great
the content,
if you
please
give me
support
money.
it. Thank you so much to those who have. And the earlier we hit that, the better, because then I don't have to talk about it. Oh, by the way, I should say this. Now that we're done with the reacting and we're done with all the drama stuff, we can go back to doing things such as, hey, you want to have the Gunner glasses at $50? You want to see, vote for a hat, and we could do that again.
Why did you stop doing those? Because they made you look bad? Oh, we were wrapped up with everything going on. What the fuck does this even mean?
So I'm totally okay with Gunner glasses and hats and things.
Now we're back to appealing to the real DSP fans because he milked everybody else.
So thank you.
What a fucking disingenuous piece of shit. What a fucking rat.
We've done 37 straight streams, 170 likes on the stream. If you're having a good time, please give it a like. Let's get that to 200 likes. Thanks for the super chats. Thank you so much for the memberships. All appreciated.
What a fucking rat.
Would be appreciated so we can crush that goal as well and keep it going. All right. Okay. What do you guys want to talk about for like 10 minutes? What do you think? What's on the menu today? Did I miss anything?
What's on the menu? When you're a fat fuck, everything is food.
Which documentary about myself do I think was better? Down the Rabbit Hole or June's? I mean, June's is going to be better by default. It's much more intensely researched. It's much longer and covers more history. It has higher production value, right? For its time, the Down the Rabbit Hole documentary was quite good, but this one is definitely better. Anto Kamaru says, Astrobot has so much soul. It's definitely my game of the year, along with Stellar Blade and Zenless Zone Zero. Hopefully Metaphor will join that list too. Thanks for sharing. I Have No Enemies says Space Marine 2 is an excellent game, but if you choose to not play it, that's fine. There's more games coming this month. I know. And that's the thing. If people are telling me it's solely a co-op game, I think that's what we should do. Just skip it. It really is just co-op centric, and I play it solo, and it's not good because I'm playing it solo. That would be like me playing Borderlands 1 solo, which I did, and then it didn't look good, and I didn't like it.
Groom the hair, groom the hair,
So why
groom the
play
hair.
a game in a methodology that's not going to work, right?
A methodology?
An opportunity at some point.
Stop using those words you don't know what they mean.
Jade says, I'm so happy there's no drama. Me too. Again, this week, I'm only here 4 days.
Oh, he's so happy.
What did he
yeah.
actually say? I love rewinding and seeing what Jade actually says because it's always just completely off the wall. I good. I so happy, no drama. I good. I so happy, no drama. Okay, dumb fuck. Keep giving them your money, idiot. Actual
to them.
literal
Jade were an audience. And those people were just left there having to put up with it. And Jade was crying every day. And now he's back to pandering to them. And back to gaslighting him into believing that the drama actually sucks. And he's so happy it's done with. What a great guy.
Let's see.
But he never killed anybody and he never raped anybody. So I guess he's pretty chill.
Those guys are on vacation. It's
I agree.
Contact with them about anything.
Very chill.
Honestly. So, if they're interested in doing it in the future, but if it's a long game, I don't think it's even possible. Like, let's say the game's 20, 30 hours long. Dude, they're not going to commit 30 hours to playing the game. You understand? Like, a game like Chained Together is a couple hours of fun. A game like that, how many streams are they going to commit to playing a giant game like that? I just don't think it's going to happen, Yes, I plan on playing Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake. Yes, I assume there's a chance of Chained Together Part 2 in the future.
That was so
Right, consider
lame.
making
That was
Amazon
like the
wishlist for
worst piece of
Jasper.
Kino
Well, I
Casino
never thought
content
about
ever
it.
made.
So someone recently told me there's this thing called Throne that you can do that essentially you
What, people buy you stuff?
can make this online list of stuff and
Yeah, people buy you stuff.
to certain places, or if it's like long spanning across different businesses. Like, I don't know if it's just Amazon or if you do other things too, but I guess there was this site called Throne. And as a
Pause.
creator,
Let me
you can
resync. Actually, okay. Next time I'll try something different.
things on there that potentially you would want to like benefit you or your business. And then your viewers, if they like, if they like you enough, they can go there and say, hey, I want to help out somehow. And they can actually like buy things off the site. Now, here's the thing. If I did that, of course, everyone's just going to say, oh, that you're a greedy piece of crap.
They already say that because you are.
When you're already being supported on your stream.
You literally already do that.
But literally, someone just asked me on my stream, would I make a wish list for Jasper? And it's like, so
Okay. If they ask you to kill a puppy, are you gonna say that your whole community is asking you to kill a puppy?
If you receive any help whatsoever, you're a greedy piece of crap. So who do I
No, that's just a logical fallacy right here.
Who do I listen to?
It's straight up just lying. Again, if one guy asking him to make a Jasper wish list is the community asking him to do something, if one guy asked him to stomp on a puppy, would that mean that his community is asking him to do that? This is the exact same logic.
Trolls would ruin Throne. See, I don't know anything about Throne, how it works. So I wouldn't know if they could ruin
Trolls ruin
I
everything.
can tell you, with the Amazon wishlist thing,
Trolls made Cat fat because she was just eating traumatically every day.
many years ago. Basically, people would check it off like, oh, I got this, I did this, I got this, I did this. And then it was fake. Like, they didn't do any of it, right? Like, I didn't even know how it worked at first. The other thing that was really dumb is that digital things didn't even work through that. Like, for example, if people wanted to get me a digital gift card for PlayStation Network so I could buy a game on there. Like, let's say someone today wanted to say, hey, I want to send you like $20 in PSN credits to help with the cost of Astrobot. They could buy it through the wish list and I get nothing. It doesn't come to me. They get the code. So then they have to send it to me anyway. So then why did they need the wish list? They could have just done that and sent it to me and didn't need the wish list. So it's very confusing, and that's why I don't talk about a wish list, or not wish list. Yeah, Amazon wish list. That's why I don't even talk about it or really use it, because it doesn't really do anything. It just seems to be really odd the way that the whole thing works. So, yeah, I don't know. Very weird. Hold on one second. This does something different.
Okay, can we actually do something? Nah, we're just stalling. We're just stalling. Pickups DSP flag it.
Let's see.
Making a wish list with exposing that little to no fans actually donate stuff would expose that he's been buying himself all these donations. I do think he bought himself this controller because at this point, I think it's solidified that he is an absolute pathological liar, and there's no proof that somebody else bought this to him, and I don't know why he wouldn't just admit he bought it himself, but I guess he just doesn't want to admit anything, because then the trolls would somehow win. Everything he's lying about is a win for the trolls, because he just lies about stuff, and people call him out for it.
So now they're
So yeah, I guess so. But now I have a zero tolerance policy on DSP bullshit. I used to give him quite a lot of credit, because, you know, let's just have the benefit of the gout. But now, no benefit of the gout. No benefit of the gout whatsoever. He is guilty until proven innocent, because he's just been lying so fucking much. I'm not taking any more chances with this boy.
They don't care about that shit, right? They don't. So why are we, you know what I mean? Why do they harp on it? Because again, they have to circle jerk themselves into their own feeling of like relevancy.
How do you circle jerk yourself?
Anymore in here at all? They
That's
just
like
don't.
I've been talking about it nonstop.
What's the point of a circle jerk then? If you have to do it yourself?
Segment. What do you mean they have no relevancy?
Okay, thinking too much.
You straight up just give attention to your trolls.
I do not follow American football at all. Jesus, can I play with Bison in Street Fighter? What are we
Play
playing
with
Street
Bison,
Fighter? I don't even
Phil.
remember. I think we are playing Street Fighter one day this week. Is it Tuesday night? But I don't even remember American.
Stop.
The circle.
What did he actually say?
So now they're
Canned SF Bison, and DSP deciphers that. Oh, you want me to play with Bison in Street Fighter? Oh, I don't know, man. Canned SF Bison.
and here at all.
That guy's a super supporter, by the way. He gives Phil like $25 a month. He's not just some average dent. He's above average dent.
No.
I've been talking about him nonstop. Duty has his own dedicated fucking segment. What do you mean they have no relevancy? You straight up just give attention to your trolls.
I do not follow American football at all. Jesus, can I play with Bison in Street Fighter? What are we playing Street Fighter? I don't even remember. I think we are playing Street Fighter one day this week. Is it Tuesday night? But I have no clue what we're doing during that stream at this point. Maybe I'll have to figure it out. I can't remember.
Yeah, he gives an above average amount of money.
But we didn't really get to play that much with Blanca because then I did the challenge lobby with Noah the Prodigy, right? An actual Street Fighter legend. And he whooped my ass, no surprise. I knew he was going to. So yeah, I don't know what we're doing with Street Fighter this week. Maybe we should just do more Blanca because I don't feel like we got enough in with Blanca. Maybe that would make sense. Astrobot is PS5.
It is indeed. Okay, say something maybe.
Sorry. Arrow scrolled did a super chat. I missed it. Looking forward to the great week. Maybe SM2 with Kino. What is Space? Oh, Space Marine 2. Oh, we already addressed that. Like I said, listen, I'm not saying that it wouldn't be a blast, but number one, they're still on break for a while, right? I said that.
Oh my god, he's gonna be shitting up their DMs like there's no tomorrow. He is such a needy guy. Such a needy middle-aged man. And it's not even like, bro, it's not even like he's going after hot chicks or something. He's going after a bunch of other dudes who convince them they're his friends. It's so sad.
Chain together. You want to play it again? Sure. It's again, it's another couple hours of silly fun. But a game like that, where it has an established campaign and content and stuff, and it's long, I really don't know how that would work. You know, I mean, the thing is, you're talking to the wrong guy. Right? You know me. You know that I do a lot of gameplay and stuff. I'm open to this stuff. That would be more of a question for them when they're back. If they're
go harass them to make more content with me, because my clout is fleeting, so I need another injection of clout. I need some more ego boosting.
Guys, I'll end because people are asking. I don't think anything's ever going to happen with Wings Redemption. I'm just going to be honest.
What does that mean?
I've reached out to him a couple times in the last month, and he just won't respond.
Means in regards to you talking to him, okay.
And
obviously
sounds pretty chill.
Back and forth. I was, I give
like
him a little bit of
a normal-ish person, think when someone says, "I don't think anything's gonna happen with Wings of Redemption," I think like, what do you mean? Like, you mean like him getting fired off of Locale Live, or like him like turning his life around? No, I should have assumed that if DSP says it, it's with regards to Wings of Redemption being on his stupid super level podcast and talking to him, obviously, because everything exists inside of his own universe. Gotcha.
He said he was out shopping for some equipment for his streaming setup, and I gave him some advice on what I think would work for him. And then he just never responded again. And you know, I would love to have Wings on this show as an interview. 100%. I would love that. I think it would be a great conversation. We could talk.
You already had the opportunity when you were watching his
talk about the abuse that we've suffered.
documentary.
Yeah, we can. They're gonna have a lolcow therapy.
They're gonna cry in each other's arms.
Lolcow club.
Great thing that people would want, and I would love to do it. But
Yeah, Phil.
Being honest here.
My trolls are crazy.
You think your trolls are crazy? My trolls are crazy.
You think your trolls are crazy? My trolls are crazy.
You know, put out.
He's not ready for it.
And I asked him, and I haven't gotten a response, and it's been a while, and he's not responding. So there's nothing I can do about that. The ball is in his court.
Yeah, go harass Wings.
He has no interest. He has no interest. Right? I don't know. All right, let's end the show. Let's get started. I want to check out Astrobot, and I have, by for the record.
Oh man, the king streak might be over, you guys. $28 out of 150.
Thanks for all the
huge bag coming.
This Twitter account is great. This is what he would look like if he was black or Asian. Huh. Very interesting. Well, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
By the way, huge bag during the unrecorded, right before he goes on break.
Thanks to those who supported, and I think we'll wrap it up. So today, Astrobot, and tonight, the Black Ops 6 beta with the new controller and all the accessories and things. So I think it'll be fun. Today will be a fun day full of gameplay, and I hope you guys will enjoy it here on DSP Gaming. Tomorrow will be React Day again, where we do DSP versus the internet, as well as
God damn it! Twitter is so much more fun lately because shit like this would have got like flagged and removed. Like, oh my god, you can't have windmills on the Twitter.
I'm
gonna get banned off of Twitch for that.
And the React stream at night that we're doing on DSP Throwback is the premiere. Get this, the premiere of Resident Evil 1 Director's Cut, the original game on PS1 that I played many years ago. We're gonna start with some horror content for the month of September.
Oh, this is gonna be so boring.
2 more weeks in its fall, but we're jumping the gun a little bit with that tomorrow night. I'm excited for that because that's going to be something different than what we've been doing for a while.
Yeah, that is funny. Like
2 more full days of gameplay before I have my day off.
This is weird. Like, why is he so unsure that he can get? Yeah, okay. I'll be on YouTube. Might as well. Like, why doesn't he DM Keemstar and be like, "Can you rent out Wings to talk to me on my show? Like, why is he so apprehensive about Wings being on? Like, aren't you on good terms with his boss? I guess.
Tweet. But thank you guys so much.
You're welcome.
Hope you enjoy. If you don't watch anything today, I'll see you tomorrow for another
Scared
cool
Hippo.
episode of the Level 1
Copecast.
T-minus 60 seconds to a big.
All right, what I need to do, I need to swap my stuff around to get the PlayStation 5 on. Give me a moment here to do that, everybody. By the way, so a name that I cannot read, Rickgeron, says detractors are pathetic. They will never quit being what they are.
Yep.
Keep going strong.
What is what they are? What is what they are?
Why? Okay. Yeah, sure. I hope I can give you money at some point. This is so fucking lame.
Space Marines 2 is 6 to 7 hours long.
What a cuck.
I don't know how they could sell it for full
And
price.
he's a broke cuck, too.
But okay. Jade says, I don't know if you'll see me.
Broke boy.
React Day, you're usually not too interested. Unless you're interested in Resident Evil. If you like horror, and we're going to watch that Resident Evil at night, that should be pretty fun. All right, let me... I just need to swap. I'm going to leave the PC on. But what I need to do is I need to swap the capture device to be to the PS5. So if you guys could bear with me for just a second here while I do that.
Okay. I don't think I'm going to bear with him for a second, to be honest. I think I'm going to be bouncing out. Because we got to 6 hours. Yay. 6 hours. Part 1 of the June the King experience. Next time we're going to do the other half. I don't know if it's going to be tomorrow. It's likely, but I can't guarantee that. I'll see what my girlfriend's schedule is, you guys. Because I'm also dependent on my significant other in regards to my schedule. You know how it is. Mature adult lifestyle. Am I right? Yay. So anyways, big ups to Stephen Hawking. Rest in peace. DSP home smells. DSP home smells in the summer because of all the mold. It's entirely likely. I just want to get a house tour, man. I just want to get a house tour. I want to see how much of that shit is completely destroyed and dilapidated. This is going to be so much fun. Big ups to Vikes for the $1. Over 6.5 thousand in tips alone in 37 streams. And even though he definitely bought it, he's happy to say someone else sent it to him. Peak Phil. Well, as he also says, and I want to move on from this screen because I can't, this image is just disgusting. As he says, it doesn't even matter if he bought it or somebody sent it to him. So I guess it doesn't matter. Oh, that's very nice. Nice to hear. Big ups YouTube commenter for saying, for a happily married couple, I'm very baffled where Kat's retail income goes. She can't buy a meal, can't buy a dishwasher, make it make sense. Well, her income probably goes into video games and her paying off some debt that she has. She probably has credit card debt because there was a time where DSP couldn't have a credit card, and you bet your ass Kat had a credit card, or at least multiple. So she's probably paying off her credit card debt. That is very likely. Or at least I'm putting my money on that. I'm putting exactly $0 on that. And I swear on absolutely nothing that this is happening. Big ups to Vikes. The Noah Street Fighter lobby confirmed for me that he genuinely enjoys being a cuck sideshow that will take any attention, even if it's getting annihilated by a pro in the game. Soon enough, we'll get confirmation that Kat indeed got blacked by Tyrone. Well, I can't tell you I know what you're talking about because this whole lobby got lost in the shuffle among the June the King bullshit and all the other side-scroller Craig bullshit that he did. I completely missed out on whatever the fuck he did with some pro players, so who knows. Big ups DSP Flaggett for the super chat. Thank you for the first react. The second half is spicy. I've been looking forward to the second half, and I promise the second half is going to have a lot less skips because I know that's where the juicy stuff is, and I want to hear every single thing he has to say about it because it's going to be very interesting. Again, it's up to my significant other's schedule for tomorrow because I might do it tomorrow or I might not because I'm a cuck. And we're going to see. Who knows? But until then, I have to leave you with this. I'm going to forward you to Raw Phil so you can continue this amazing gaming experience, or at least being on break experience over on the Raw Phil channel. So until then, thank you everybody for stopping by. Thank you for having fun. Keep it flat, keep it real. Yong in and Yong out.
Big ups. That's why the video reset. Like you can see here, like I don't know if it's like dust because of his AC units he has going on, but you can see like they're just floating around. They're just curved too, so it's not like in a straight line like it's falling. I think those are bugs. He's just got bugs buzzing around. He just leaves shit everywhere, and he's too cheap to like get bug traps or anything. The tractor beam is live. Of course, now I'm gonna get a whole bunch of fairy tale in my front page. No complaints. Let's see what the tractor beam is doing.
It's gonna be okay, I guess. I have money. Apparently, it's gonna be okay. You guys do not hate
last
me.
forever. The money will never go away.
Just like MC Hammer, okay?
Trying to affect us in any
Just
way, shape,
like
or form.
Wesley
Let's keep
Snipes.
Stop with this
the
tone,
momentum that we've
please.
had for the last month. Let's keep it rolling. And the thing is, eventually, things are gonna pick up again as well in regards to like new content. Like,
Oh wow, they're way far behind.
Casino, they're gonna come back from break.
They must have paused a
What do they
lot.
wanna
God,
do?
he's
They wanna
scared.
come have me as a guest on their show, or they want to do.
Scared they're gonna leave him. He has to say it out loud.
Well, what's gonna happen with the Kino Casino? Look!
They're gonna come back, right, guys? Please.
This is the face of a man who is very sure about his future. I am very.
He's totally felting the detractors and not having like a mental breakdown funded by disingenuous nihilist memesters.
Definitely. And then you stroke your hair 100,000 times.
Show, or they want to do some kind of a collab. If they're interested, I'm down. If they're not interested, I don't
Calm down.
care. That's fine. I'm busy. You know what I'm saying?
Fine, I don't care. I'm busy, Kino guys. If you choose to rug pull me now, I don't care. That's fine. I don't care. It's fine.
Pre-coping. That's pretty cool.
Like either way is cool. I got people who want to come on my show and as guests and stuff. That's cool.
That's cool.
You know, so we're
That's
good.
cool,
Like there's
dude.
nothing, no negativity. Everything's good right now. Good shit.
What the
right?
fuck is this?
Except the part where you're like the trolls are feasting and we made you like take down a tweet, right?
Right.
And also you had a
It's all
disastrous
cool.
interview with Stunner Craig, right?
Let's keep it rolling, shall we?
Let's just
So
keep it
now let's do
rolling.
shout outs. And then what I want to do is I want to do this unboxing. These coolest
Wow.
What the fuck?
The tractor beam's really that far behind, or even before the unboxing? That's
The
crazy.
keys in front of the really special Phil viewers, right? Like,
yeah.
Oh, thank God, this is for Jade, right? This is drama's over.
Yup.
It's time to start opening toy boxes and showing off toys. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Phil. I like this.
We tested the other
I
day,
like
but
this.
I didn't have the
I like
accessories to
pieces
mess with it.
of.
But we got a lot of shout outs.
Extra accessories.
So first of all,
Extra
on the YouTube side of things, we've got just a black guy 01 who did a super chat.
Oh.
Thanks for the amazing content. Definitely going to help for this upcoming deployment. Oh, he's basically saying he's like watching my content, especially when he's on deployment. I'm going to make a recommendation for you.
Don't get shot.
If you get
Okay.
YouTube
Well,
Premium,
big ups to Tractor
that
Beam.
was-
We basically be watching the entire pre-stream again. One is more than enough. Let me see if I hide this and unhide it. Will that resync it? Maybe, hopefully. Be quicker than changing to a different source and then changing back. Ethan Ralph declares war on DSP. Greg exposes Phil as a man baby coward. Come on, Ralph, do something. Of course he won't do anything. All our hopes rely on Ethan Oliver Ralpha Male Ralph to take down the DSP menace. Maybe we just tell him that, ironically, he'll believe it. And he'll actually do something, but probably not. I'll probably just call his wife fat and then give up because he's fat and lazy. No, I mean, he's the real king. He's the king of Mexico. Yes. Yes, Ethan Ralph, the junkyard dog, and also the junkyard. No
Here's
hope
Phil
to tell you more. I
I was gonna leave this F-slurred DSP alone. Like, he's so afraid of getting, like, in trouble on Twitter. He's such a... Okay. He's such a cool guy who's really tough and badass. I was gonna leave this F-slurred DSP alone, but I guess he wants the smoke. Detractors, get in touch. Kino Casino has tried to whitewash his history, and now he thinks he's big again, LMAO.
Motherfucker!
Let's bring him down a few notches. Yeah, let's do it. Let's get on your stream of like 30 people and totally felt his ass. Got Oliver on our side.
The king of hate.
King
you know what? I'm the king of hate. Phil Labonte. Is that your name? I don't even know. I looked it up one time, but
Phil Labonte.
I don't care about your career. I don't care about your history on YouTube. I don't give a about what you've done.
But you did.
Except all the scams you pulled on your audience.
So I do care
about that.
actually.
Except all the, beg me, please.
I don't care about
please
your
give
career,
me money for this.
except for your
please help my
scams.
working toilet. Please. Nobody believes that fucking bullshit. You fucking lying sack of shit.
I do believe his toilet is broken, though.
You want to go at me? I really think that's a mistake.
That's a bad idea.
You know, only time will tell. Only time will tell. Because
I guess time will tell. Anyways.
Have dedicated myself now to
taking you out.
Okay.
Fully.
Well, you better do something then. If you're gonna say something like that and then nothing happens, and what does that say about you? I've dedicated myself fully to taking you out. I don't think he's not even mentioned you. So what the fuck are you doing? You're less impactful than duty streams. Come on, get on it.
And you know, you can apologize to me personally, and I'll let it go. Because
apology
that's
fetish.
the kind of guy I am.
I'm an apology fetish.
But if not, I'm going to fuck you up.
Do it.
Bad.
Do it.
With everybody else who wants to fuck you up bad.
Do it.
Whether they like me
Do it, bitch.
or not.
They don't like you.
Okay.
And so,
or as long as he knows like we don't like you, and so you don't get a hair up your ass and realize like you can't really do anything to Phil, and you just start going after detractors because you dipped your toe into the sphere and everyone's like, Ethan Ralph, that fat idiot. What? You call me a fat idiot? You better apologize to me or I'm gonna go after you. I'm gonna call your wife fat, okay? Oh no.
I would retreat now.
I'll call my wife who's fat.
Because the things you have suffered.
You like Urza Scarlet, huh? She was pretty much useless in season 4. And I'm like, no!
At the hands of your detractors are
you asshole.
Minuscule compared to
your
what the fuck I'm about to do to you.
Thanks, Ralph.
I want you to really think about your actions.
And then he starts quoting Naruto.
Think about this logically, please. Why?
Him and what's his face? God damn it, Ali Alexander or whatever, the guy who lives in the Indian mansion. They team up to go after everyone's anime waifus.
I will be pissed the next day.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Ali Jamal.
I'm asking you. Why were we pissed? Yeah.
Well, it sounds to me like you wanted me to come clean on your show and get a really great piece of content out of it, because it was going to be the definitive time when DSP admits to everything that everyone's been saying that he's been doing for so long. And when I didn't do that, you basically had a nothing burger of an interview, 5 hours of a nothing burger of an interview. But it was good for my detractors. They wanted to crap on me, so it was a good piece for them, but you didn't have anything for anyone else. So it
No,
didn't
as
give
I
you
said-
what you
as
were
I
looking
said-
for in the product. That was the problem. You were really hoping you were going to get the big confession. That's why you kept putting me on the spot about send me the screenshot, when we had never discussed that before the interview. You didn't get it. You got upset about it. And that's why you didn't check your email, because you couldn't get the moment anymore in the interview. You thought you had wasted 5 hours of your time. And what you said was, well, now I'm going to get him back for that tomorrow. I'll make that money in this nice destruction show that we'll do on
He
Friday.
already
That's
made
actually
the
what
money.
happened.
You're wrong about all that.
Okay, fair enough.
Like, holy shit, this fucking narrative that he's built up in his head is so insane. You were mad that I didn't give you the screenshot, and so you felt like the interview was a complete bust. It's like, dude, everyone knew you were lying. Like, you basically outed yourself as a liar, and it was all justified in the end. What a fucking weird-ass concoction he's made up in his head for why they had vengeance in their heart against him and read super chats the next day. Like, it's so insane.
But you asked me for my opinion, so there you go.
Sure. And
Sure,
that
that's
also
all crazy.
tells me where your head's at.
I mean, it does, really. Like, it does let everyone know where his head at. It is crazy. Let's rewind that again.
The spot. You were really hoping nothing burger of an interview, because it was going to be the definitive time when DSP admits to everything that everyone's been saying that he's been doing for so long. And when I didn't do that, you basically had a nothing burger of an interview.
What in the world? A nothing burger of an interview? I mean, people were more sure it was you than ever before.
5 hours of a nothing burger of an interview. But it was good for my detractors. They wanted to crap on me, so it was a good piece for them, but you didn't have anything for anyone else.
But I thought you said the interview was great, but you didn't have anything for anyone else. Like, what was everyone else even wanting? Why would anyone who doesn't care about DSP even watch the interview?
So it didn't give you what you were looking for in the product.
And just interrupts him before he's even able to be like, I don't know what you're talking about.
That was the problem. You were really hoping you were going to get the big confession. That's why you kept putting me on the spot about send me the screenshot, when we had never discussed that before the interview.
He was trying to help you out. He was trying to, if you were innocent like you claim you would, give you a platform where you could once and for all bury the allegations and declare your innocence. But he was guilty. So of course that wasn't going to happen. Instead, you just made yourself look even more guilty. And you apparently didn't realize this because you said the interview went great. He actually thought oh my god, my brain. He actually thought he'd proven his innocence or something. I don't know.
You didn't get it. You got upset about it. And that's why you didn't check your email, because you couldn't get the moment anymore in the interview.
He was so upset that he refused to check his email. Right. What?
You thought you had wasted 5 hours of your time, and what you said was, well, now
he thought he'd wasted 5 hours of his time. He made plenty of money during the interview. He exposed you for being a liar. He smelled shit. There was shit because you were full of shit.
I'm going to get him back for that tomorrow. I'll make that money in this nice destruction show that we'll do on Friday. That's actually what happened.
That's actually what happened. That's not what happened. But this is what he tells himself in order to feel like he's the good guy.
You're wrong about all that.
Okay, fair enough. But you asked me for my opinion, so there you go.
And that's not an opinion when you say that's actually what happened. Like, that's a statement of fact.
And that also tells me where your head's at.
Yeah, you're out of it. Your head is like not where it should be, to put it kindly.
We were mad because we were lied to. Had you not lied, none of this would have happened. If you were just clear and honest with us, like you've been with like you were yesterday, everything, none of this would have happened. We could have moved on. It would have been like, yeah, did we think it was full of shit? That's fine. And would the Friday stream have happened the way it did? Probably not, right? Would the monetize the hater stream have happened? Probably not. Because if you just were honest from the start, none of this would have happened. So you can point the finger at me all day long. But at the end of the day, Phil, what's the old saying? You still got 3 more pointing back, right? Back at you. So look, I'll take my responsibility. I hope you look within yourself and you take some responsibility in this as well, right? And that's fine. I do hope that we can eventually work together in the future in some way, shape, or form. Maybe you come on Side Scrollers and we do a regular show. If you don't want to deal with a politics-driven show that isn't whatever you said, right?
You were extreme. He had to really think, like, and it's insane to think about, but he is insane. He had to have honestly thought that no one had suspected him of being down from the rafters after that interview, and that nobody thought he was lying, even though they knew that he was lying. That's why the super chat thing reading happened. That's why Adam was like, yeah, he's obviously lying. Like, but he thought he was completely persuasive, and that just them saying that they weren't convinced was enough to convince everyone else who saw the interview for themselves. That's what it took for them to think that he was lying, was Adam saying that he thought DSP was lying. Like, but everyone can see it. What a weird, just mental rat's nest he's got.
Extremely nice with your words, and by nice I'm being sarcastic right now, and
when you told
it's funny, you have to point out when you're being sarcastic because he's just that dumb.
Supposed to go fuck ourselves and all that stuff. So I would like to give you a fair shake someday on Side Scrollers if you're open to it. Like I said, I want to make sure that you and everybody else knows that I am open to working with you in some way, shape, or form. But I hope more than anything, I hope you're honest, not just with your audience, but with yourself about this.
I hope more than anything that Craig at this point can see that DSP is irredeemable and he's like a legitimately evil person.
Situation.
Like you can't just assume everyone is equally good. Like some people are just absolutely just out of their minds, and DSP is one of those people.
I appreciate you.
Quit pretending like you can just reach everyone and like you can find the good in everybody, because I don't believe that personally. I think some people are just fucking just nuts.
Time today, Phil. I got some dad duties I got to get done. Thank you guys very much for your time.
All right. Now hold on. Before you go, let me say my piece too. All right.
Sure.
Well, it'll be quick. I promise.
Yeah.
This is it. This is the end. There's no more feud between you and me. Do you agree?
And then he just shit on him again today during the pre-stream.
That's it. We're done. We can stop going at each other's throats.
Phil, I haven't had
We're done. And then he puts up a bunch of clips of this interview, just basically making up his own narrative, pretending that something differently happened by writing it in the title, as if that's enough to convince people. Greg goes, mask off. Like, what are you talking about?
A feud with you for 18 months, man. Like,
That's fine. Okay, whatever you say, monetize the haters, but you don't have a feud with me. You want me to play Street Fighter with you. You don't have a feud with me. You want me back as a guest on your anniversary show.
That's not a feud.
Because you know it's going to bring you hype and attention from my detractors, but you don't have a feud with me. Okay? But okay, fair enough. You don't have a feud. But we're agreeing to this now. It's over, right? We're done. Yeah, we're good.
It's over. Yeah.
Okay. So, and you were asking me now, a year and a half later, will I be a guest on your show? Which was what originally was agreed to, correct? Like, that's what you're saying. It was originally, that was the agreement. We were going to do the interview. And then after that, I was going to have the opportunity to be a regular guest on your show like everyone else had been, correct? Right. That was the agreement.
And after the interview, I sent you that email saying like, we were just disappointed, right? And the offer wasn't there anymore after the interview because we felt lied to.
Okay, so now...
With that said, I hope we can move past it.
That's what I'm saying. Now that we've hashed it all out, right? We're all good.
Are we?
You're saying you're extending that olive branch, and you're saying that that opportunity is
you're
there
the
again.
One saying it's
not a
it's
lock
all
in,
good.
But it's possible that I could be on your show.
Sure.
Okay, I'm not interested. Go fuck yourself.
How was that? We're all good.
Fuck? Are you fucking serious?
He's so nuts. This is a coordinated attack from the detractors. This is all fake. This isn't real. This is the cope that he came up with today. These are all just Craig's fans. so crazy. And let's see here. I got 59 likes for just saying calm down, you're not that important. And ESP has of course blocked me. You're blocked. Oh no, I'm blocked. Whatever will I do? I don't know. How about I do this? I do this. And there. Now I can see everything. Oh well. Like, blocking does nothing, you stupid asshole. There we go. What a goofy dumbass. Thank you, Mighty D. Good video. He trolled you. Nikocado Avocado trolled the entire internet. Kershey reads articles about Concord. It's good stuff. Yeah, I did see that. It's pretty cool. Like a VR game based off of Kaiba's VR like Yu-Gi-Oh. That's cool. Of course they show off Dark Magician Girl, everyone's favorite. I don't know, I'm not a Yu-Gi-Oh player, but this does look cool. Hey, they even got a cosplayer up there. Yeah, elite haxing. Let's see, is there anything else to check out? Angriest guy ever, another toxic. Hey, Realm of Darkside put out a video. I haven't seen them in a while. DSP felted over the tractors. Oh my god, you're telling me Duty streams is making videos? I thought he was completely felted and ran off the internet. Like seriously, Duty could make a new channel and get it monetized within like a week. Like he'd be just fine. But of course he doesn't need the money. June the King of Hate restream. What's Kershey talking about? Content switching. What is content switching? Guess I'll figure that out later. Kershey reacts to herself and Pippa talking about Asmongold. Of course, if there's Pippa involved.
The taste of Asmongold.
I like that face. The Anya Forger face for Pippa.
I know both this one and the other one where I talked about wanting to date him and he got me confused with Pippa. We're posted to the same Reddit post on his subreddit, and I am eternally glad he never watched this one.
Oh god, make them all influencers.
Oh my god. Make it attraction, but they're all YouTubers and Twitch streamers.
Oh fuck yeah. Oh fuck yeah. Oh my god. How do we petition for this?
I don't know how we petition for this, but like maybe we talk to like Mr. Beast and Markiplier. They make shit happen, right?
Oh, hell yeah, they do. Hell yeah. Do you have connections? Listen, I'll start fucking petitioning. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Pippa wants to see Asmund dick. No.
Oh, gross.
I want to see Asmund dick.
Why?
Yeah, I knew you were gonna say that, and I was gonna say it.
Like, I'll admit to it.
Why?
You have no shame.
I mean, you gotta look at it before you buy it, right? It's like a car on the lot. You gotta know what you're getting into.
A guy who lives in squalor probably isn't up on his hygiene.
You're a fucking degenerate. You're a fucking degenerate.
Sometimes.
Oh, at least you admit to it.
Imagine the smell. Well, I could probably make him shower. Probably.
She's like, I could fix him.
Whole moments on one of his streams where he was talking about like that though. Where like why he doesn't date and stuff is because girls think that they can fix him and he doesn't want to be fixed.
Well, I was like, I don't want to fix him, right? I said I would clean up the Wendy's cups, right? But like showering is just a human function, right? I feel like that's not fixing him. That's just like, babe, please, you dick cheese. The smell is too strong. I could literally eat it with crack and stop it.
No, Kershey, you're dark.
Actually, I don't know if Asmund has foreskin, you know, because I've never seen it, but like.
Stop it. Get to me.
Holy shit! I can't fucking breathe.
Please don't die. It's against TOS to die while we're live. I killed her.
Holy fuck! Holy fuck! That was so fucking cursed!
What is
Oh
this?
shit!
What the hell is this?
Oh my god! Okay. Oh yeah, we gotta watch Naked Attraction.
It has to happen. We'll have to plan for it.
We still haven't watched Naked Attraction!
Oh my god. I'm late.
Also, horror, what are these fucking cards? What are those cursed cards that popped up on my screen? But that was the Asmongold Dick Cheese clip. I mean, I got a point. Don't I? I saw someone in chat saying, no wonder people think you're more promiscuous than you actually are. Look. Well, I grew up around degenerates and bikers. I got the mouth of a fucking sailor, okay? And I have cursed knowledge to boot. I sometimes don't think before I talk. I just say things. And that was a clip. Let me post it again. Ozzy Horror gave me the link. That was the clip. It's on Ozzy Horror's channel.
Let's talk about suffering.
Hope you know, Kirsha, that you don't get him without the rats. Well, we could train an army of rats. And then the rats could go steal groceries for us.
Here's an idea. Kershey being degenerate, Jesus. You can see why her and Gundam are good friends. I wonder if that thing's gonna happen, like her and Gundam doing a DSP related thing. Gundam's kind of having a hard time lately. He's I think he had an oil leak on his motorcycle, so he's been dealing with that. That's last I heard. Thank you, everybody. It was a good stream today. No stream tomorrow. I'm gonna be hanging out with my bro. We'll be catching up. Thank you, Pilot Jericho. Thank you, Lonely Soli. Thank you, Moiitis, TRPG Gamer. Ran in our Pilot Jericho. Thank you again, Mr. Shark, for the sound clip that I was looking for like an hour of, or is it saying requip? You can see this right. Of course, I'm getting an Astrobot ad. Thank you, Chris Farrakhan. Everybody who hung out, stopped by. Much appreciated. Let's go raid Anleet, because Anleet is wearing quite an outfit and playing S&T 5. He's having his own little mini detox moment. Thank you, everyone. May the good blood guide your way. Thank you. Much appreciated. You guys are great.
And we'll bring
I'll probably be back on Monday.
Everything.
But no
Not
guarantees.
terrible. You can definitely cheese shit with it. Yeah.
It might be short. It might not.
The
But
hey-ho
I'll keep
guy.
you
Look, there he
up
is.
to speed. Have a good Sunday. Have a good weekend.
It's Jack Frost.
That's a 10.
We love Jack Frost. I've seen him all the time.
Bye-bye.
He's in the game right now. Thanks for the chug. I appreciate it. I think I'm leaving. Oh shit! We like this,
End the
this
show,
lady.
Why? Never.
I want to use my healer lady. Oh my god, who's raiding me right now? Ludwig! Ludwig, you're here at a alright time.
I saw a little bit of raid with 15 angels. Get to the robot now, send
costume. I'm glad that people are
Hopefully you're doing alright. You probably watched the nonsense.
That's exactly what I was going for. Just basic bitch.
Womp womp. Basic bitch style
It's not like he
nonsense.
needs a good ending. Did he do that?
Man.